What is life? Your life isn't just about what you're doing now. Your life is the sum of every hope you ever had and everything you ever wanted to be. Life is about the situations you deal with, how you get to where you want to be, and how you become who you want to be. Life is a collection of moments and memories. Life is about being alive, feeling alive. Life is about dealing with whatever fate throws at you. Life is about staying on top when things are challenging. Life is about enjoying yourself, about finding yourself, about leaving a legacy. Life is about looking and feeling good, about staying ahead. It's about being the best you. What you want, what we all want, is a life without limits. So why don't you be the best you?
Thank you, Jennifer. Loved your talk. And yes, well, we already had Sarah Davison this morning. I'm going to bring her on straight away. But before I do, I'm just going to read her bio very quickly. Sarah Davison is best known as a divorce coach. She's created revolutionary new ways to cope with breakups and divorce. She has combined her coaching skills with her own personal divorce experience to create unique programs to help anyone battling a breakup. Sarah is a best-selling author of Uncoupling, How to Survive and Thrive After Breakup and Divorce, and is a media commentator around the world. Sarah, apart from everything, is a great friend, and she's just an absolute pro. Sarah, thank you so much for being here.
Hello. Oh, it's so good to see you again. I get to see you twice in one day. Lucky me.
Yes, thank you, darling. And yes, what a great panel this morning it was, wasn't it?
Oh my goodness. Well, it was afternoon my time, but yes, over there. Yes, morning. I love those guys. I mean, Michelle Dewsbury is a really dear friend of mine. Love the work she does. She's a real inspiration. Rob Matt, I mean, he's a great friend too. He's doing some really good stuff. I know those guys personally. So yeah, it was great to be on a panel with them, as well as Francis and Jennifer, who I've just met, but love them both. So that was really fun.
Well, brilliant. What's the title of your talk? What are you going to be sharing?
So we're going to talk about how you can survive and thrive after any kind of breakup and move on to create the life you want. So that's what I'm going to be talking about. That's my specialist topic. So I'll be talking about that.
Brilliant. Well, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks, Bernardo. And thank you for putting on such an amazing event, and to David Fagan too for putting all this together. It's always great to be able to come on and talk to you about a subject that affects us all, you know, and this is something that I find absolutely fascinating, right? Have you ever thought about this? Have you ever thought about the fact that there are support groups for pretty much everything that can go wrong? So if you've got trouble with alcohol, you can go to Alcoholics Anonymous, AA. Or if you want to lose weight, you could go, say, to Weight Watchers, and there's lots of different groups you could go to help you with that. So any specific issue you've got, there is usually some sort of support available that specializes to help you through that problem. But it dawned on me when I was going through my own really tough divorce that there was really no support groups for breakup or even heartbreak, let alone divorce. So actually now there are, because I've created them. They're called Heartbreak to Happiness online support groups. But they're a safe space for people just to jump on and to talk about their breakups, because there really isn't much support out there other than my groups that exist today. So I just wanted to highlight that, because I think it's something that's so important, because heartbreak affects pretty much everybody on the planet, especially over the age of maybe like 16 these days, maybe younger if Love Island is anything to go by. But I think, you know, everybody goes through it. It's something that probably happens to us at least once. And if you're going through it right now, do pop in the chat so I can see who's listening, any areas of concern or questions you've got for me, because I'd love to answer your questions while I'm on. So I'm only on for a short while, so do pop your questions in and I can make sure I try and answer them for you. I can see them as they come up here. But yeah, so heartbreak affects so many of us, yet there's not much help and support. So that's where I come in. Obviously, I'm known as the divorce coach. I have 2 best-selling books, which are over over there. Sorry, it's all back to front. So I've got uncoupling and the split. And I coach people, and I have a team of coaches. Because if you're going through heartbreak right now, you can feel like it's the end of the world. You can feel like the rug has been pulled out from underneath you. I know I certainly did. I found out that my husband no longer wanted to be married to me after probably only coming up to 3 years of marriage. Our son was only 1 year old. We worked together as well, so that was pretty complicated. And I found out in a pretty tough way. I found false eyelashes in a contact lens box in my bedside drawer. Nobody ever wants to find that when you don't wear false eyelashes or contact lenses. But yeah, it was tough. And the journey I went through after that was a lot of the ugly crying on the bathroom floor. I've got to say, I do a lot of that at the time, and just trying to work out how this could have happened to me. And having gone through that experience, I realized that really wasn't much help specific to helping people in that situation. So it's something that happens to us all at some point, and you can get through it. And that's what my talk is about. So having gone through this phase of crying and thinking my life was over and I couldn't see a way forward, I decided that I was going to do something about it. And that's what I'm going to show you how to do. Because just because life is like this right now does not mean that it has to be like this going forward, forever. This is a moment in time. If you think about it, think about some of the things you've been through in life yourself that were challenging in the past. I mean, right now here in the UK, we've had some really sad news that our Queen has died, which really we're all in shock about and still coming to terms with. It's very fresh, very raw right now for everybody. But we know we will get through it. Have you been through any kind of breakup, divorce, bereavement, anything like that? In the past, you'll know that you have survived it, even though in the moment it seems so tough, so hard. So this is where we know that everything you need, you already have. Okay, but it's just about learning how to pull that out. So when I was going through mine, I thought my world was over, but I decided to combine my coaching skills, because I've been coaching for probably about 15 years at that point, with the breakup process and the divorce process I've been thrown into. And that's really the tools and techniques that I share with you. I've tried them all myself, I use them, and they work for me. And now they've worked for thousands of people around the world. So I do one-to-one coaching, although I'm not able to do as much as I'd like these days. I have a waiting list of clients, but I also have a team of accredited coaches that will help you to go through your breakup and can support you, as well as the online support groups. So there is support now. So don't worry if you're going through it. Don't worry, we can help you. Now, what are the key things? Well, first of all, when you're going through a breakup, the most important thing we need to do is to set up your breakup support team. It's important that you have that safety net of people around you that can answer the questions and help you dial down those negative emotions. Now, dialing down is a word you're probably going to hear me say a lot. My coaches hear me say it all the time. They train people to become breakup and divorce coaches. So what does dialing down mean? Well, I believe we all control the remote control to our brain. We all control it, but most of the time we don't know how to use the remote. So we're not born with a manual that goes, right, page 1, this is how to walk. Page 2, this is how to deal with conflict or manage tough times. So we learn by experience. And sometimes those experiences teach us some coping strategies that maybe aren't the most successful or useful or beneficial for us. So sometimes maybe that's going for a glass of wine, maybe 2 glasses, maybe a bottle, maybe more. Maybe it's stuffing down those emotions so we don't really feel them. There's lots of coping mechanisms that we pick up along the way, and they kind of work to get us through, but maybe they're not the healthiest or most empowering ways to deal with things. And sometimes they can spiral and keep us really stuck. So that's what we're going to talk about today. How can you dial down some of those negative emotions on that remote control? Because it's up to us how we react to situations. Just because you're in this really tricky situation right now doesn't mean that you have to feel bad. Now, I can hear you saying, Sarah, don't be ridiculous. Of course, I'm going to feel bad. And there will obviously be feelings that are negative, but that doesn't mean you can't change that. But it is a decision. It does take some energy and some effort to step up and turn that around. But there are lots of tools to help you do that. So by learning how to use the remote to your brain, it means that you can choose how you react to different situations. and dial down those negative emotions. So say, for example, you're going through your breakup. I've got a client at the moment, her ex has left her for her friend. Friend, loosely termed now, I can tell you. But he's left her for her friend. So what that's left her is really angry. In fact, not just angry, pretty much rage a lot of the time. So on her dial, she's pretty much 10 out of 10 on the rage scale. Now, using some of the techniques that I have shared with her, she's been able to shift that dial down, even in one session, just down to a 7 in the first session. Now that may not sound like a lot, but actually even that little shift makes a massive difference. She can get out of bed, she can go out of the house, she can drive her kids to school. All these things she just couldn't do because she was paralyzed with that rage before. Then we keep working with different tools and techniques to help her dial that down. So that's really important, learning how to dial down those negative emotions with a variety of very simple different tools and techniques, which I'm going to cover some of today, although obviously I don't have much time to do too many, but you can follow me, listen to my podcast, Heartbreak to Happiness. I give a lot of that, those tools away on that podcast too. So what happens when you start to dial down? Well, getting your breakup support team around you means that you can dial down the confusion. Okay, you can dial down some of that anxiety about the questions that you don't have the answers for. So I know a lot of you will be going through sort of legal or financial challenges. It seems so overwhelming, right? So overwhelming when you're in the midst of trying to deal with your own heartbreak, changing your home, maybe not seeing the kids as much. And then you've got to make life-changing decisions that are legally based or financially based. Sometimes it just feels like it's frying your mind. I get it. I have been there, and I've worked with thousands of people who have been there too. So that's why it's important to have a breakup support team with key people in it who can help you move forward. So usually in your support team, I would suggest you have a legal advisor, if that's something you think you're going to need, a financial advisor. You don't need to have Donald Trump-like wealth to have a financial advisor, by the way. Anyone can have a financial advisor, even just someone to help you budget on how you're going to make things work with the money that you're left with. So even a friend that's good with numbers or an accountant who can help you, they will be able to help you put a plan together. Okay, then who else? Well, I always suggest obviously a coach or somebody that can help you talk about your emotions and process those, because especially if you're going through a divorce, we want to strip out the emotion, because talking to your lawyers or attorneys about emotions, that's expensive. Know that, been there, got the receipts and the invoices. So yeah, we don't want to do that. Working with a coach or even a therapist or somebody that can really understand your emotions, preferably someone that specializes in this area, can really help you navigate that path, and actually in the long run make it a lot cheaper for you in the process. And also somebody to exercise with is really important. Now, you don't have to be a gym bunny either to do this. You could just find somebody who wants to go on a dog walk with you, or just go for a brisk walk around the block, maybe go to a yoga session or something like that. Whatever you would enjoy doing that is going to get your body moving. Now, your body is going to hold a lot of the trauma that you're going through. So it is really important to move your body to release some of that anxiety and stress. You can't do it just by talking. We have to move our body. Unfortunately, if you stay in bed with a duvet over your head eating crisps, as I did, doesn't really help you to shift how you're feeling. We need to take some action, even if it is just gentle exercise. For those of you that are quite happy to go out and push yourself a little bit, obviously, the more you push yourself outside of your comfort zone, so what you're comfortable with, until your body goes, oh, this is really kind of pushing me. If you can push just a little bit, that's where you really start to make progress. So again, go for a brisk walk, maybe speed up a little bit, or maybe just go a little bit further the next time. But having somebody that holds you to account to doing that is really important. Otherwise, you might find yourself back in bed under the duvet with the crisps, like me. So who else? Well, it's really important to have a family or friend in this breakup support team. Now, I don't mean the friend that's going to come around and say, right, he's this, she's that. Yeah, we don't like him. We're hating on them, and cut up all their clothes, put them in bin liners and dump them outside their new apartment. That's not what I'm talking about, because those kind of friends are so emotionally invested in what you're going through. They've got their own anger, their own issues with your ex. So whilst we still need those people around us, in your breakup support team, I'm really looking for someone who you can go to who's going to give you that constructive advice, that advice that's going to help you take your position forward and not create ongoing issues. Like I had a client who did exactly that with the clothes, chopped them all up with a friend over more than a couple of bottles of wine one evening, but had to live with the consequences and the expense of repaying that, and it just wasn't good for her in the long run. So again, well-meaning friends, you've got to have them around you, but just be aware that everybody will be emotionally invested. So try and find someone that can give you constructive advice. That's really important. All these people will give you clarity on what's going on in your situation, and clarity gives you power. And I believe that going through a breakup can be a great time to redesign your life just the way you want it. Don't worry if you're getting stuck in a rut and you think you'll never move forward. You will move forward. You will move forward. These steps will really help you move forward. Okay. It's about, if you're stuck and you're feeling overwhelmed, reaching out to one of those people on your breakup support team who can give you the answers. When you get the answers to maybe the legal questions, the financial questions, when you get more clarity on what's going on for you, you start to dial down the whole of those negative emotions and start to take your power back. And taking your power back is super, super important. That's how we move on with our lives. You have a decision after a breakup. You have a decision to make. It's either, do I carry on the same way, thinking about my breakup, talking about my breakup? Oh yeah, who here talks about their breakup a lot? Maybe to the hairdresser, to the shopkeeper, to their friend, to their mum, to somebody else, anyone that they meet. Oh, well, this is what's happened next. This is the next installment of this soap opera that I'm living in. Now, this is normal and very natural. So please don't worry. If you are doing that, you're thinking, oh, yeah, Sarah, that's me. That's okay. We all do that as we go through a breakup, but it's going to keep you stuck. So what I'd love for you to do is recognize consciously when you're doing that. So what I mean by recognize consciously is to suddenly become more aware that you're doing it. And make a note. Because if you can make a note, I'm telling my story again, then that's where you can take your power back, because you're recognizing your behaviors. Quite often we do it unconsciously. We tell people because it gives us love and connection, which is exactly what we're missing from our ex, right? So we want to find that. So this builds a bond with people, and we get sympathy and love and reassurance and maybe some compliments thrown in as well. Whilst in the short term, it might boost you, it keeps you stuck, because every time you tell your story, and this is the really interesting thing, guys, every time you tell your sad breakup story, you are reliving it, and your body is reliving it. It goes, oh, I remember this. This makes me feel sad. This hurts inside. Oh, this bit I really cry out because it's really emotional. So it keeps you stuck by doing it. What I would love is if we could come up with a new story for you, a new narrative, if you like. And how can we do this? Well, simply start with writing your breakup bucket list. So what's that? What's your breakup bucket list? Well, it's basically a list of everything that you can do now that you could never have done in your relationship. Okay, it's something that gets you excited, something that you want to get out of bed and do. It doesn't have to be massive. It could be just as simple as painting your nails blue. I don't know, or meeting some friends that you haven't met for a long time. Maybe your ex wasn't keen on them. Maybe you didn't have time with your ex in your life to see these people, or to travel for the weekend and spend time with these particular people. It could be learning a new hobby. I had a client who wanted to learn how to climb Everest. Pretty scary. His wife didn't want him to do it. They had a couple of kids. It is pretty dangerous. But now that she'd left him, she'd moved on, he was like, I'm going to put that on my list. So he joined a climbing group and actually made a load of friends doing it. And that kicked off his social life as well on a Friday after the climbing club. So again, these things can have ripple effects. But creating your breakup bucket list is really helpful, because what it does is it shifts your focus onto moving forward. It shifts your focus away from that sad story. It shifts it away from staying stuck onto what is possible and what is coming for you in the future, which is what we want. Now have a think. What does the future look like for you right now? Does it look like either, you've got two choices, either a blank canvas, okay, or a black hole? which one resonates more with you? Okay, some of you will be saying blank canvas, some of them are saying black hole. Okay, whichever one it is for you, we need to either throw some color on the blank canvas or shine a light into that black hole. Because what we're doing is we're starting to shift your focus away from the story, away from the past, or even the present, which is really tough right now, I know, onto things that are coming. Now, if we can create a breakup bucket list that represents moving forward, exciting milestones to look forward to for you, then that gives you the momentum to stop talking about your story and to move that focus onto your new reinvent yourself project. Okay, so this is the key. Okay, so listen up. So with all this information, how do you use it? Well, instead of connecting with your hairdresser or your friend or your mum or the neighbor on the latest installment of the breakup, let's swap that for some exciting things that you're going to do to help move yourself forward. So whether that's the new hobby or researching different areas you might want to live in, or whether that's, painting your nails blue or going out for some drinks with friends that you haven't connected with for a long time, this is where I want your friends to support you. This is where I want the hairdresser to say, that sounds great. It's really good to see you getting your confidence back, because it's going to take a while to shift that pattern because you'll be hardwired to telling the story. But the sooner you start this, the easier it gets. With practice, this becomes second nature. Okay. And these tools are transferable life skills. Again, if you have kids, if you have other people in your life that are stuck, these tools can really work. Becoming aware of what you're doing with your body, again, is really important too. So taking control of your body language, noting if you're slumping, noting if your face is down, lifting your face up, putting a big smile on it, even if you don't feel like it. And I know you're going to be thinking, I'm not going to do that, Sarah, but please just try it once. Again, remember I said you have a decision to make. You can either stay as you are, or you can step up and make some changes. Stepping up and make some changes may feel uncomfortable right now, but I promise you that's the key to moving forward. That's the key to letting go of your breakup and starting to shift the balance to move forward. You can't control what your ex is doing. You can't control what they have done, what they are doing, or what they will do. You can control how you feel about it, and you can control what you do right now. And wasted time and energy thinking about what you might be missing out on and the heartbreak won't help you move forward. There is a healthy grieving process, of course. There will be tears. We want you to let those tears out. We want you to maybe do a boxing class or get outside and go for a walk or draw some pictures. Just let those negative emotions out, whichever way works best for you. But then there's a time to pick yourself up and say, this is going to be tough, but I do want to move forward. And if you're looking for help with that and you're finding and you've got your breakup support team, get them on board. Get them on board to help you and support you. That's the way to do it. So get your team around you of people that can help support you. Start to focus on you choosing how you react to some of these tough situations that I know you're going through, and taking a bit of ownership and your control back so that you can redesign your life to create a life you're super excited to live. If you would like some help with that, obviously we run these online support groups, Heartbreak to Happiness. If you go to sarahdavidson.com/support group, you will find them. Support group US, we have groups all different time zones. We have over 8 hours, I think, at the moment. You can jump on for less than £10 or less. I think it's probably about $10 now, given the exchange rate, a week. You can receive coaching from my accredited coaching team. You can jump on any of the times and groups to suit you. There's mornings, evenings, daytimes, there's weekends, there's all different times. You can jump on, and one of my coaches will be running the groups. So you can ask them questions. You can also meet other people on the Zoom meeting who are going through similar things to you. The feedback has been amazing and such a joy to see. People are saying that it's been a lifesaver. Another lady said she lives for these sessions at the moment because she's feeling so isolated. Another man said that he felt like he'd found his tribe, but this group had become his family. So there's advice, there's support. You can get on live and meet other people. If you want to listen to my podcast, Heartbreak to Happiness, you can download it from most podcast platforms. And and if you want to train to become a coach and turn your pain into your power like I did, and all 300 of my coaches who've been through my training school, then do go to sarahdavidson.com for more information. Hello, Bernardo.
Hello, darling. Thank you so much. You give so much in such a little period of time. But not only that, is you also what you've built with the amount of divorce coaches that you've trained, the services that you provide, and the podcast. Seriously, you're a machine. You're a machine of helping people overcome, a very challenging time of their life. So congratulations, great work. You are the divorce coach.
Oh, thanks, Bernardo. It's always a pleasure to be with you. You're doing amazing work. Thank you so much for everything you're doing and for hosting such an incredible event. This is amazing, and I'm really enjoying it.
Well, thank you so much. Well, listen, we got thousands of people signed up for the day, so a lot of people are going to be seeing the recording and on TV as well. Sarah, thank you so much, darling. Lots of love to you.
Bye, darling. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I'm going to bring David Fagan, who's going to be introducing just a very quick 5-minute interview to Jessa Carter and her new book. So let me bring David in. David?
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going? I've heard a couple of times that they're saying that we should speak a little bit louder. Some people are having some trouble with issues hearing us. So floor is yours, and I'll bring Jessa straight in.
Okay, sounds good. I just want to tag on to the last speaker, Sarah Davison. Again, just another great connection that I met through you, Bernardo. I met Sarah Davison at the Best You Expo in California 3, 4, 5 years ago. Seems like yesterday. I had the chance to work with her, publish her book, even meet up with her. So I love seeing all the connections. And so if you're watching at home, the access to the individuals and the experts here are absolutely amazing, which is a perfect segue to Jessa Carter here. I was reading about you and looking at your book, Jessa, and there's a big neuroscience summit coming up in next month that Bernardo's a part of. It's being put on by the Los Angeles Tribune. I was looking at your background. I was going, oh my goodness, she would be perfect for the neuroscience summit, talking about the science of some of these intuitive visionary type concepts. So Jessa, you're in the right place.
Well, thank you. And thank you, David. Also, you've done some great work with Sarah publishing her books as well. So congratulations. Thank you. Jessa, lovely to see you, always with that beautiful, amazing smile. So the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I was getting a little ahead of myself there. That was Bernardo. That was translated as Bernardo. David, you're getting ahead of yourself here. How's it going, Jessa?
Wonderful. It's such a pleasure and an honor to be here. I'm so excited.
Yes, that's great. So you've got a book out, and I've heard the term new book. Is this a book that's been out for a while and it's kind of just being relaunched? I mean, I've seen things like The Peaceful Warrior. Is this a new book on top of The Peaceful Warrior? Or are we talking about, Peaceful Millionaire? Are we talking about The Peaceful Millionaire? Sorry, I've got warrior in my brain from a feminine test we took earlier today. We're talking about Peaceful Millionaire?
The Peaceful Millionaire, it's so funny because I didn't even know the book The Peaceful Warrior existed certainly when I wrote my book and created the title. But so The Peaceful Millionaire, it is brand new. It is actually in pre-sale right now. So anyone who happens to snag a copy is going to get a personalized signed copy, which is super special and exciting.
Yeah, that's great. So what made you decide to write this book? As somebody who's a publisher, written a bunch of books myself, it's always interesting the story or stories that lead up to writing it. So what was that for you?
I mean, it's honestly my own path from a career in neurosurgery and having this exciting career that was very stressful, finding myself very unfulfilled and overstressed and overworked. And after losing my fiance, I just took my life in a different direction and was really called to step up and serve the world in a very different and much more profound way than I could in Western medicine. And so that's really where the concept and the principle came from, is my own journey and my own path of success and wealth, but what came from that path and was the most beautiful thing possible, because what I am absolutely most proud of is not what I've achieved, but who I've become on this path and on this journey.
Perfect. What's one compelling thought or idea that you think really comes clear in this book that the world needs right now?
I mean, there's so much wisdom in there, but tapping into and finding the power and the guidance within, really finding yourself on whatever journey that is, whether that's a new relationship or it's success and wealth, whatever that path is that you're being guided to work towards, that it finds you the truth of who you are.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Here's an interesting question for you that I like getting asked. It makes me think, but if someone only had the time to read one chapter, what would be the one chapter and what's it called?
Wow.
Makes you think, huh?
Wow.
And I could have given you early warning on that, but I thought, no, let me just surprise her and see what pops into her head, right off the cuff, so to speak.
I mean, they're all so good, but I would say chapter 3 is Clear the Channel. Clear the Channel.
Clear the Channel. Okay. Okay. Clear the channel. All right, good. So one of the things that I just made a note of that, by the way. I was just typing that down. Okay, clear the channel. Check this out.
Clear the channel.
What do you remember? What chapter number is that is? Is it pretty early on in the book?
It's chapter 3. I was correct. I printed. Listen, I had an outline ready just in case. I was ready for you, David. I knew. Somehow I knew.
It sounds good. We do sometimes a leadership column. We work a lot with the Los Angeles Tribune that I was telling you about. We just had a bunch of people in USA Today. If you were to be interviewed for a leadership column, how would you relate the Peaceful Millionaire to the world of leaders? What does somebody who's a leader need to know or learn from the Peaceful Millionaire?
I mean, as a thought leader myself, there's so much in there to unpack, because ultimately the path of the Peaceful Millionaire is a path of the highest expression of self. And I always say how you show up for yourself is how you show up for the world. So whether that's personally, professionally, in a leadership role, in your financial life, how you show up for yourself is how you're going to show up for the world. So it is absolutely imperative for leaders to learn the path of the Peaceful Millionaire, to not only show up in the highest and best way for themselves, but to show up in the highest and best way for everyone that they're in front of.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Good. Yeah, this is it's an interesting topic, and a lot of us are looking at peace, and peace is kind of like love. It just means so many different things to so many different people, and it does seem like a fight and a battle to acquire, to become wealthy. And so to balance peace with the process of prosperity, I think is a really cool book to get out in the world. Bernardo, this is great. You just helped me find somebody else to promote and to publicize here. This is good stuff.
Just as amazing. I mean, look at that smile. And she's the person, I'd never heard this before. She saw 2 double rainbows in a day. I didn't even know 2 double rainbows existed. And this was all aligned with the fact that she's going to be involved in the Best You Expo as well. So I'm sorry to be the keeper of time, but that's my job. I've got David, we've got a phenomenal lady speaker now coming up, Diana Wentworth. We can't wait. We can't make this lady wait. So Jessa, thank you so much. David, the floor is yours. I'm just going to have a quick peek and say hello to Diana as I need to. Jessa, thank you so much. Lots of love to you. May the best of you.
Bernardo. Until next time, lots of love.
Lots of love. Okay, so here we are. Diana, I've been seeing you there in the background. You look so glamorous, so lovely, such a lady. So I'm sorry to have you waiting for a couple of minutes, but hey, it happens in all the best shows.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here, Bernardo. I invited myself. I asked David to introduce me to you so that I could be here. I just think this event is amazing, and I really want to contribute all I can.
No, and you are, and who can say no to you? And I was blessed and honored for you to wanted to speak at our event. So thank you so much, David, to doing this introduction. David, I'll let you do the proper introduction. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I always like to give the personal introduction for Diana, and maybe I'll do that in a second, but I want to make sure that I give more of the official introduction because, she is a New York Times bestselling author, and that's not something you hear, very often. And she is also an award-winning author over all of 10 books. And I think that's maybe more now if we start to add up some of the other anthology books and books she's writing forwards for and everything else. She was actually the first to co-author with Jack Canfield and Mark Victor Hansen in the Chicken Soup for the Soul series. So if you look on the website and you've seen it, there's actually the Chicken Soup for the Soul cookbook. Diana Wentworth ran an amazing group that still exists to this day, 30 plus years, 35 plus years. And that group is a group that Jack Canfield and Mark Victor Hansen regularly frequented. And a big part of the Chicken Soup for the Soul book was conceived right there in her audience, in her group, in her network. And of course, you know of the success Chicken Soup for the Soul had, but of course, everybody thought it was a cookbook. Well, here's Diana von Wellenitz Wentworth, who had her own celebrity cooking show. And they're like, Diana, co-author a book with us. So you're watching and viewing and looking at the first person ever invited to join Jack and Mark to co-author a Chicken Soup for the Soul cookbook, and later did another Chicken Soup for the Soul book. So she's done a couple of them. Mm-hmm. So still friends with both of them today, very well connected. Several of her best-selling books have actually been cookbooks, celebrity-studded cookbooks, the Celebrity-Studded Cooking School in Los Angeles. You know, I could just go on and on. I've worked with Diana since 2011. We were figuring out the other day. We've recently had her in the book series Women Gone Wild with billboards in New York Times Square. Diana, we could just keep going and going, couldn't we?
I've lived a long life.
Yeah, she's done it all. Lately, she's even been teaching some writing classes for some of our writers and some of our co-authors. But Diana, one of the books that you wrote right around the time we first met was around the time that you had a heart attack.
Mm-hmm.
Heart attack?
Yeah, I had a heart attack. Yeah.
Yeah. And look at you a decade later, just moving and buzzing right. So after your heart attack, how many more books have you written? I don't know, another 3 or 4. But you wrote a book about the heart and even partnered with the Heart Institute. Tell us a little bit about that.
Right.
Yeah, the Heart Association.
Right.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, you know, that is so magical. All my books were published by traditional publishers. And then when I had that heart attack, it was a real wake-up call. And I wrote a book. Here's the cover of it. In fact, you can download this on my very antiquated website. A free copy that'll be on your computer. The thing about it that makes me really excited about this particular event is that, you know, the Chinese have a legend that when we're born, we're connected by an invisible red thread to all those we are destined to meet. And I think that rang true with me right away. I'll tell you a little bit about how it's shown up. But before you disappear, David, I want to acknowledge you. Because I was thinking this morning, and I actually even made a little video and sent it to you, because you've been a major red thread in my life. The red thread happens when you find yourself in front of a person and you think, oh, I know you. You know, we're destined to be friends. I'll tell you some more stories about this. But David, you have been a truly major red thread in my life. And you have brought to me so many magical opportunities, including the Women Gone Wild forward and my participation with that book. So I just want to say thank you for being such a wonderful, wonderful supporter all these many years.
Well, thank you. It's better to be a red thread than a red flag, I guess. So,
Right.
Sorry, I couldn't resist that joke, but I was like, okay, good, a red thread. That could have gone a couple different ways. We all want to be a red thread. Yeah, no, look, you have this presentation on Expect Magic. I don't want to take the time away from that. But you do have this way of expecting magic. And that's part of the reason why I didn't tell some of the stories that you have, is because I think that's an important part of that. But I wanted to give you some time to do that and give you some time to get into that. So please take it away and talk to us about the magic we should be expecting.
All sorts of magic happening here today. And later, I will tell you about a piece of magic that just happened 10 days ago. And I discovered a new method of writing. I don't know how many of you are writers out there, but I had been dealing with some writer's block, sitting in front of a computer, telling myself I had to write a bestseller. And that doesn't work at all. And all of a sudden, I found a way of doing like a divine dictation that comes out so conversational and everything. And I can't wait to share that with you toward the end of the talk today. But I think I'm really wanting to share with you what I feel is the most important skill in life. And that really is our frequency of expecting magic. And I'm speaking to you as an 81-year-old woman who's had an incredible, magical, joyful, progressive, insightful, forward-focused life. I can't, the amount of magic would take days for me to tell you about. But let's talk first about these magical meetings that happen. And I think, I don't know if you've all heard my Elvis story, but anyway, I announced to my sorority sisters in 1959, they said, Diana doesn't like Elvis Presley, because I'd asked them to turn the music down. And I said, actually, I do like him and I'm going to date him someday. And magically, 2 months later, he did invite me to go to the Lido nightclub in Paris with him. And I'll get back to this later, because that was actually something that happened. How could I have known about that? You know, what mystery is there that we can tune into and acknowledge and begin to really use consciously that will lead us like stepping stones that reveal themselves one at a time into our ideal life? So I'm going to tell you about a few of the red threads in my life, just so you know what experiences I've had that make me so confident about all of this. I was 16 years old. I was wearing my school uniform. I was visiting an apartment building to drop in on somebody. And I rounded a corner and I literally tripped over one of the first red threads in my life. There was a girl sitting there in another school uniform, different school. And so she said, well, while you're waiting, why don't you come up to my place and we'll talk? And we didn't stop talking for 8 years. The fascinating thing about this, because she just passed away a couple of weeks ago, is that we were both fascinated with magic, of being able to think and create something amazing just through, any means that we could. We would buy these books on magic and creating spells and, all of that kind of thing. She was much more interested in the shamanic part of magic. I've always been attracted by the light and staying in the light. So we didn't stop talking for 8 years. We were in each other's weddings. We were really important to each other. And you know who this woman is. She wrote 30 books and a lot of magic in her books. Her name was Lynn Andrews. She was medicine woman. That was one of the first meetings of Crossroads where I met people that were truly, truly important in my life. So another one happened when I suddenly broke up with a very, very, very eligible bachelor, just knowing that it wasn't the right thing for me to do. Went to Asia with my parents on a trip at the last minute, knowing that I was in the right place at the right time and that something magical was happening. I woke up really early our first morning in Hong Kong, went and stood in the lobby for no reason at all. Even the restaurant wasn't open. And I was standing there thinking, what am I doing here? And then all of a sudden the elevator opened and out walked Paul von Wellnitz. And we were engaged 3 days later. So this continues to happen. This has happened all my life. I was at a fabulous seminar where I first met Jack Canfield. He hadn't written a book yet, and Barbara DeAngelis. They were all in their 30s, and getting ready for their life that was going to open in front of them. And a woman stood up across the room. And I said to her, I just had this sudden hit. I said to my husband, Paul von Wellnitz, I said, go get that woman. We want her for our group. And I didn't usually command him to do things like that. But anyway, he went over to her, tapped her on the shoulder, and he says, "Come with me. My wife wants you." This was Mary Olson Kelly, who became my very, very best friend for over 33 years. I mean, how do we really magnify our ability to know and to tune into this expansive knowledge that is able, it sometimes just comes to us, and sometimes we don't know how to tap into it. So that's really what I want to talk about today. And you have some amazing people that you're going to learn from and expand into today. People like Michelle Patterson, who was diagnosed with terminal cancer and given 90 days to live. She somehow discovered a way, and she's still here 4 years later. She's going to share with you. There's Lynn Rose, who introduced me to David Fagan. You know, I mean, it's all of these many, 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 many connections. So there's so much. My second husband passed just over a year ago today, and I just have had so much happen since then. So I want to give you all the tools that I have for you to be able to develop this. This is something that needs to be cultured. This is something you need to cultivate, because you need to examine, you need to acknowledge when these moments happen. So there's a saying, you know, well, the answer is simple, but it's not easy. Well, I just want you to know that the answer is simple, and it's so easy. And I'm really telling you the secret of life here. So in the seminar where I met Jack Canfield and Barbara, and they were teaching us something that they felt was the most important thing in life. They said, all that matters is the action that you take. And oh man, we were all excited about that. Your considerations don't matter. You know, all your inner critic, all of these voices that say that you can't do something, all that matters is the action that you take. And I'm telling you that that's not quite it. There's something that has to happen first. And what has to happen first? Trust me on this. You have to learn to begin to ask. I'm not just talking about simple asking. Asking is important, of course. When Paul and I started the Inside Edge, I called up people that didn't even know me and asked them to stand up. Jack Canfield, Mark Victor Hansen, Barbara DeAngelis all stood up on the first morning and talked about what could happen if we all got together for a very early morning breakfast at 6:30 in the morning every week. What could happen? That kind of asking is important, knowing that you deserve something and believe in something so deeply that you are worthy to ask somebody to participate, that you see the outcome. But what I'm talking about here is internal questions. I'm not asking myself, I'm asking myself with a capital S. I'm asking the energy, the vibration of all that is, whatever we call that, God, angels, the universe. There's so many terms for it, but there's this incredible resource that we can trust more than anything. And that Elvis story may have started my asking, because when it was like a frog jumped out of my mouth when I said, I do like him and I'm going to date him someday. I started asking myself, what was I thinking? You know, where did that even come from? How in the world would I ever even meet Elvis? Well, maybe, just maybe, asking those questions created some kind of a spiritual alchemy that we were irresistibly drawn to each other. So inside of that ask, there needs to be like this intensity of expectation. It's a frequency. It's a trust, and it's a knowing that you can expect an answer. So every single day that I start out, every single day, I ask, how can I most efficiently light this world? Where's the most joy to be found today? And I get really interested in crafting the questions. I call them quintessential questions. And then after that, there's a silence. There's a willingness to let go of that, to surrender. And then insights begin to arrive. I access my insights through something I'll tell you more about. One of the sponsors of this show has an app called Newcom. And I use that now for meditation. I was a meditator for 50 years. Those of you who know my late husband, Ted Wentworth, he wrote a book called The Enlightenment Code. We were mantra meditators, and we were used to transcending. And all of a sudden, after he passed, I started using this incredible app and even began asking the company to let me tell people about it, because it's just unbelievable. So in talking about asking, I'm going to give you a story about an important ask that I did one day. It was a moment in an insight seminar many, many years ago. And they would ask what is now called a trapdoor question, because you don't get the right answer right away. You have to keep asking. So the question was, what do you want? And we were paired with partners, and we were supposed to help each other land on the answer to that question. And of course, it starts out very, very surface. So the first thing that occurs to people mostly is, well, I want an abundant life. I want to live a perfect life. I want financial security. I want a red Cadillac. I don't know, things that just pop up in your head on the surface. But then they said, okay, when you have that, what do you want? And then you'd have to go deeper. You'd have to keep asking that question. And I began to realize that what we want is not a thing or a situation. What we want is a feeling. And this is a core feeling. So we kept at this. I mean, there was one point where I even almost began to weep as I began to sense the answer that was going to come up. I remember climbing into Paul's lap, and we had our heads together, and we were just so touched to realize that what we want, perhaps what everyone wants, is a feeling of wholeness and completeness, and of being at home, of walking our purest and highest potential path, expressing our essence, expressing the gifts we have to offer the world. And we realized that at that moment, I really did begin to sob almost, because we realized that there were just two words that were our deepest want, and that was shared love. Just shared love. I was terribly lonely as a child. I went to a boarding school only 3 miles from home. I had the whole wing to myself. There was nobody else my age there. And I would walk the grounds by myself. This profound loneliness. And I always feel that in our deepest wound lives our greatest gift. So that loneliness that I experienced helped me to realize, number one, that what I wanted more than anything in my life was an incredibly intimate marriage partner. I wanted to be so at home with someone, so intimate, a full partner. Yeah, I was a woman in those days. We didn't think that way, maybe, but I did. I wanted that magical connection. And I actually ended up with two husbands. I didn't order a double feature. I didn't know that the first one would be kind of like a love story and the second one would be some kind of romantic comedy, but I did manifest in both of my husbands that deep capacity that they had, their devotion, their capacity for intimacy, which is, to me, the most important thing in relationship. So Paul and I, now, something begins to happen here. Do you remember in the shopping malls, probably back in the 70s and 80s, you would walk in a shopping mall and here would be all these people gathered around a kiosk looking at these framed pictures of a billion dots, these colored dots. And I remember the first time I saw this and I thought, what are these people looking at? I walked up there and I'm staring at this thing and everybody's going, whoa, wow. I finally said, what the heck is going on here? And the man said to me, he said, if you look at the dots long enough, something happens that your eye muscles relax and you can suddenly see beyond the dots. There's something magical there that the artist has created. And I've used this as a metaphor in my life because I believe that in asking the questions, surrendering, trusting, that all of a sudden that next revelation is revealed. And it takes practice, it takes dedication, and it's worth every second. Now, as David told you, Paul and I went on to have an amazing career in cooking and entertaining. Our first book was called The Pleasure of Your Company. It won the amazing Cookbook of the Year award. It took me 5 years to write it. I didn't know you had to double space a manuscript. I had no idea how to write a cookbook. But we finally got it done. And it was really based on, this is key, it was based on menus for entertaining that you could prepare in advance so you could have the title of the book, The Pleasure of Your Company. And preparing food for others, putting blessings in every bite in a way of heart connection is what my whole life has been about. I just didn't see beneath all of the striving and the urgency and the worry and the doubt and the terror, like, how are we going to pay the bills? How are we going to make a living at this? I didn't see that it never was about the food, which became really, really important. What has meant the world to me is connecting people at a heart level. That was what the Inside Edge became all about. Paul and I traveled to the Soviet Union with amazing people like Barbara Marx Hubbard and the real Patch Adams and Mike Farrell from MASH and all of this. And we were citizen diplomats. And it was a time when our whole career was falling apart. Nobody wanted to spend 3 days cooking anymore. Women went into the workforce in a huge way. And our kind of cooking, we weren't the super chefs, we weren't competitive. We liked gathering people around the table. And what we noticed there was that these 80 people who were leaders, activists, people who wanted to be in this documentary about traveling into the Soviet Union as Amerikansky and creating dialogues with people in subways and so on. These people would sit around tables and they'd begin to share their resources. They say, oh, if you want to meet so-and-so, I can introduce you to that person, or have you read this book? And it just went on. And it was like a light bulb went on. I thought, oh my God, I don't have to cook the food to get people to come together. And out of that came this amazing 6:30 in the morning breakfast meeting that grew so fast. We started it in 1985. The Beverly Hills chapter started incredibly fast, and we were immediately invited to move into the Beverly Hills Hotel, which was a big thrill for everybody to drive up there and have valet service and meet all these amazing people. And it worked because Paul and I had no agenda. We were not selling anything except heart connection at a breakfast meeting. And out of that grew all these amazing, amazing things we dreamed up. My favorite was a party that we created where you had to show up as you would be in 5 years. And you had to stay in character the whole evening. And you had to tell everybody how you had reached this amazing state that you'd reached. And I remember Susan Jeffers had never written a book, but she arrived and showed up. as she had 3 mock books. She said, I just returned from my 3rd New York Times bestseller tour. And she told us all about these books. Well, she right away published a book called Feel the Fear It, Do It Anyway. And she did also publish 2 more books in those 5 years. And so Jack Canfield, at our recent 35th anniversary of The Inside Edge, he said, Diana, I want you to know that without The Inside Edge, the Chicken Soup for the Soul series may never have existed. And I want you to know that I stole that party idea, and I have used it for the closing of every training I have done ever since. So this is what can we do with our gifts, with our resources, to create magic, to create connection, to create all of these connections that have gone on and on and on. The red threads are all over the world that were created at the Inside Edge. So the frequency of expectation is the magic. And that means that you have to ask with a certain amount of energy. And so I was married, you guys, for almost 60 years. Paul and I were married for 25 years, and then he passed away from cancer. And when he was dying, he said, I don't want you to be alone. And out of my mouth jumped another frog. I said, send me someone. He said, I will. I will. I could tell that he had that intention. He knew that he was going to be able to do that. 2 months later, into the Inside Edge in Orange County, walks Ted Wentworth, who walked into the very, very psychic guy, walks in, says to the person who brought him there, he says, she's here. My new wife is in this room right now. And I was the host that morning, and somebody said, how are you doing, Diana? And I said, you know, I'm exploring solitude. I've never had any solitude. I got married when I was 22. So it's really interesting. It's so interesting that the first guy who looks at me with the idea of a live-in relationship could become the victim of an axe murder. No, that was another frog. I mean, I don't normally say something like that. Anyway, Ted Wentworth is in the audience. So during the intermission, what does he do? What are the first words he ever says to me? He walks up to me and he says, will you live with me? I raised my hand like I had an axe. And I married him 6 months later. So magic is what it's all about. So also the other chapters grew like crazy. We started in Orange County. Here's another example of asking. There was a man we'd heard about but didn't know. His name was Mark Victor Hansen. I thought, well, he lives in Orange County. I'm just going to call him up and tell him what we're doing. We want to start a chapter there. So I call him on the phone. I tell him that Jack's involved, and he knows Jack. And he says, what are you doing right now? And I said, well, we're here in Pacific Palisades. He says, no, get in your car. Come down here to Orange County. I want to see you. We did. We jumped in the car. We showed up in his office. He gets it. He gets the whole concept right away, and he wants it in Orange County. So he leaves the room for a minute, and he comes back with a roll this big. And this is before internet, you guys. This is before Facebook or any other way to spread the word about something. He has us this roll of labels. That is his whole Orange County mailing list, including Dr. Peggy Bassett, who was the minister of the Huntington Beach Church of Religious Science and who had 2,000 people in her audience every Sunday morning. Long story short, that chapter filled like that. And then I get a call from San Diego of somebody who wants to start a chapter. And we had 1,000 members, believe it or not, in the first 9 months. It took off like a rocket. Am I going on too long? David, tell me I have to.
Yeah, we're running over. Matter of fact, I was even getting into your stories, and I've heard them all, maybe a dozen times, and I was like, oh shoot, look at the time.
No, tell me I have longer.
No, we don't have longer.
I have to tell you about something. I wanted to tell you about being able to move from ego to essence. And I will have other talks coming up about that. I also wanted to tell you that the magic trick that I learned about writing is that this app, Newcom, that's one of our sponsors, I use for meditation every morning. And I began to picture you, all of you in the audience, as my audience. And I started having these words just begin to flow out of me. And it was effortless. So I picked up my phone, I turned on the Note app, I pushed the microphone, and I dictated 2,000 words that were the clearest writing I've ever done. So now I'm doing all my writing that way, and I get out of bed every morning with 2,000 words already transcribed. So what's more magic than that?
Yeah. No, you're masterful at manifesting magic, and part of it does come with that expectation. Mm-hmm. And your whole life is just living proof of that. Bernardo, you've come in to save us both, huh?
No, listen, I thank you. Everyone is kind of like checking in, how we doing. So I've got to be the one that keeps you all on schedule. It's my job. Okay. Diana, I could listen to you for hours anyway. I love your stories. I love what an amazing journey, how inspirational you are. So thank you so much for bringing so much glamour, so much wisdom today. So thank you so much. And David, thank you too.
Yeah. All right, thanks.
Okay, well, we've got a fantastic panel coming up. It's literally going to be 1 minute. We're just going to play a very quick message and we're going to be back. This is a panel. I came up with a title, What Would the World Be Like If? And question mark, okay? But I'm very excited about this opportunity and about this panel, which is going to be hosted by Dame Doria Cordova. And I can't wait to see someone I haven't seen for a long time, who I love very dearly. That's Michelle Patterson. I can't wait to see that big smile of hers. Be back in a minute.
The Best You is leading the way in the industry of personal and professional growth. Through our magazine, expos, e-learning, TV, club, and awards, The Best You's objective is to help people achieve their dreams, to do more, to be more, to live a life without limits. Join us if you believe in helping and inspiring others, in changing the world, in making it a more just and fair place through education and inspiration. Our goal, everyone, everywhere, now. If you are interested in making a difference, working, partnering, volunteering, supporting, or even licensing The Best You, let's talk. Let's work together and make the world a better place.
Okay, let's get straight in. Let me bring Dame Doria Cordova. Hola, mamacita. Hola, mamacita.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Muy guapa, muy bien, muy bien. I'm going to let you bring all the guests in, but I have to say hello to Michelle Patterson here, okay? I am sorry. Lo siento mucho. Hola.
Hola. Wow. I love you guys. I'm so excited.
God, so lovely to see you.
Oh, I miss you.
I miss you so much, sister.
I miss you. I miss you. And you look beautiful. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you for putting this on. I've had so many people reaching out and asking me, when are you speaking? And Rose Tafoya and everybody. And it was just, you could have me on at any time. Bernardo, all you had to say was, I'm doing this. And Doria and I both were like, all right, what do you need? We love you so much.
Listen, I love you so much. I love you both so much, but you're my sister. We've met a few times, 2, 3, 4 times, but we've always had this deep connection, massive respect to each other. But you've been a true inspiration long before this journey you've been through. But wow, you're just a light. So I just wanted to say hello to you. I can't wait for your talk as well in the next couple of days. But I just wanted to say personal hello to you and just express how much I love you and so happy that you're here, darling. Okay.
Well, thank you for doing this and for creating this space for so many. I share this excitement for the next couple days. I mean, all of us are we've been wanting this and we've been wanting to be together and show up in love. So thank you for leading the charge and for showing up the way that you do. It's beautiful.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And Doria, thank you so much. The floor is yours. I just wanted to, for me, I'm not going to tell you what questions to ask. You can bring in all the introductions, but what will the world be like if the world was managed and ran by women? That's the question I would like to hear. Okay, over to you.
Aloha, everyone. I am so excited. And my beautiful Michelle Patterson, we only have about 30 minutes, but that's plenty of time. So right now, what I'd like to do is I'd like to very quickly introduce you in my own way, which is you are known for many, many things. You have been an activist since you were a little girl. The California Women's Conference, which is one of the United States' biggest conference, the world's biggest conference for women. You had the opportunity to run that. And now you had a little mishap almost 4 years ago that allow you to really go into your new path when you were given 3 months to live almost 4 years ago. And now you are about really combining not only traditional medicine, but all the alternative, and you're creating a whole new platform. So while we're bringing in the other beautiful people, what we want to do is have you start thinking what the world would be like if. Okay, so we love you, Michelle Patterson. And let's bring in my other guest. All right, Ken Ashby and Maurice. Hello, aloha, how are you? And Marianne. Hi, Mariana. Mariana?
How are you?
Oh, Mariana, ¿eres española?
No, unfortunately. Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. Downloaded my Duolingo app recently.
Thank you. Thank you. So to introduce him very quickly, because we really want to get to the subject, she has more than 20 years experience in the hospitality sector. So, immediately, of course, she would understand love. But then I have had some experiences with some hospitality people that quite didn't know the word. So we're going to hear her experience, what the world would be like if, and she will fill that in. And all of us have our biographies, in the agenda. You can find out more about us. But she shows businesses how to set up and develop robust foundations that nurture high-performing cultures. So thank you, Mariana, for being here. And in the chat, please welcome all these beautiful, beautiful masters coming in. And then, of course, we have the beautiful Ken Ashby and Maurice. Am I pronouncing that correct? Maurice Segal?
It's Maris, like Paris with an M.
Okay, Paris Maris. Thank you. Thank you. So nice to meet you too.
As well.
Pleasure.
The two of you, you collaborate, you coach, and you consult with executives, entrepreneurs, celebrities, and rising leaders to identify and bring their professional, personal, and philanthropic vision to life. So your relationship in marketing and mindset expertise with the power of head and heart leadership. So we have leaders in the house. And so what I like to do is I like to start with Michelle, and just let's all be aware to just really keep an eye on the clock for just a few minutes. And we will start is, what will the world be like if? Michelle Patterson, what say you?
Oh, I love this question. So thank you, Bernardo, for putting this question out there. So what would the world be like if? And I'm a true collaborator. I want to be in a world where all humans are part of it, not just women, not just men, but what happens when we collectively come together as a unified front. There is nothing that we can't accomplish together. I'm a walking testament to that in my journey. Doria, thank you so much for bringing that up. And my true blessing has been for my husband and I was diagnosed April 15th, 2019 with stage 4 breast cancer. And I had this life and this career of putting on California Women's Conference, putting on events, global events, and bringing women together. And what I found through this diagnosis was that it wasn't about bringing women together as much as it was about bringing all of us together to really share what we know. And I believe that individually we have some of the answers, but collectively we absolutely have all the answers. And so with that, I am now going on 4 years. It has truly been the biggest blessing of my life in going through this. And what I was able to do through COVID is put together my wellness team family that comprised of doctors, scientists, thought leaders, and these beautiful humans from around the planet, and figure out, how could I stay on the planet and continue to do my purpose, which is providing these resources. And now I had the opportunity to provide them to myself and stay on this planet. And so it's been just a beautiful journey in working with these individuals, these thought leaders that are out there that show up in love and tenacity and authenticity, where they bring their A game and they come to the table recognizing that, again, they don't have all the answers, but they have their genius, and they're wanting to express what it is that they need to reach their purpose.
Thank you so very much, Michelle. I am creating it so we have time to come back and speak a little bit more with all of the panelists, because we are creating a miracle right here with the time that we have, right? So Mariana, what say you? Go ahead, answer that question.
What would my world look like if? I always imagine a world where actually the top executives and managers in the companies are also great leaders. And can you also imagine a world in which companies would actually live by their values? They would be companies of choice because they live by their values, not just list them on their websites. And also because of their cultures that promote humanity, compassion, connectivity, and trust. So as coach, I was fortunate to pause a little bit once I entered my 40s and get out of operations and reinvent myself after 23 years of doing the true hospitalian career, climbing the ladder from waitress to vice president. I realized that the world needed something else, not somebody else. The world needed a little bit more love and different approach. I am a true believer, and with my coaching clients now, I became a coach. With my coaching clients, what I do is trying to recalibrate them a little bit, just a little bit, one step at a time, trying to replace the ego with collaboration, trying to stop this race for winning and look into leadership being that huge opportunity to connect with one another, to show the compassion, and through compassion, show the true kindness and care at work every day, build the trust during these connections while we're connecting with one another. I have a great, I promote this and I sort of live by this because I feel that after the $4 trillion that has been invested into artificial intelligence, this is the only thing that can balance this world. I have a great story that many hospitality individuals actually might resonate with. It will resonate with them. We used to, back in the days when I used to be a waitress, junior manager, I used to be told by my mentors, by my managers and leaders, that once you come to work into the restaurant, leave all your worries outside of the door. Your personal life issues, none of that has space here. Just leave it out there. How is it even possible when someone commands you to do that? Mm-hmm. So for me, it's more about getting rid of that control and command leadership approach and replacing it with compassion. Taking the 10 minutes when you see your employees are sort of off or sad in their face, when they can't fake that smile, and sit down with them, show them the care, show them the compassion, take the time, and transform their life with that moment of showing the care and compassion. Make that burden that they may carry with them, whatever it might happen in their life, make it easier on them to carry with them.
Thank you so much, Mariana. Thank you. Ken and Maurice, what say you?
Well, first, oh my goodness, because really what you guys have already said is we just get to build on it because we're all in the same energy. Here we are, we're all in the same energy. Mm-hmm. And what we really know and believe is that relationships are a factor in every aspect of our lives. Business, personal, professional, planet, we are all connected. We're talking about that today, right? And so we call that the R factor. And because relationships are a factor in every aspect of our lives, the reality is that there is a power that connects and unites us. So what if for one day, everybody invested first in their own personal relationship and then one with someone else to create a global connection that would impact the world? So that's my what if.
Beautiful. I loved it. I would just add that what would the world be like if we saw our relationships at home, our relationships at work, our relationships even with the planet, our relationships, more importantly, with ourselves? What if we in the world saw our relationships as an asset, as one of the most important assets we have under our purvey? And it's something that we talk about all the time. We're committed to bringing this idea of relationships are assets. Relationships are the most important thing in our world, and bringing that to the front. And we love the Love event is such a perfect place, and we're so happy to be here.
Thank you so very much. And so for me, what if the world worked for 100% of humanity, right? In the shortest possible time, through spontaneous cooperation, without any ecological offense, nor the disadvantage of anyone. So that is a question that was given to us by Buckminster Fuller, that was left for us to answer. So what we have been doing, for the last 43 years in the work that I inherited from two brilliant people, Marshall Thurber and Bobby DePorter, we do this through our work of transforming entrepreneurs to not only have the ability to be able to create wealth, but also to make that world work for everyone in whatever area they have. So what if all of the visions that we're having right now came true? And for me, it is so important for each and every one of us to create an economic engine around your life purpose, that it would be the place, that your workplace, that your businesses, your schools, whatever environment you had, that we began to not only think of ourselves, but really begin to think of not only win-win, but win-win-win. So what if we really had a world that worked for 100% of humanity? And when I get any pushback from people, and I have some very beautiful friends that are wonderful human beings, and they keep saying, oh my God, that is so unrealistic. Humanity is not that way. But for me is, what if? So this is a beautiful, beautiful question. And thank you all for being here. So we have a little bit of time. So we want to go back. And Michelle Patterson, I know that it has been an amazing, tough experience for you, but at the same time, all of us around you have begun to really feel your spirit, that energy, that it doesn't matter what. I mean, I have seen you you were literally lying around having your body heal. And yet when you would begin to speak of your purpose, to begin to speak of your vision, you wake up and you are all of a sudden just back alive. And that, I know your spirit is just keeping you with us. And we're so, so happy about that. So could you add it to that question? What would the world be like if?
I love that question. I think too, it's this mindset of we all can do that. I think Ken and Ariana, all of you brought it up beautifully. And I want to talk about the relationships that we bring in, because for me, my world and what I was told that I had 90 days to live, I leaned in on my relationships. And I was able to go ahead and say, okay, I was diagnosed due to stress and environment. That's what my doctors came back and said. And I got excited because I thought I can do something about that. I can go in and have agreements with my relationships, and I can sit down and talk to my doctors about what it is that I wanted to create in my healing journey. And I want to give a shout out to Bob Quintana, because we went through an entire process with my organization called Touchpoint to create our purpose and our vision and our moonshot. And we are happiest as human beings when we are of service, when we show up and we are thinking about how we can collaborate with one another. The last thing that you want to do when you're healing is not be around your loved ones and not be, together. And I can remember, Dame Doria, when you came over to my house and we sat on the couch and we prayed together. And I remember sitting with you and just holding on to you. And there was times where nothing was said. It was just simply creating a space for us to be together. And what has been accomplished, I know that I would not have gotten to the place I'm at today with having a global movement as I do right now if I had not started with loving on myself. I thought that I loved myself. I thought that I was paying attention to the things that I needed. But when it came down to it, the verbiage and the content that I was putting into my head was not positive. I was not being my best friend. And what this diagnosis has brought me to is to be the best friend that I needed to be in order for me to heal and come out of this chapter in my life. Now I'm able to collectively, with my team, with all of you, be able to do this next chapter. And I pulled out our core vision is to be the company that transforms healthcare worldwide and helps over 1 billion people thrive. And that gets me excited. That gets me so excited because it's not about me doing this alone and by myself. This is about us collectively coming together in love for one another. So I am excited to go on this journey with all of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Whoa. Is that inspirational? I mean, we always wonder if somebody gave us a diagnosis like that, what would we do? And so here's the answer, because I would do exactly what this wild woman has done. Thank you. Thank you. So Mariana, what say you? Anything else you'd like to add?
Yes, I wanted to comment and sort of play around with the idea, not play around, but suggest that knowing what happens when we do get diagnosed, when the truth is in front of us and it's ugly, how can we prevent that? How can we be those versions of ourselves before something marks our life, before that experience? How can we proactively show the love, the compassion, the importance of the relationships? It is the relationships that eat us alive inside and cause all these health issues. It's relationships at home, it's relationships at work, and they're all connected. And, I do it through leadership coaching personally. I set up my company, Blossom Hospitality, to make people blossom inside and outside, to make them blossom for others and make them blossom for themselves, to feel the joy, to not have to put on a mask when they go to work and be a different person just because you're in a certain role, because you're crowned with a title, or because you're on a leadership ladder and everyone looks up to you. It's showing the compassion. It's showing how vulnerable you are. It's really replacing that control and command style when you do have people to look up to you with the compassionate question asking, inspiring people with questions, asking questions. So I sort of coach people and leaders most of the time. Be the coaches, become the coach of your life, coach yourself to your best life and coach the others, not by telling them what to do, not by commanding them what needs to be done, but by asking them inspiring questions, by replacing this tone of voice with the compassionate question mark. Make them sort of involved and empowered to find the answers, connected with them to build the trust, help them understand that you can be in their shoes and they can be in yours and they have the answers within themselves. And I feel that joy is missing sometimes, especially in the work areas, joy of being yourself, joy of someone constantly inspiring you and waking up your potential.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, the thing is that I actually can feel when somebody is really happy in their work. You can actually feel it, you know, and you want to be around them. Those are the people that we give the biggest tips to, you know. Thank you so much. What about you, Ken and Maurice?
Oh, well, I just want to thank both Mariana and Michelle for speaking as they did. I want to comment on that, but I first wanted to mention that how do I get this Dame in front of my name? I'm just. I've had some people say "damn it, Ken" before, but so I don't know.
Wait, I think I'm the one who gets Dame. I think you get knighted or you get something else.
Anyway, it's such an honor to be in the presence of two dames. I really love it. I love it. I love it. I wanted to comment quickly, Michelle, on something you said, which really caught my eye, and that was you spoke about the verbiage you said to yourself when you were in those moments, and that reminds me of what would the world be like if we all understood that our words matter, that our words are one of the most important things that we put out in the world, and once we put them out there, you can't take them back. So our words matter greatly, and the world would be a better place if we all took care of that.
Yeah. I think that's beautiful. And one of the things I'm really seeing is there's a beautifully woven theme here among all of us today. We're hearing that, right? Connection, relationships. And the fact is, we are all as humanity. Dame Doria, you've just said this, right? We are all as humanity connected. We all wake up in the morning wanting a good life. We all wake up in the morning sometimes to a rhythmic alarm clock, sometimes to a head-banging alarm clock, sometimes to a dog on the bed. We all wake up and want a day that is a good day. That doesn't matter where we are, who we are on the planet. And by human rights, we all deserve that. And so the notion that we are all connected and that we all have emotions, so that maybe we just take a breath and acknowledge that each of you, we work together 24/7. And we're married, and he's still the most amazing human to me on the planet all the day, every time.
I'm going red. I'm going all red.
And that's because we honor where we are and who we are. And guess what? And we honor the messiness of who we are. And that's okay. And so I think as a humanity, we get to honor that we are all connected, that we all feel and want the same. And we get to want and feel that for each other. And that's what's going to ultimately heal the planet, heal our personal lives, and carry into our professional lives.
I would add one little piece to that, Maris, as you said, we're all connected, is try this. Try when you walk down the street, the next time in a busy street, look at people who probably who may not look like you. And tell yourself, we are connected. I am connected to that person. I am connected even though that person has a different life, but they have a family, they have parents, look at someone who is not like you and say, we're connected.
Thank you so much. What a great distinction. So we just have about a minute left. I guess we got cut off a little bit short here, but we're good. We were able to get our message across, what the world would be like if. And we love you so much, my beautiful Bernardo. Thank you so much for inviting us to join in this beautiful, beautiful event. And we wish everyone just the most beautiful time for the next 3 days. So aloha nui loa, as we say in Hawaii, that means with all my love. And thank you. I look forward to finding out more about all of you that I had never met before. Aloha.
Likewise.
Aloha. Thank you, Bernardo, and thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you.
So wonderful.
I wanted to thank you all. So much wisdom, so much, so concentrated in a relatively short period of time. But we're giving people little tasters. When you put an event like this together, you all know what it's like because we're all kind of very experienced in putting these events together. You want to bring everyone, and you want everyone to share a little bit of wisdom, and kind of what we're trying to do here is just get people to stop, as you said, to pause, to think, and to prioritize. Because I think at the end of the day, when those days do come, and we all understand and appreciate that the really only important thing is love and relationships, and the rest, the material things is immaterial. So I think you've definitely brought some wisdom here today. And I wanted to kind of emphasize, because all of you, I expect all of you, this is an order for you to be sharing this idea in more length at the Best You Expo in LA next year, where we will be talking and digging in deeper into these conversations. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for being here, all of you, and lots of love. Doria, looking forward to your talk. You, Ken, and Maris as well. Michelle and Mariana, thank you so much. Love you all.
Of course.
Aloha.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Lots of love.
Thank you.
Love you. Thank you. Well, listen, what will the world be like? Doria, got a great job. What a great job she did in bringing this. She's an absolute pro, Doria. She's done this so many times. But look, we're just running a little bit late, which is not bad. Only a few minutes late. We've had some people asking, "Oh my God, listen, there's a schedule and there's a schedule," but we're pretty much on time. I want to bring in my next guest. It's actually going to be David Fagan introducing him. Although I'm going to say hi, but our next guest is Masajadi. So let me just play this very quickly, and we'll be right back.
Future medicine will be the medicine of frequency. Well, the future is here. The future is now.
It's one of the best opportunities in history to awaken and reclaim who you really are.
Hi, I'm Masajadi, and I help you manifest abundance and reach your full potential through what I call exponential intelligence. So hundreds of thousands have used exponential intelligence to live the life they deserve by ridding themselves of old patterns, blocks, and distortions faster than anything that's out there. XI leads the consciousness evolution by helping you transform yourself, your loved ones, your world.
Well, Masajadi, great friend, great client, great supporter, partner, sponsor of the event. Very grateful to Mas. I'm going to bring David on. And I also wanted to tell you that Mas has a TV show on the Best You TV. Some of you might be watching the Best You TV from there, but if not, please make sure you download the apps. We're available on Roku, Apple, Amazon, Google Play. So you can definitely, get to see this phenomenal content. All the recordings will be there within a week. But you can download the apps, just scan, get your phone out. But apart from that, I want to bring now straight away Mr. David Fagan and Mr. Masajadi. Mas, how are you? Oh, you're still on mute. But Mas, I was going to say, I'm not very impressed, man. You and I normally wear the same shirt. Okay, we normally wear the same color shirt. And today, obviously, we didn't get the memo exchange. David and I, we've done that quite a few times as well. So, Mas.
That better?
That's better. Yes, that's so much better. We can actually hear you now. Mas, thank you so much for your help and your support. Can't wait to hear your talk. David, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
hey, Dave.
Hey, how's it going? I'm just here to help.
Good, man.
Hey, for those of you guys that are just now tuning in, I've got Masajadi here. If you're new to Mas, man, there's tons of ways that you can get more of him in your life. Try him out. Kind of take the Mas challenge, as I like to say. He'll have you treading water in the deep end for sure. And YouTube channel and, 1 million+ followers on Facebook. And we've had him featured in USA Today twice. And he's been in the Los Angeles Tribune as a regular and practically a columnist. And so anyways, Mas is out there changing the world. And I just got the chance to hear him speak at the London Science Museum. So we were both in Europe doing some things over the summer, and I made sure to get over to hear him speak at the London Science Museum. So Mas, you're all over the place. And now we're going to take you to Kenya. November is going to be Kenya. We booked you for the several universities out there, several schools out there.
Yeah.
So you're just traveling the globe, my friend.
It's great. It's good to be traveling. I love the world. I love customs. I love culture, seeing all the different beautiful ways humans can express themselves. And really, I love embracing that. Yeah. So it's really exciting. And then spreading the love, because that's what it's all about, right? Spreading the love, real love. And that's what we're going to be talking about.
And you've, really grown up in the U.S., but, you were technically born in another country. And,
yes,
you've had a very interesting upbringing, even 2 near-death experiences as an adult. Yes. And, for people that maybe want a good introduction to your world and what you teach, what would be a good first video on your YouTube channel, or even a video you got up on Facebook? What would be a good short video? I know you do Moss on Sundays, but what might be a good starter video for somebody?
Gosh, that's a really good question. Because I've got so much out there. If you go to mossajati.live, there's a beginning video there. It's a compilation of what you could see on YouTube. Just go to the first one, or you could go to actually number 50 on the podcast, XI podcast, and that'll give you a good head start as well on what it's really all about.
Yeah.
So, and it's very different, by the way, and you'll see that what I do is very different than pretty much anything that you've seen or heard. It's almost like, David, some these kids, I don't know if you watch Stranger Things on Netflix.
Sure.
Where they talk about the upside down world.
Yeah.
Everything's reversed. Well, we're in the upside down world. And I'm trying to get people back into the actual world, the real world that's there. And that's where love and abundance and all that stuff starts to make sense for us, So.
Yeah, I like that. I'll do the visual here. So we think we're up here, and this is the upside down world.
Yeah.
And we're actually, a lot of people are in the upside down world, and you're just trying to actually leave this world and go to this world. I guess that's the visual.
That's the better way to do it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why love doesn't work for a lot of people. That's why a lot of things don't work for a lot of people. If you think about it, success doesn't work for a lot of people. Even health. I mean, we don't even have to age the way we do or anything like that.
Well, it's funny you bring up Stranger Things, because it is interesting that a lot of new movies and shows have actually given us better metaphors and analogies and ways to see things. People have been talking about the Matrix for years, right? The red pill, the blue pill. People talking about the multiverse, right? The multiverse is kind of this comic book thing. But it's interesting and maybe not so coincidental that our minds as humans are kind of exploring dimensions and stories. And now these TV shows and movies, there is some level of truth in there that we can learn from, isn't there?
Oh, there's absolutely a level of truth. And in fact, I play in the multiverse and multidimensional world and all that all day long. And that's how I transform people's lives, not by psychology or anything like that. I mean, psychology is really good, but to really like revamp your life, not in decades, but maybe sometimes within minutes, you can literally transform yourself by changing, say, your dimension or your point of view, or what, as the Matrix would call it, another simulation of yourself. Literally, it's like you've got a simulation here that's not working out well. Well, step out of that, like you step out of your clothes and try this wardrobe or this simulation and see how that fits you. And that way your diseases disappear. And I know it sounds crazy, but there's no coincidence in just what you just said, David, about the Stranger Things, the multiverse, the Matrix, and now Doctor Strange, and all those movies that are coming out going, gosh, there is probably something out there. There actually is something out there, and I'm in it all day long, by the way, through the 2 near-death experiences. So it's pretty exciting, actually.
Yeah. If we play around with that a little bit, and we're segueing this into the topic of love, and for those of you who are operating on that other plane, know that we actually already have segued into a topic of love. But, it is interesting to think about, we are a culmination of all of our decisions, right? Every decision we've ever made has brought us to where we're at right now. Had we had made different decisions, life would look a little bit different. We might be in physically a different place. We might be in a different relationship. We might fill in the blank. So in that sense, I suppose that's kind of the multiverse that you're referring to. But let's get into that, and also igniting love. What is it? What is really the science of igniting love, and our decisions and how we make our decisions? How is all of these things kind of connected? Help us bring some of that together.
Yeah, sorry, I got a little distracted when you're talking about love. My little kitty cat, she comes in and she's always like, loves to listen in, and it's like, meow. Hey, buddy. So, well, animals know what real love is, by the way. and maybe that's why she's coming in. A lot of you who've been with me, a lot of times, your pets and so on, when you do the, hyper meditations and so on that we do, they start coming in because they know what real frequencies are. So, so what were we talking about love? What was the question? Sorry.
I was just talking about the science of igniting love. And
the science of igniting love.
These things together.
Okay.
And, sometimes you like it when I interview you. I know everybody just wants moss, so I can just get out of the way here as well. So you take it away. If you want another great question, I'll throw one at you.
No, stay here. Because sometimes I say stuff and it's so out there, you can be that person who goes, now, that sounds like bullshit, Moss. Tell me what's going on. So, and I know some of you who are new would, say that. It's like, God, that can't be true. But just a couple things, that you said is that, you're a culmination of all the experiences that you've had. But think about, it's not just your experiences that you've had in your life. It didn't start from when you were 0. It started way back from your great grandparents and so on, hundreds and hundreds, or maybe even thousands of generations back. So you're actually a culmination of all those other, say, experiences that your family lineage had. And then you add on top of that society's patterns and then your patterns. And then what we do as humans is we pass that on. And then it's just like passing over the baton. I don't know if you guys ever did relays back in the day, but I was we did baton relays. And you just pass that baton on. So you've gotten, right off the bat, right off age 0, you've gotten patterns and conditioning on how you see love and how you attract love and how you commit to love. And in this upside down world that most people are, there's 3 things for love that happens each and every time, no matter what you do. And it's not just about love, but in this case, we're talking about how to ignite love, okay? Or how to sustain love. How do you, it's easy to have that spark, right? But how do you turn it into, an ember and then a flame and then a roaring flame? Because that's what you want, because that's what most people want. But most people, they get into that maybe flame state. And then it, for some reason, it just like dwindles down or it dies down. Like, how many of you have had that happen to you, right? Comment in. It's like, damn, why does that happen? Well, it's easy because your definition of love is wrong. And I'm not saying this from a negative standpoint. I'm not saying you're wrong or anything, but what you've learned about love is off. Okay, so I'm just going to give you the first principle definition of love. You might agree with me or not, but if you're not feeling the love, or if you're not experiencing the love, or if your love fades and so on like that, after time, maybe you might want to try this redefinition. And again, it's just a definition. If you don't like it, well, give it a fresh start. Okay, so give this a try. So most people, and most people who define love, it's usually a sacrifice pattern. Okay, I'm going to start loving this person. If I love this person, that means I have to give up X, Y, and Z. How many of you are in that category? Okay, if I love somebody, or if I love something, or if I love, say, some passion of mine, I'm going to have to sacrifice, say, my family. I'm going to have to sacrifice my time for love. And again, that career or that passion or desire might take time, but do you have to literally sacrifice yourself? Why can't you grow and expand upon yourself as you enjoy, the passion that you have? Again, the key word is that in love, in today's definition of love, and that's what you've heard about, again, it's all about sacrificing yourself. The other key component in love, if you're not sacrificing, you're either controlled or you're a controller in love. So love doesn't ignite. You can't, fire needs, it needs, what does it need? It needs fuel, an ignition source, and then air. Right? So those 3 elements are needed to start a fire, no matter what. You take any of those elements out, the flame dies, no matter what it is. Same thing with love. So how are you going to ignite your love? How are you going to start your love? Well, if you're using, say, wood that's wet, it's not going to work out well. right? And that's what we're using. We're using wood, so it's hard to ignite that love. A lot of times what we do is again, we either control. It's like, how many of you have been in situations is like, just I'm mad at you, I'm going to withhold sex, or I'm going to control, or I want something from that person, so I'm going to give them sex, right? Or if you're in that you've got sacrifice, you've got control, and then you've got lack. Okay, so this is another. So I'm just going to go through these examples because I've only got like 25 minutes or so. So you can find out more about it through again going to masajati.live, masajati.com, and all that. I just want to get the most out of this. So, and then we can do a deep state meditation where I'll get you into states of how you experience love from an outside observer of you experiencing your own love, and then how real love feels like. How many of you would love that, right? So again, this is going to be an experiential workshop. So take a breath in, and we'll just start right away. Just take a breath in, just notice your heart, okay? The other phase, or the other ingredient that most people use is lack, okay? Lack really comes from where I'm missing something. There we go. I'm missing something, and I'm gonna have to need that person to fulfill me. So you're empty, you're broken, something's going on with you, and then you're gonna need another person outside of you to fulfill you, right? Or you're going to need, say, a physical person. You're going to need a cause outside of you. You're going to need, say, a higher order, an angel, a spiritual guide, a God, however you define it, right? Something outside of you. So you're lacking and you need somebody to fulfill you, right? So those phases, or those types of ingredients, again, in each form, and this applies to all of life, by the way, but again, in this session we're just talking about love. What we do is that those three ingredients are in every component of, say, your love, whether it's a love for, again, a passion or a career, or healing cancer or helping the world. Those three ingredients are in there. So again, in this case, we're talking about love. So we'll just keep it to love. In other scenarios, well, let's take a deep breath in. Kind of got ahead of myself there. And I'm feeling, I'm just working on you guys as well. Just give me a second here. Take a breath in again. Just notice your chest, notice your heart space. A lot of you are probably feeling that space already. There we go. So when you come from those ingredients, again, no matter what you do to create love, you're going to come from those three ingredients in this consciousness or in this reality, because we're in the upside down world. Okay. In the right side world, those ingredients, they are defined differently. Okay. And I'm going to redefine those three ingredients for you now, so it allows you to redefine love. And then at the end, I'll help you redefine love, what love actually is about. Okay. And then again, you might agree with me or not, but it's all about science. And again, what I do, it works time and time and time again. Hundreds of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of client sessions, guys. So let's take a deep breath in. We'll make it an experiential session here. So let's redefine those three ingredients first, so you can use it in all aspects of your life. Sacrifice, the real definition of sacrifice at its highest level, or the first principle definition of sacrifice, is where you're sacrificing your old identity or your old self for a new version of yourself. Okay? In today's society, just give me 1 second. Sorry, guys. Somebody at the door. All right. Amazon. Amazon Prime. It's for a gift for Feifei. My love, by the way. Anyway, so the real definition of say sacrifice in this case, again, most people have defined sacrifice in the upside down world as I have to say I'm complete here, or semi-ass complete, and I have to give something to myself to go and be with this person, or go and help the world transform and change. That's not what real sacrifice is about. The first definition, or first principle definition of sacrifice is, hey, you know what? You're incomplete. Your scenario or your simulation of yourself over here in this dimension is incomplete. You're running sacrifice patterns. You're running abuse patterns. You're not good enough. You're not beautiful enough. You don't have what it takes to be with that person. All those things. That's not you. You're a complete being. Know that you are a complete being, like Dora was saying, right? Again, you're a beautiful being. You're a beautiful spiritual being, all complete. So take a deep breath in. We'll help bring that aspect of yourself in there. So you are complete. But through the process of being human, your sacrifice, or what you're supposed to sacrifice, is, again, you know what? This incomplete self, I'm going to sacrifice or make that leap of faith, jump over to a better version. And there is a separation between your old self and that better version of yourself here. That gap in space and time, or that gap, again, I see it as another dimension of yourself. I literally see things. Guys, I see frequencies. That's part of my gifts. I see exactly what's going on with you. I can pinpoint exactly what's going on with you and then help you resolve it. Okay? Just like that. I don't have to know anything about you. Anyway, back to my story. So that leap of faith that you have, and again, most people have that leap of faith when they jump or fall into love, right? It's kind of wrong there as well. But the leap of faith, or the falling, is, again, you fall out of your old self, okay? Because you've grown, and then you go into your higher version. This is a natural space. We automatically do it, by the way. Nature does it automatically. It evolves into a better version of itself. But humans, what they do is hold on to their weaknesses. They hold on to their fears. They hold on to their abuse pattern. Whatever happened in their experiences. It's a natural pattern for you. Otherwise, you'd still be a little kid in a grown person's body, right? I say that because as I read the group, how many of you feel that way already? Again, comment in. I can scan the group. It's like, gosh, you know what? I was damaged when I was a young child, and that young child still needs healing before I grow into a real adult version of myself, right? I can help you with that, by the way. And we'll do it right now. Take a breath in again. The other aspect is control. I have to control somebody, or I have to be controlled by somebody, right? Those two versions. Either way, it doesn't matter. It's the same outcome. Let's take a deep breath in. Let's get rid of that pattern for you as well. And again, I'm just helping you redefine it. So control is, I'll put control in the back burner. Let's bring in lack, because control is with something else that I want to define later on. Lack. I'm missing something. I'm incomplete. That person is going to complete me. Okay. It never happens, because that person for a bit can complete you and it feels good, but you're borrowing their frequencies, and you can't do that. You have to be self-sustaining on your own. And when you are self-sustaining on your own, the love never dies. Love never gets old, because that person is allowing you to expand and get better and better. Again, your inner expansion, right? You understand yourself more. That person allows you to become more of yourself. Again, that inner expansion. You allow that person to be a better version of yourself. That's where true love starts to come in. So again, lack is you feel more complete, or that person allows you to feel more complete. If that person leaves, that person has left you as more of a complete person, not somebody that's broken down. The pain of that person leaving you is like, gosh, I had a great mentor that allowed me to expand, and now they put me up here, and now who am I going to find, or how am I going to do that myself? Okay, that's where the pain should be
in case you ever happen to break up. But in most cases, you won't break up because that connection is so, it's so solid, because whenever you find somebody that can actually literally help you expand yourself and unite yourself as one, you never let go of that person. And by the way, the intimacy, the euphoria, and all that you get from that, okay? The sex never dies out, the intimacy, all that, the passion, the desire that people go, oh, after a couple of years, your hormones get low and all that stuff. That's all bullshit. It's because that person is not allowing you to expand. You're just stuck, or you're broken even more. But if that person is allowing you to expand and grow, it never dies out. And you see these older people that are still holding hands and they look like little kids, right? That's that love and passion that I'm talking about. So take a deep breath in, notice your throat. I want to come back to control. I kind of defined what love is. If you missed it, I'll redefine it for you, because I just kind of threw it in there. So the definition of real love, right, is about finding yourself, not from other people. So the definition of love is not like getting closer to God, because you'll never find God or a higher source or anything, no matter what religion or spiritual path that you pray. It doesn't really matter. It's about you. It's all about you. Take a breath in again. Notice your neck. Notice your lower half, especially for those who've been, let's just say, abused or have their identity lost in that midsection area or that sexual region area. There we go. Just give me a second. So love is a connection, or how close you can connect with yourself. Sounds kind of crazy, but that's the definition of what real love is. And there's only one definition, by the way. In this upside down world, there's multiple different definitions, right? Real love or true love and unconditional love and all that stuff. There's only one level of love, and it's just straight out pure love. At the lower levels, or at the upside down world, there's many definitions, because most people don't know the real definition. So what I'm talking about is that here's your spirit, okay? I call it your timeless self. Here's your physical form, okay? You are trying to find each other. Now, you're always connected at some level, but at some level, you've forgotten about your real self, the real human that you are. So what happens is that you try to go find the real human that you are outside of yourself, not knowing that you have to look inwards. The closer that you can get into yourself, again, your timeless self is here, your time-bound self is here. When you get connected, when that person outside of you allows you to get connected and integrate like that, you become one, you become whole, you feel love. And then love actually ignites from the inside. And people who are just strangers to you, they walk by and you go, wow, for some reason, I just love that person, because you love yourself, because that connection is so grand. It never goes away. Once you have that connection, it never goes away. The security that you're looking for always is there. The abundance that you're looking for always is there. Take a deep breath in. Notice your facial features, and then the sides of your head. There you go. But once you render it inside, again, inner expansion, once you render it on the inside, you will naturally attract somebody that will perpetuate that love for you. And then that's how you get, say, connected. That's how you change the world, literally. So I don't know, Dave, if you want to come back in. We've got just about 5 minutes.
Yeah. Actually, we're really running out of time. Actually, we even went over a little bit.
Awesome.
But no, that was really good. It's interesting when you're saying some of those things. There are things that can be certain words, certain phrases I know that are kind of triggering for people, right? And you do a really good job with handling that or addressing that. But one of the questions in the comments, maybe we can do a real quick answer to this and come find you later. But what would you say to somebody who's kind of triggered by love and the conversation of love and feelings and intimacy, and they've had bad experiences and they're kind of triggered? How do they change that dynamic, so that they can open themselves up to maybe different possibilities?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really great question. That's what I was talking about, is like, what's your definition of love? You know, you start breaking it down. It's like, hey, you know what? How did you get your definition of what is your definition of love? And then for me, for that person asking that, you know, I would go back and go, oh, you know, at X age, you know, something happened to you that defined you, that defined that filter, right? That you look at the rest of your life that way. So what I would help you do is like, oh, that's that filter. And then you would go, oh, that's just a filter. It's got nothing to do with you emotionally or anything. Once you understand that it's not really you, it's just an experience that you had, you can remove not what happened to you, but you can remove how you relate to that experience. And then once you remove that, you start redefining yourself. And that's where you start to heal yourself at a very, very deep level.
Yeah.
So
thank you, Mas. Yeah, I think some people heard some different things there, and I'll leave that on a curious note for them to send you those questions and send you those answers. And
absolutely, that'd be great.
We got people stirred up with some good questions, and I guess that's a good thing. So
that's a good thing.
Take those into the Zoom, take those into the Facebook comments, and we'll get Mas over there to answer some of those things too.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Bernardo.
Yeah, no, thank you both. Thank you, Mas, and thank you, David. Mas, as always, tremendously inspiring. Always lots of people following, commenting on everything that you do. Mm-hmm. We are very excited that we're going to have you at the Best You Expo in LA in March. Yeah. And as always, you'll probably have, you know, your room packed with people like you've always done.
Yep.
You bring the crowd. So thank you so much. And yes, as David pointed out, please carry on commenting on Facebook, on Zoom, and make sure you take advantage of, you know, these QR codes popping up and connect with all the amazing speakers. Mas, David, thank you so much. And David, you and I will be back in a minute. Thank you. Thank you both. Yes, guys. So listen, we're going to be back in a few minutes. We're just running only a few minutes late, but we'll be right back. Thank you.
The Best You Expo has a history of connecting inspirational speakers, authors and leaders with those looking at becoming the best version of themselves. Speakers like Dave Asprey, Jim Quick, Marissa Peer, Les Brown, Jack Canfield, Brian Rose, Paul McKenna, Barbara DeAngelis, Harry Diamond, Dr. John DeMartini, Baroness Michelle Moan, and many more. The Best You Expo has promoted over 1,000 speakers and has been attended by over 100,000 people. International events have been held in the UK and in California, and the Best You Expo is coming back in LA in March 2023. Bigger, older. The Best You Expo will also be streamed on the Best You TV. This event is for anyone and everyone that wants to connect, reach, inspire. So act now. Get involved. For more information, go to www.thebestyouexpo.com.
Are you a speaker? Are you an author? Are you an expert? Do you have a message for the world? Are you crazy enough to think that you could actually make a difference? Well, at Top Talent Agency, we're looking for you. We want to help you publish that book, get the publicity you deserve, and actually monetize the message that you have to help other people. If you feel like you need somebody working in your corner to publish you, to publicize you, to promote you, to market you, to book you on stage, to get you featured in the media, then we're what you're looking for, and we want to talk to you. Go to toptagency.com or reach out to us today, because you deserve someone to manage your talent.
Hey, we're back. So I'm going to be inviting David in a minute, and we're just going to be talking about a few things that we're working on for 2023. I've mentioned already, very grateful to David Fagan, Masajati, Jen Duplessis, Hotmart, Positive Prime, a lot of the great speakers and sponsors, Newcom, Jim Poole, so many great people that have supported the event. So I want to thank them. And David, thank you once again. Just wanted to talk a little bit about what we're planning for 2023, because we've got some exciting things happening, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the world's opening back up again in a lot of different ways. And to kind of talk about what's next, you almost have to revisit at least a little bit of where we've come from just to fully appreciate it. But I won't make you wallow in this moment too much. But if you remember, Bernardo, you might remember this, maybe not. But in March of 2020, you were poised and prepared for your Los Angeles Convention Center Best You. Does this ring any bells? Does this bring anything back to you?
I know, and it's unbelievable. It's 3 years in March. It's just, oh my God,
Well, anyways, that's over with. Enough about that. So now, coming up in March of 2023, what you're best known for, the Best You experts, thousands and tens of thousands of people, you know, international events where I've met some of the best people, amazing people, and I think where we even first got to know each other. So yeah, we're all excited about the Best You Expo at the LA Convention Center, March 2023.
Yes, very exciting. It's we're back. We're at the LA Convention Center. We've got 90,000 square feet, 10 stages. You know, and as always, you know, we've got 150 booths, 200 booths. And the idea of the expo really is for anyone and everyone, you know, that has expertise, that wants to share their wisdom, knowledge. You know, they can literally have a platform there, you know, where we're going to have anything between 15 to 25,000 people. And there's stages for everyone. So yes, I'm very excited, and pretty much a lot of the speakers, if not nearly all the speakers that are involved in the live event, are going to be involved also in the Best You Expo. So can't wait. And there's opportunities. I think we put this out quite a few times, but just make sure you get your phone out, you scan, you can get involved, you can speak, you can exhibit, you can attend, you can get a free ticket. But yes, excited. LA Convention Center, 3rd to the 5th of March.
Yeah, that's going to be great. And I don't know if I'm letting a cat out of the bag or if I'm teasing bigger things to come, but this is so much square feet. This is so much space. There's even kind of events inside of the event. At what point will you start to be talking about that?
Well, I think that there are conversations already in place, really. Like, you know, even with Mass, we've got Positive Prime, who, you know, is a big brand from Australia that, you know, we're featuring Kim Serafini on Sunday. They're looking at having an event within the event. So yes, the idea is we're offering the opportunity for anyone that's running, you know, do their own event to maybe combine forces, and they can have their own stage, which is branded under their own name, sponsored, brought by them. And, you know, if they're a publishing house or you know, or they promote speakers, well, they could bring all their tribe together and bring more people. So yes, very exciting, and many great names to be announced very soon.
Yeah, that's great. So in addition to that, what else do you see early on 2023? I know we've got some things going on, but what else do you want to discuss? What else do you want to release? What information do you want to share?
Well, I'm very excited about the TV. I mean, I think, you know, one of the things that I've always felt with the live events, that although they're great, you know, and I've experienced this in London where we had 14,000 people, I never thought it was enough, you know, and I thought, well, how could we give access to more people around the world? So we're going to be streaming everything. Pretty much, we're recording every single talk in every single room. Every room has, you know, 2 cameras, a camera operator, AV engineer. So we're recording everything. So all those talks will be uploaded to the Best You Expo, you know, with a relatively short period of time. But we're streaming pretty much everything as far as the main stage, you know, the red carpet. There's conversations about the gala. So with having, you know, with that potential opportunity of streaming it on TV, we're thinking, hey, could we get a couple of 100,000 people, 300,000 people, 400,000 people? Could we get them to watch it, if not live, you know, the recorded version? Because what we do, and yourself and a lot of the speakers here, you know, we need to reach more people. And that's what I think, that's what the beauty of what's happened. You know, out of every adversity, you know, we get a greater opportunity. I think people now realize that, you know, live, yes, we want a bit of that because we miss that human touch, but we have to be online, and also potentially let's get it streamed on TV. So very excited about that.
Yeah, I know that we've been thrilled to contribute, start bringing some shows to the network. Vivian Guzman of DishingNet, well-produced show, has some great guests. I saw that her commercial was running. Excited and proud to have made that connection. But I'm excited about some of these flagship shows. And if you're at home, you know, and you've got a show, you've got a podcast, and you're ready to go next level, I know Best You is looking for some flagship shows that could really be an example of what their standards are and what they want to promote. And there's going to be a lot of shows going and growing, and there already are. But shows like Vivian's, shows like Moss's, there is an opportunity for some shows to get a little bit of a special treatment right now in the beginning, isn't there?
Yes, there absolutely is. And you know, we've got more people coming. We've got Marissa Peer's going to have her own show on the channel coming very, very soon. Mass has got his show. You know, we've got Dr. Fabrizio Mancini. We've got a guy called Paul O'Mahony, teaches you all sorts of stuff around social media. Vivian Guzman. I've got a couple of shows there, the best series, inspiring people. But there's a lot more content coming. But I think, if anything, David, what I wanted to point out is what we've managed to do together. And you obviously do your JV Mastermind. You've been doing this for a long time. Is the power of joining forces. You know, we've joined forces with this, you know, so we're working together. And, you know, I've shared a lot of clients as well, which I've brought to you, and you provide them phenomenal services in the media. So I think we need to encourage more working relationships where it's a win-win situation for everyone, you know, and that's what you're about, and that's what I'm about. I want to bring people that have the right message, that want to reach more people, but coming from a place of love, you know, which I think, you know, hey, let's leave the ego on the side and let's do some good. So I'm excited about that. And I want to encourage more people to come to you, to come to us, to see what we could do.
Yeah. No, it is a very exciting time. You know, last year, I don't know if you can believe this or not, but about almost a year ago, we were on a cruise ship, you know, joint venturing, and a lot of good things came out of that. You know, there'll be another cruise going on in January of next year. I know in February, you know, we were going to have another event kind of leading up to the March event. In December, even end of this year, we've got our publicity and publishing conference, PubCon. You know, we even had you via satellite last time there in Las Vegas, taking you into Las Vegas. But there are some good events. And the reason why I'm just kind of running roughshod over a bunch of events really quickly is, you know, this is the place to find some of the best events, because it really is a community. You know, what is Best You? You know, is it a magazine? Is it an event? Is it a TV show network? Well, it's all those things. But to me, it really is a community, and it's a worldwide community. And I know the word community gets maybe a little overused and abused at times, but this really has become that, Bernardo. And I know that you have some people who have been around for a long time, but there's also some new people and relationships that you're bringing into the community as well. So do you want to speak to any of those beyond what you already have?
Well, I think kind of we're obviously an international company because we started in Europe, and, you know, we've got a big community, a lot of followers in the US, and we've also got them in the UK. I think what's happening is that with this event in particular, and well, the love event and the message around it, kindness, caring, and consciousness, you know, we're getting some really exciting people around the whole of the themes like neuroscience that you're working with, you know, with Los Angeles Tribune and Newcomb. So I'm finding the same things, you know, kind of like Nate Zelesnik that's speaking on Friday. You know, he's part of that documentary with Caroline Corrie, Superhuman, which I'll be showing a little show reel later on today. So I feel that it's opening up. It's opening up to a lot more, a bigger, broader international audience, where, you know, we're getting people connecting from all over the world. And that's what I've always said, you know, with love and respect. I think a lot of people think too small too many times. We've got to think big, you know, that there's people all over the world interested in what we do, what you do. And we all have to find ways to reach more. And that's what we're doing, you know, through TV, through streaming. So yes, just some great people coming to us.
Yeah, that's great.
David, well, listen, thank you so much. Thank you for your support. We've got a great panel coming up, and I'll catch up with you later, David. Thank you. We've got a great panel coming up, which is all about the power of psychedelics. Now, I'll be on that panel with Kayla Osterhoff, and but I wanted to play this very quick video. It's only 2 minutes. It's based on the book of Michael Pollan, How to Change Your Mind. I'm not sure if you've read it, but I highly recommend it. Michael Pollan, How to Change Your Mind. So I'll play this very brief 2-minute video, which is a documentary that's on Netflix. And this is the whole idea about opening consciousness. You know, how can we become more conscious? And without a doubt, psychedelics is it's not at the forefront now. It has been for a long time. But watch this because it's extremely interesting. And if you haven't watched the documentary, again, I highly recommend you watch it.
We've all heard really scary things about psychedelics. They scrambled your chromosomes. They caused you to hop off of buildings. It was all terrifying. So I took a look at the true effects of these substances. I was very surprised at what I found. Mescaline, psilocybin, MDMA, LSD.
For a lot of people, this was the bad and evil drugs. But the opposite is true. There are really people who could benefit.
Can't wait to see what's going to happen.
What if mental health problems like OCD, PTSD, alcoholism, and depression could all be helped?
I'm a fairly conservative, sober scientist, but I've seen it work.
And this medicine here starts to help heal.
Some of my friends said, don't do it.
Psychedelic therapy has the potential to revolutionize mental health care.
They broaden the lens and you realize, oh my goodness, there's all of this. I didn't know.
It's like a light bulb has gone off.
My story is the same story as millions of veterans. Where my story becomes unique is I took MDMA 3 times. It saved my life.
I really did short circuit this suicidal period that I was in.
It's not like magic bullet that everything's perfect.
But just think how much human suffering could be relieved. This is the tool for understanding the mind.
María Sabina fue una mujer que ahora sí le abrió puerta a todo el mundo.
This tension continues to grow. If the drug war ends, what's the peace look like?
We're all striving to have good health and happiness.
This medicine helped me stand on my own 2 feet.
True science probes the very frontiers of human knowledge. And that's where psychedelic research is right now.
My mission is to discover the language of nature, and I believe nature is intelligent.
There is a world under the earth, full of magic and mystery. It holds the consciousness of nature's connection to all living things.
You know, these mushrooms, they can heal you, they can feed you, they can kill you.
It's not like a vegetable, and it's not like an animal, but it's somewhere in between.
They support life, they convert life.
As you're walking through, it's about 300 miles of fungi.
Under every footstep that you take, and that's all over the world.
The bulk of the organism is growing underground, and it's composed of these long threads called a mycelium.
Almost everyone knows about the computer internet. The mycelium shares the same network design.
It's amazing what we don't know about mushrooms. They really are a frontier of knowledge.
You can filter water. You can create medicinal compounds almost on demand.
They have incredible capacity to make things change very quickly. So I am super hopeful.
The psychedelic members of the mushroom kingdom are fascinating.
I have been a guide for around 350 psilocybin sessions.
The most glorious part was that it made me feel more comfortable with living because you're not afraid of dying.
We need to have a paradigm shift in our consciousness. What will it take to achieve that?
We can heal the planet. We can build the future. And our world is fantastic.
Well, these are two great documentaries that are available on Netflix, which I highly recommend that you watch. They are just, I think, tremendously inspirational. But I've got two guests here today. I'll share a little bit about my story, but I'll do that in the panel around how I came across psychedelics and what my experience is in elevating consciousness. But let me bring both these ladies in, which I'm delighted and excited to have them here. Alison and Kayla.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi. So
Hello.
good to see you, Bernardo.
Hey.
So good to see you, Kayla. And I want to say I was just at Burning Man with Paul Stamets, who was mentioned in that previous documentary, and both great documentaries too. So glad to be here. Good to see you.
Yeah, no, thank you both, and let me just do a brief intro to both of you. Kayla Osterhoff is a neuroscientist and women's health science expert whose work has been featured on stages and media around the world. Formerly trained across the health sciences with degrees in health ecology, public health, epidemiology, and neurophysiology. Sorry about that. Kayla has developed a truly holistic understanding of health and how to achieve resilience of the mind and body. And Alison, she was with us today in her talk. Alison Maya Rose Rogers is a renowned intuition expert, author, media host, and speaker. She's been featured on stages and platforms all over the world. Alison has received multiple awards for her work with intuition and speaking, including the award in excellence presented by the City Summit Foundation, and her clients have included professional athletes, Olympians, and influencers. Thank you both very much for being here.
Thank you for having us. I'm excited for this conversation.
Thank you. And thank you, Alison, for doing the introduction. First of all, I just wanted to tap into this, that I'm no expert at all, but I have been tapping into finding ways where I could elevate my consciousness. And what I started doing was, obviously, I've been doing microdosing for I think for around 9 months now. I've done some mushroom trips, and I did an ayahuasca ceremony in Peru, in Cusco. That was last year in August. And I never understood what spiritual awakening was. I thought those were just beautiful words combined together that I would never. But I got what spiritual awakening was, because for me the ayahuasca experience was life changing. It was absolutely phenomenal. And I do want to obviously caution here that at the end of the day, if this is something that you want to explore, either check with your doctor or some expert. But at the end of the day, the important thing is what we're trying to do here is to simply present alternatives to a lot of the big pharma and the ongoing current conversations that it's all the same and you have to live with depression and you have to be sad and depressed all your life. And the answer is no. There's so many alternatives out there. So I wanted to bring someone like Alison. Alison, I'd love you to share your story, if you don't mind first, and then maybe we can get to asking Kayla some professional questions on what she's doing. She's doing some great work.
Absolutely. And I need to preface this by saying I am not the professional. I'm not the researcher. Kayla's definitely the expert in this, but I do have a personal experience with psychedelics, and they have changed and shaped my life. And one of those experiences I had was with psilocybin, and it was at a time when I was transitioning in life. And I had a lot of old belief patterns. I had a lot of guilt. I had a lot of shame. I had a lot of things that were really holding me back, and I'd actually experienced situational depression. I remember I was going just previous to this psilocybin experience, I had gone through a really hard divorce. And I remember as I was going through that, going to the doctor one day, because I thought that perhaps I was depressed. I was having these feelings of, I don't know if I want to live anymore. And I was crying a lot. And I remember she came into the room and she said, "Alison, why do you think you're depressed?" And I said, "Well," and that's all I got out. And I just started sobbing. And after she was sitting there for 5 or 10 minutes and I couldn't get a word out because I was just crying, she says, "Yeah, I think you might be right." And she prescribed some of these antidepressants, but I really didn't like how I felt on the antidepressants. We couldn't find the right ones. I was tired. I wasn't showing up in the ways that I wanted to for my kids or in my business. And so I was really looking for a different solution to be able to help me transition, to let go of these past belief systems that weren't serving me. And I'd heard about psilocybin, and so arranged to try this out. And on this first journey, I experienced something like I'd never experienced before. And I believe it has to do with the rewiring of the brain, or of the neural pathways, because I was able to let go of things that I had previously tried many different therapies and many different ways of trying to let go of old belief systems, or to let go of the feelings of guilt and shame, and I couldn't do it. And within one experience, my brain felt like it was rewired, and I was able to see things in a new way and replace these old emotions, these things that weren't serving me, with new emotions and new feelings. And I had a new outlook on life. I no longer felt depressed. I felt like I was able to see things in a bigger picture, so it wasn't so much personal and affecting me. And then fast forward to just last year, I had several experiences with ayahuasca, including some down at the medically licensed ayahuasca facility in Costa Rica, Rhythmia. I'm sure many of you have heard of that, and had very similar experiences. I don't know how much you want me to dive into those, but during those experiences, it was definitely a deep dive into, what is not serving me in my life and in my past. And it's just an opportunity to get really honest with yourself and look at what's holding me back, and what is it that I'm wanting to go for and to achieve. And had some major breakthroughs, breakdowns as well as breakthroughs, which were really good. And then downloads as to what to do and how to move forward in life. So maybe I'll elaborate some more during the panel as these questions come up. But this has been my journey, and why I'm passionate about psychedelics and how it's helped. And I've seen it help many, many, many of our clients and friends to be able to get over certain belief systems, patterns, and create new neural pathways in their brain that are serving them at a much higher level.
Oh, you're muted.
I can't hear you, Bernardo.
So sorry. I was saying that's why I wanted to actually show those two very short videos of two great documentaries that are on Netflix, because they are eye-openers. I actually read Michael Pollan's book, and funny enough, I made sure I didn't read it till I actually had my ayahuasca experience, because my son actually recommended me the book just before then. But obviously, there's a lot of science behind it. That's what I wanted to ask you, Kayla. It obviously explains in some of these documentaries how DMT and psilocybin is being used, and MDMA is being used to deal with depression. And we're talking maybe in 1 or 2 sessions, people that have been suffering for years, they immediately get over it. There's some phenomenal results. Tell us a little bit more about, kind of what's happening out there in the world, and as far as the advances, because it's opening up, isn't it?
Sure. Well, let's talk about the neurological mechanisms that are responsible for these experiences, right? When we have an experience with these substances, which are in a category called serotonergic hallucinogens, and namely the ones that I have focused my studies specifically on are psilocybin, DMT, and LSD. And these are in that category of serotonergic hallucinogens, among many others as well. What happens is that these substances activate the 5-HT2A receptors in our brain. And I won't bore you with the long scientific names for all of this. But when that happens, essentially, this is a neurochemical effect that happens in the brain, and it has a neuroelectrical response in the brain. And what happens is deep layer pyramidal cells in our brain become depolarized. And what that means is that the neuroelectrical activity of the brain becomes altered, and essentially the connectivity of the brain becomes disrupted. And this is what is responsible for the hallucinogen experiences that we have. And the biggest part, what happens is that it's kind of like a reset for the brain. So it is changing the connectivity between major brain regions, and specifically the default mode network of the brain, which is where we self-identify. This is the part of the brain that is involved in our perception of the world. And this is the part of the brain that is responsible for what makes us feel depressed or anxious or traumatized, right? This is that part of the brain that is, you've heard people call the lizard brain, or the part of the brain that is kind of responsible for our fight or flight responses. So it's all involved in that. And what happens is when you change the neuroelectrical activity of the brain like this significantly, which happens on a global basis. And we can talk more about the specific changes to the neuroelectrical activity in terms of the different frequencies, how they change in different areas of the brain, if you're interested in that. But the big takeaway here is that it resets that connectivity of the brain, and at the same time, it increases neuroplasticity at extreme rates and neurogenesis. So the brain becomes more moldable, meaning that well-worn neural pathways that are representative of our behaviors or our thought processes or the way we perceive the world, right? So you can think of the neural pathways as like ski slopes down a mountain. Once ski slopes start to be made and people follow in those same tracks, they become very well worn. And the brain is a organ of least resistance. It's always going to go for the least resistance and try to conserve resources as much as possible. So the brain in the neural pathways is going to go down the well-worn neural pathways, which is why it's so hard for humans to change their behaviors. Because once they go down that pathway enough times, it becomes a well-worn pathway and it becomes very hard to change. Now, what psychedelics can offer is a fresh layer of powder over the ski slopes. And so what happens is when you have that fresh layer of powder, you can take new pathways. So you can change behaviors and you can change your perception at a higher rate. Also, what happens with this neuroelectrical change in activity is that this default mode network, the area where we are self-identifying, is not shut off, but it is altered in such a way that we can observe our situations and we can observe what's going on in our life from the observer perspective. So it takes us out of the acute situation that is causing us stress and anxiety and pain and depression and put us as an observer of the situation so that we can gain a new perspective. And when we come back into the experience of reality, right, then we can use this fresh layer of powder to make new choices and go down new pathways.
Thank you, Kayla. Thank you. I love the idea of a ski slope, and you know, kind of that's a very easy way to understand. Now, we get tapped into this into these repetitive thoughts. I'm not sure you, Alison, but one of the experiences for me was pretty much what Kayla was describing is that I disassociated myself from myself, and I understood very clearly that I was part of everything, you know, of the planet, and everything slowed down, and for me, ultimately, what happens, and I haven't come across a lot of people, and even, you know, people on the documentaries, or I haven't come across many people that haven't experienced with that way of elevating consciousness or feeling part of everything, of the world, of the universe, you know, that we're all one. And there's always, I think, one common denominator is love for me. So when everyone said to me, well, how would you describe it? I said, well, if there's one word, the one word would be is that love, and nothing else is relevant or important. So I remember for me, it was like tears of joy and seeing kind of my parents in my previous lives. And I never believed in reincarnation, but I knew I was an old soul, and I could. So where does all that come from, and why do we see that? Because it seems to be a common denominator. Am I wrong?
Yeah, no, totally. And that is the experience of a lot of people when we are able to eliminate the filter through which we experience the world, right? Then we can come into a unified place and see reality for maybe perhaps what it really is like, right? So when this default mode network is altered in the way that it is, and the prefrontal cortex is no longer connected to the rest of the brain, gives us this different perspective. And essentially, you can think of the way that every human experiences the world is a bio-individual version of their reality. So, for instance, Allison's version of reality is very different than mine and very different from yours. So you can think of it as like a set of glasses that each of us wear. And this shapes and determines the way that we experience the world. It is our version of reality that we personally experience. When you go into this psychedelic experience, those glasses are removed and everyone is able to experience something that is more unifying and maybe more real than the experience that our thoughts, beliefs, and experiences and emotions and perceptions have created through these lenses that we wear. The term psychedelics was actually coined by a man named Humphrey Osmond back in 1957. And what it means is mind manifesting capacity or capability. And so it has the ability to change and manifest the mind, the psychological aspect of us, and change our perception of the world by changing these subconscious programs that determine the way that we perceive everything.
One of the things that I'd love to share, an experience I had when I was in my experience with psilocybin was, and this is something common that I hear. I don't know if there's a scientific explanation for it, but I saw this flower of life covering the entire world, and as I was looking up at the sky, I could see this flower of life, and suddenly I had an understanding that we're all interconnected, that each of our energies play off each other, and we create this flower of life that is over the world. And part of this was actually right before, and during the pandemic, I thought a lot about this, and actually inspired me to do some of the work that I've done with healing and bringing together global healers and divine feminine energy, because I understood and realized that this love that each of us is emitting, if we can have this love for ourselves, it feeds into this flower of life, or this love that's protecting or coming over the entire world. So that was my perspective or my experience of when I took off those glasses. Like Kayla said, suddenly I could see how each of us as individuals, how our love and our light plays into this universal network. And I also think it's really interesting, Paul Stamets talks about this in the documentary you showed before, but psilocybin itself is all interconnected. It's woven under the earth. And I just find it fascinating that there's some correlation there between what people experience in that space and also what the actual plant itself is created and how it's created.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
well, to that point, our mind, a lot of people identify themselves as their mind. Our mind is not us. It's not who we are. We are something else besides the mind. The part of us that is the part that always exists, that never changes. You could call it the soul. You could call it God. You could call it this universal consciousness that exists within every person. It's the I, the part of us that is the observer. It's the part that can never die. The body dies. The mind creates all kind of stories, and we can be the observer of both, right? We can experience both of those aspects of ourselves from the point of the I. And one of the quotes that I really love the best from a leader in the field of psychedelics who actually really worked with training the Navy SEALs, and they use some psychedelic therapies to do that, is that when we lose our minds, or by periodically losing our minds, we stand a chance of finding ourselves. And I think what they're talking about is the ourselves, the part of us that is this eternal, never-ending part.
Yeah, I suppose that mind is also that ego, or that persona that we create in our lives, who we think we actually are. We're not necessarily at all. Kayla, I've got a couple of questions. So what I wanted you to just explain to us very briefly, each of the, some of the psychedelics, MDMA, DMT, psilocybin. Just explain to us, kind of what they do in LSD. So explain to us a little bit what they are, what they do, or what they, how they can help people specifically, or they are helping people specifically.
Sure. Like I mentioned, psilocybin, LSD, and DMT, which DMT is the active ingredient in peyote, in ayahuasca, in wachuma. So a lot of the psychedelics fall under this category of these serotonergic hallucinogens and work on the same pathways, the serotonin related pathways. And those have been studied for centuries, first starting with the shamans, and now there are huge organizations, including Johns Hopkins University here in the United States, and MAPS. I think they're based in Canada, but these are global organizations in science that are leading the research in this space and studying the different applications of psychedelics for therapeutic purposes. So those that I mentioned, and especially psilocybin, out of all of those that I mentioned, psilocybin is the research and is the one that is likely to be first decriminalized and widely available and potentially prescribed. I think over the next 10 years, we're certainly going to see that happen in the United States, at least, and probably globally, because the efficacy of this particular therapy is extremely high. Like you mentioned, sometimes treatment-resistant depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, substance abuse and addiction, these things can be healed in a short amount of time within, one or just a few experiences. Not for everyone, of course. That's not the case with any treatment. There is no magic bullet. But for a lot of people who have been facilitated properly and have the right integration following facilitation, which I cannot stress enough, the experience alone is not responsible for the healing. It's the integration of the experience afterwards with a skilled professional who can help you to integrate what it is that you experienced and apply it in your life. That I cannot stress enough. It is extremely important to have that piece. Now, these experiences and the integration of the experience afterwards has been responsible for curing. I say curing because this is what is happening, but it's not the medical claim that we can make, right? Is happening within these different disease pathways or these different mental health issues. And then on the other coin, there's another one, which is MDMA. This is what I like to call heart medicine because it makes you feel into the heart space. And like you had mentioned, it really expands the feeling of love and can be a beautiful place for people to become the observer of their life without any kind of judgment, right? There's a lot of self-judgment that is responsible for a lot of our human suffering. So with MDMA specifically, it's a little bit of a different psychoactive. First of all, it's not natural like psilocybin. Psilocybin, you pluck it out of the ground and it's the way it is, and that's how it's taken. This is a lab-derived substance. It's also a neurotoxin, so we want to be really careful when we're using something like MDMA because it is something that you can have too much of and too often because it is a neurotoxin and it is not natural. It's lab derived. So I just want to make that caveat. But MDMA is amazing and shows great promise, in particular with post-traumatic stress. This has been studied, and there is a ton of evidence and data showing that MDMA is profoundly effective for post-traumatic stress. And a lot of the people who have been studied with MDMA are our military folks. And so there's a really high efficacy for this particular substance with that particular mental health issue.
Thank you, Kayla. That was very informative, very helpful. And yes, I've read or seen a lot of information around everything you're saying. And funny enough, I already saw the other day that I think Arizona is one of the first states that it's legalized psilocybin. And I think a lot of others, and even MDMA in small dosages. So yes, things are changing very quickly. Maybe not quickly enough. There's a lot of interest out there still with the big pharma. But I definitely invite anyone and everyone that's listening here today to just explore, start reading and looking at alternative healing, because it's all natural. It's all from the earth, and there's so many great experts out there. Alison, anything you would like to add?
Yeah, I think, at the end of the day, it really is just about listening to your intuition. Like Kayla said, not everything is for everybody. That's definitely not something I would blanketly recommend to everybody. But if you're feeling called towards exploring a psychedelic, there are facilities, there are places that offer, there are places that it's legal. And it really is a beautiful experience for a lot of people. The other thing I'd just like to reiterate that Kayla said, that's really, really important, that you're able to do it in a proper setting with proper intentions, and that you do have the follow-up afterwards. That's the difference between doing something recreationally, which I categorize as something that you're using as a drug, versus using something as a medicine. So with the intentionality, it can be used as a medicine. It can be used to overcome things like depression and post-traumatic stress disorder, and used to rewire the brain in such beautiful ways. Or it can be used as an avoidant recreationally, not in the right settings, and it can actually do more damage than good. So again, it would just be to follow your intuition. If it's something you feel called or guided towards, start exploring it. Find out ways that you can participate and do things in a setting that feels comfortable to you, and make sure you set the intention. In my experience with both psilocybin and ayahuasca, setting the intention and the space in which your brain is in going into the journey is so crucial, because that's what your brain's going to feed on throughout the journey. So making sure that you're in a space where you can set your intentions, where you can really determine the outcome you want. It's no different than using your intuition in other situations. Wayne Dyer talks about the most important 5 minutes for seeding your subconscious is the 5 minutes before you go to bed. Well, the most important 5 hours before entering into a psychedelic space is what your brain is thinking about. I don't know, Kayla, if you would agree with that, or if there's research that supports it, but it really is important that you're able to be in a good space, in a good facility where you feel safe, and get the proper follow-up on it, and guidance, so that you can process the things that your brain experiences and goes through and create a positive experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to add to that, I think a really important piece of this is to make sure that you are working with a skilled and educated professional who can support your process and provide you a really safe experience. That should start with a deep review of your medical and mental health history. That should always happen with whoever your guide, whether it be a facilitator, a shaman, a medical doctor, a psychologist, psychiatrist, whoever it may be. They should be looking at your medical and mental health history and determining if your mental capacity can handle a psychedelic experience, because not everybody's can. Not everybody is a good candidate for psychedelics, and not everybody is in a psychological place where it is a supportive thing for them. So please do your homework, find somebody who has done their homework, and make sure that they are keeping your safety front of mind, starting with reviewing your medical and mental health history, understanding your particular situation, understanding what your intentions are, and that they can guide you in reaching those goals that you have for yourself. And then, of course, the follow-up as well with the integration.
Great advice. Thank you so much. I think this has been tremendously informational. The only thing I wanted just to tap in very quickly, Kayla, microdosing. We've got some people actually ask us about microdosing. Obviously, I was mentioning that I've been microdosing on psilocybin. Tell us a little bit, how does microdosing work?
Yeah, so microdosing, the most popular is psilocybin. That is the one that I personally use on a regular basis, because it increases the neuroplasticity and it really helps to rewire and support a healthy nervous system. So there are a lot of amazing benefits for it. And when I'm talking about a microdose, I'm talking about a sub-perceptual dose. If you feel it, it's not a microdose. That's a macrodose, right? So 1 gram, for instance, in a lot of cases, that's a macrodose. That is a full dose, even if it's on the lighter side for psilocybin specifically. I personally use 0.02 grams, and that is my microdose, and that is plenty to give you the psychological and neurological benefits of using this substance. I do want to mention one thing though. So for me in particular, I take my microdose on 2 days out of the week, and I go on a protocol for 3 months on, 3 months off. And, if the situation in my life doesn't allow, then I may not use those 2 days that week. And what I mean by that is I use microdosing on days when I can put my nervous system into the state that I want to hardwire in. So if you have an extremely stressful day and it's your microdosing day, please do not microdose that day, because it increases your neuroplasticity and it increases the moldability of your brain and your nervous system. So you risk hardwiring those states that you experience under your microdosing into your nervous system. So please be mindful of when you use your microdosing, and make sure that you are hardwiring in the states that you want to achieve and that you want to, those kind of behaviors that you want to change.
Amazing. Amazing. This was a small little masterclass here. Thank you, Alison. Thank you so much for introducing me to Kayla. Kayla, thank you so much for being here today. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
lots of love to you both. Thank you so much. Take care. I thought that was great. Absolutely fantastic. So listen, there's some great documentaries out there, as I pointed out on Netflix. I shared them before. That's the How to Change Your Mind. And that was Michael Pollan. That's on Netflix. And the other one is the Psilocybin Fantastic Fungi. So those documentaries are available on Netflix. I recommend you watch them. And if not, just read some books. So we have one of our most beloved speakers, one of our most beloved partners, Jen du Plessis, is going to be joining us very, very briefly. But before, I'm just going to play a very quick message, and then we'll be right back introducing Jen du Plessis. Thank you so much.
Future medicine will be the medicine of frequencies. Well, the future is here. The future is now.
It's one of the best opportunities in history to awaken and reclaim who you really are.
Hi, I'm Masajati, and I help you manifest abundance and reach your full potential through what I call exponential intelligence. So hundreds of thousands have used exponential intelligence to live the life they deserve by ridding themselves of old patterns, blocks, and distortions faster than anything that's out there. XI leads the consciousness evolution by helping you transform yourself, your loved ones, your world.
Okay, here we are. I'm going to bring David Fagan on, who's going to be doing a very brief, quick interview to Jen Duplessis. Tell me I can't. Jen, I'm going to say hi.
Hi. Hi, everybody. How are you?
I'm very good. Lovely to see you. That lovely smile of yours always. Jen, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm excited
delighted
for
to
you.
have you here.
I'm excited to have you. I mean, that you're here. I mean, I'm excited that you're having this event. We're so excited about this, and I can't wait for till tomorrow.
Yes, you'll talk tomorrow. Do you remember the time?
I do know the time, but I don't know it offhand right now. But I do know
great.
it.
All right. Well,
I'm in. I got it.
I'll write it down in a minute. But Jen is speaking tomorrow. Jen is one of our speaker partners. She's just been a breath of fresh air since the beginning. Since the first time we met, she was introduced to me by Alison, funny enough. Jen, I wanted David to spotlight you and your new book, Tell Me I Can't. Yeah. So 5 minutes, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Sounds good. Hi, David.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, we'll go quick, but I was thinking about that as well, that we just had Alison on. I met you through Alison. And Bernardo got connected through Alison. We just had her on as well. Another real quick thought here. Jen, you've been traveling, flights, running to hotels. So,
literally, right? I mean, you and I've been texting. I hope I'll make it. I hope I'll make it. And I literally just walked in. So
I was never worried. You sent a text. I said, okay. You sent a text. I said, okay. I had the easy part. I just kept saying, okay. Right. So anyways, enough about all that. Tell me I can't. Seems wrong after that discussion, but tell me I can. No, look, I want you to talk about the book, Tell Me I Can't. And I think a lot of people get it. There's a lot of us wired where when you tell us we can't do something, when you don't believe in us, it really just fuels us anymore. And there's a lot of wildly successful people that maybe it's school, maybe it's high school, maybe it's family. There's just something kind of ingrained in us. And I know both me and you grew up with great families. It wasn't that for us. But what is it for you? Where did that kind of get hardwired into you, where you've kind of got this button, you've kind of got this extra gear where the naysayers just kind of drive you to do more?
Yeah. Well, ironically, I didn't have a great family life.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that we had
talked
about
okay. Well, my family's fantastic, right? My kids,
I'm probably thinking about your
that's
husband.
What you're thinking about my family.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yes.
So, my father was an alcoholic and my mom was a verbal abuser. So, my whole life was set out to prove to everyone that I wasn't them. And that's what I did. And so it's sort of, I created the DNA for myself to say, well, I'm not going to be like them. Don't tell me I can't do anything. I can do anything I want to do. And I really set out to do that. I mean, there were so many things. I was pre-med to be a cardiologist. I ended up becoming an architectural design and construction engineering. I was runner-up Miss Colorado. I played in the Colorado Springs Symphony. I was a cheerleader. I mean, you name it, I did it, right? But it was all about proving. And then, of course, later in my life, I learned about how to live, which is what I'll be talking about tomorrow. But, tell me I can. I just felt that there were so many people that I was running into. And of course, by the way, everyone, thank you so much for being here. You can be anywhere. And we really appreciate you being here because you're learning and you're getting that personal development that you need, that you're exploring. And that's really what I realized is that the people that are looking for that personal development say, get out of my way. Don't you dare tell me I can't. But there's so many people in the world that when you tell them they can't, they believe it. And so that's what we wanted to do with the book. And of course, we have the TV show of the same name because it's all going in that same direction, of helping people.
Yeah. No, I love that. There's a lot of different themes in the book. I know you help people personally as well. Even the message is kind of somewhat of a personal message, but I thought maybe just real quick, since we don't have a ton of time, maybe speak a little bit to productivity, because when I hear you and I go through your stuff, it's very clear that you're a productivity expert, building teams, looking inside companies, looking inside people's lives and going, where's the inefficiencies? Where's the redundancies? Maybe speak to that a little bit.
Oh my gosh. Well, in the time that we have,
we got 90 seconds. Go.
I have 30 seconds to talk about productivity.
Productive. Be very productive.
No, yeah, I know. Be very, very specific. Well, I believe that, and again, I'll be talking about this tomorrow, but so often we talk about working in our business and on our business, and everyone says, stop working in your business, work on. I actually believe you shouldn't do either. Stop working in and on and start working above and beyond, right? And in order to do that, you have to have your priorities straight. And a lot of that starts, with a lot of the things that I talk about, and, about Tell Me I Can't. Now, you need to know in the book, it's a fiction book. It's not a nonfiction book. It's a love story. And the character and all of her thoughts are the thoughts that I had in my whole life, in my career, of maybe I can't, maybe I'm not good enough, maybe I am a imposter, all the way to get out of my way. I know what I'm doing. So that's really what we do in everything that I talk about.
And you have written some nonfiction books, and you have been a part of some other books. But this
14.
book, the fictional story that really kind of gives the people the chance for you to create the dialogue that people can really learn from. How does this compare to your other books, other than the fact, obviously it's fiction, but did you enjoy it more? Did you enjoy writing this kind of story more? Was this kind of a passion project, or
Well, it was kind of interesting because I'm very, I said I'm an architect and an engineer. So I'm very, methodical, linear, logical. You can call me Spock if you want. I don't have his personality, but I think in that manner. And so for this, I had to really open up and think a little more about what did some areas smell like? What did something look like? And really deep, I really had to stretch my ability to think through it. And because you're all watching, you can know this, you won't know it reading the book, but every character in the book is one of my family members. Every single character.
I wasn't sure if you were going to reveal that or not. I remember you told me that one.
Yeah, we just pulled names out of a hat and they all became the different characters. Yeah. Okay.
Well, that's exciting. Yeah, I'm interested to see. I know that we've already gotten quite a bit of good feedback on it, but yeah, I'm curious to see what more people think. And
well, we're writing the screenplay right now for Hallmark and Lifetime, so we're in the midst of doing that right now. So you may see it on those TV shows.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jen. Jen, we're spotlighting you in the morning as well. So I think you're going to be joining us in the morning.
I think we're doing back to back. Yeah, we're doing back to back.
We're doing a brief little spotlighting you tomorrow, and then you've got your talk. So I've already put that out there. So Jen, David, thank you so much. We're going to play a very quick message, and we've got Dame Doria Cordova with us. Thank you both. Lots of love to you. Thank you. Bye. See you tomorrow. Thank you so much. We're going to be right back just in a minute.
The Best UTV, a TV channel with only the best business leaders and influencers ready to help you rise to the top. Available now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and Google Play. Are you in the personal development world trying to reach a larger audience? Are you a motivational speaker, an author, therapist, coach, or business guru tired of pushing out content with little results? Gain more clients and expand your business today. Get your show or content on The Best UTV.
I'm Vivian Guzman. Life hasn't always been easy. I have felt alone, displaced, like an outsider. The world needs a place of belonging, which is why I created Dishing It.
Cheers!
On Dishing It, I cook foods from around the world. My guests share their stories, and we inspire the world.
The reason I save marriages past, present and future is because I want it to be that lovely, cute 80-year-old couple that you see still holding hands is the norm. Welcome to Dishing It.
Here we are. So I'm going to bring in my next guest. I'm going to bring her straight away, Dame and Doria Cordova. Doria, How are you?
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Muy bien, muy bien. Thank you so much, Lovely, for all your help today. You've been a rock star as always, such a pro. For those of you that haven't seen or heard of Doria, my first question is, where have you been? How's that possible? Fridays with Doria, people from all over the world join Doria. But Doria is the CEO and owner of Accelerated Business Schools, Money and You, and other accelerated programs. For over 4 decades, her programs have been presented in English, Chinese, Japanese, Tamil, and now Vietnamese. Her programs have over 200,000 graduates from over 85 countries. She's a humanitarian, a mentor of nurturing and sustainability. An entrepreneur, she's the #1 best-selling author of Access to Cash, The New Definition of Wealth, and It's Not What You Think. Doria, how are you?
I am good. I'm so excited. I'm going to get ready to talk about transforming the world through social entrepreneurship.
Well, that's it. The floor is yours. Thank you so much, darling.
Thank you so much. Aloha, everyone. I am here to just share my love. I started out as an official court reporter. I'm just going to give you a very short background so you'll understand my passion for this. And I grew up in the legal system for the first 8 years of my professional life. I call it my past life. And then I was introduced to the first business school for entrepreneurs of its kind that was created by Marshall Thurber and Bobby DePorter. And they were pioneers of the industry. They're the ones who created the entrepreneurial, experiential, transformational training industry that many of today's, big gurus and experts you see out there. And it was called the Berkeley Business School, which later evolved to the name that I have, Accelerated Business School for Entrepreneurs, when I inherited the work back in July of 1985. And the whole thing, what was so interesting for me was that at the time we had a vision, because we most of us had done a program called EST, E-S-T, which was the predecessor of Landmark Education. So it was like the human potential movement was coming into the world, and people were they started questioning a lot of things, and they started questioning why love wasn't in the space of business, why love wasn't being expressed at the level that it could have been. And of course, we were just coming out of the 60s. It was the 70s. And, you had the whole thing with, the love movement at the time. And it was quite a bit misunderstood. But there were these dreamers. There was a group of people that were dreaming a world where really you were going to be able to feel very connected, where you were going to be able to have people that would understand people's pain, people's suffering, and also that you could set that aside and do business and still be able to support each other and have a wonderful life, a wonderful organization. There were books that were written about that. There were books that I actually don't remember their names, and I may have it in my garage somewhere because I don't throw anything out like that. And there were books that were written in the 70s and the early 80s that had to do with that organizations were being run literally by a spirit, and that they were good things. And if you notice, from my court days, from having spent time in the criminal court system as an official court reporter, I have to tell you that most people do not wake up in the morning and say, okay, who am I going to hurt today? How am I going to mess up? How am I going to screw things up for my boss, for the people around me? How am I going to torture someone? It just doesn't happen. I was actually in the presence of evil twice, of true evil, only twice in my life. And I have been around a lot of people. And one of them happened individually, and the other time it actually happened in court, in the criminal court system. And when you are in that presence, there was absolutely no question. You have no question that you are in the presence of evil. So I want you to, if you have languaging in your life, which you say, oh, that person is evil. Now, there are situations like hunger, starvation, to me, that they are evil, because we have more than enough resources for us to be able to create a world that works for 100% of humanity. And it's since the early 70s, as one of our mentors, Buckminster Fuller, taught us, the Malthusian theory of economics was eradicated. It was no longer true. This is in the early 70s. So from the early 70s, we have had enough resources. We have had enough food, enough water. We have enough on the planet to feed everyone. And literally, if people were really educated correctly, would probably have an opportunity to be able to educate themselves and to have more and more of a middle class and not have abject poverty. There's certain levels of poverty. There's all kinds of different levels of poverty. And one of my mentors, who was a student also and a friend of Buckminster Fuller, and was part of the XXIst organization, Lynn Twist, wrote a beautiful book, The Soul of Money, which is one of my most favorite books on the planet. And one of the things that I love about that is that she says there are no poor people, there's only resource poor people. This is languaging from Buckminster Fuller, one of the greatest humanitarian, but also he was not only a philosopher, but he literally created a whole new paradigm for us to move us from scarcity to sufficiency to abundance. So here I was, growing up in the legal court system. And I thought, well, maybe I'll go back to school, get my bachelor's, and then be able to go to law school, because I became a court reporter and I got my A degree. I was heading towards traditional education. And then I fell in love with this career, which fit every list that I had, fit everything that I wanted. It was very, very prosperous. You had prestige. And not only that, but you were going to be safe around in the court system. You're going to be surrounded by police and by judges and by attorneys. You were going to be absolutely fine, which is exactly what I needed from the background that I had growing up from the time I was 12 in Los Angeles. And with many of my friends having died, especially my first love, and having miscarriage to babies and seeing people commit suicide, going to Vietnam War, I was very, very unsafe. So I did everything that a human could do in order to be successful, prosperous. I was beautiful. I was 24 years old, and I was so unhappy. So what do you do when you're unhappy? You go to Hawaii, right? And so I ended up moving to Hawaii, and there, by the grace of the Great Spirit, at 26 years old, I had an enlightenment experience, which woke me up. And he woke me up to love, but I didn't know what that was. And so I was heading towards being a social entrepreneur, but I didn't know that. See, a lot of times we don't know. You may be in the middle of becoming a butterfly, okay? And you don't know that you are in that chrysalis, that you are in the middle of a process. So what I want to just highly recommend to you as I share information to you about why social entrepreneurs are going to literally save the world, I want you to just be also present to where you are today. What is happening with you? What are the things that are running you? But the core of all of it is that your true north is to be love. It's love. Your true north is love. You need to understand this. I've been doing my business for 43 years, but I've been surrounded by some of the greatest masters, geniuses, people that have changed total industries. And I can do a lot of name dropping, and you can look me up later. You can go to meetdoria.com, read all about me. You can find information about me everywhere. So I'm not going to take my time to do this. But what I want to do right now is I want to inspire you for you to just come home right now to yourself. I want you to just go into your heart, no matter what has happened to you, no matter what has occurred in your life. And God knows from not only what happened to me, which personally was never anything horrific except having people dying around me, and of course miscarriaging two babies, which was pretty horrific anyway. But, I haven't had such horrible things, but what I do know is that love is our true north. And of all the people that I have met around the world, and we have over 200,000 graduates of our program, Money and You, Money and You was the leftover of the original business school for entrepreneurs. And when you look me up and you see all the people that we have influenced, and now at my age, in my early 70s, I'm considered an OG in the industry, you will see that many of the graduates of our work, of people that graduated from Money and You, the Tony Robbins and the, Jack Canfield, Mark Victor Hansen, a lot of people, talk about these wonderful people. My old partner, Robert Kiyosaki, who has gone into a very deep end, teaching from fear now. And I'm reaching out to him constantly on a moment-to-moment basis to just fill him with love so that he can come back to that true north of love. And this is what we have to do. We first inspire ourselves to doing this, and then we inspire others to do it. Because what I saw from the time that I was so unhappy, such a beautiful young girl at 24 years old, being so unhappy, I think that allowed me to be able to have compassion for our environment. We are surrounded sometimes by an environment that doesn't allow us to be able to express our heart, to be able to feel safe. It wasn't until I did the S training 2 weeks before I graduated, 2 weeks before I turned 27. I had no idea. I had read Think and Grow Rich, and that probably was one of the foundations of why I don't connect money to happiness. Of course, money is wonderful. I love having means of exchange, and being able to have whatever it is that my heart desires. But you also have to understand that money is just a tool. And living from sufficiency is much more important than having outright cash, because the hungry dog will never leave you if you don't get sufficiency. It won't matter how much money you have. There will never be enough, never. So I want to inspire you and all these wonderful masters and experts, that beautiful Bernardo and David Fagan and Isabel and the whole, team. And I want to give a big shout out to Amelia and all the people working in the background. All of them wanted to bring this to you so that you can get inspired to just always go to your true north, which every human being is, and begin to let go. This is the first moment of the rest of your life, is for you to begin to let go of whatever fears it is, whatever is holding you back. So what if we're fearful? So what if we're scared? And like this beautiful, the beautiful Jen that was she's so gorgeous, isn't she? She was just sharing, it's like, so some people are driven by being told you can't do that. And some people believe that. But more than anything else, I think that the key is for you to not only work on yourself, to do self-mastery, but also find a vehicle, find your life purpose, find what it is that drives you totally bananas, that you absolutely hate on the world. I hate hunger. I don't understand why there's still right now, we're having babies die of hunger. That is so insane in my mind. And until that is solved, then I will get a little bit less crazy about this. All right. So you can see my emotions. You can see my feelings come up. I have no idea where that comes from. I have always had more than enough. My family, my mother, when she didn't have dementia, we used to have long conversations about it. She said, you were like a little princess. You had more than enough. Where does it come from? I have no idea. But guess what? Maybe it's not related to your background. Maybe your life purpose is something completely different. It's like my friend Sherry Clark, who was a social worker, and all of a sudden she gets given this vision that she's supposed to be working on rehabilitating prisons and prisoners. So she ends up saving the state of New York $1.5 billion net. That doesn't include a whole lot of other money that was saved by having a prison system, work that they were rehabilitating successfully prisoners. So that's one example. But the rest of you may have product or services that should answer the question. So these are the clues that were given to us by our masters and teachers, which is, how do we make the world work for 100% of humanity? Through spontaneous cooperation. in the shortest possible time without any ecological offense or disadvantage of anyone. That is what social entrepreneurship is. That is what is going to save the world. Look, Buckminster Fuller called them the great white pirates, the people that had so much money. And if you study the history of them, there's some beautiful documentaries in Netflix and Amazon and many other places. You must go and read about the great industrialists, for instance, that built the United States. These were some greedy son of a guns. They didn't get to be humanitarians until later in life. The Rockefeller Foundation didn't get created until pretty much later in life. Some of what these industrialists did were so horrific. No wonder people think that money is evil. So what you have to do is you have to release and let go. Follow me, go to my Facebook, go to Fridays with Doria, go and download the magical recovery exercises. Go and release your past, get very, very present, and be able to feel deserving, your deservability level to go up so that you can allow yourself to be so loving. And when the fears come up and when it looks like the evidence is so clear, it is so clear to you that somebody's out to get you and that absolutely this is not going to work, or that you're cursed, or that whatever it is that your unconscious will conjure up from wherever place you got it, it doesn't matter. You can have self-mastery, and at the same time, you can be building an economic engine. And so I'm giving you one of my gifts. I have many gifts. You just have to look around, and I'm constantly giving free education. You can Google me and you can be educated for years from all the programs that I've done. And you will see that I'm very passionate about this, because I really feel that entrepreneurial education is absolutely key in not only eradicating hunger and poverty, but also handling major problems. And that can be very, very, very profitable. If you wonder why the big boys and girls, are now getting and going into a lot of, really good work and humanitarian work, and they're doing all these good things, it's very profitable. It is very profitable. I am looking, and you too be looking. Make friends with a billionaire. You just target one, comes from your heart. You never ask money of billionaires. Never, never, never. You don't ask them. They will provide for you many more things worth a lot more than money. So just remember that tip. But target one, become friends with them, get to let them know that there are solutions for eradicating hunger. And that if they each, we need 100, only 100, 1 billion, and billionaires can have installments. So they can pay 100 million a year. Hey, that's a good deal, right? And go ahead and have them with that 100 billion finally eradicate hunger. You see, that's my thing now. And I'm passing the word, I'm leveraging myself. So what I want you to do is to go and download the business success model. The very basic, it's an old book that I wrote, long story, but it's sweet, it's little. And the business success model, which is what we teach in our Money and You program experientially, it will teach you on how to create an economic engine that will allow for you to manifest your life purpose, or whatever it is that you are here to do from your heart. And then you begin to create organizations, whether they're profitable or not profitable, it doesn't matter. What you want to do is you want to start having some kind of a mechanism and a machine that will allow for you to express yourself and your purpose through the social enterprise. And that's why social entrepreneurship can save the world. And we inspire others to do that. Just remember, like my friend Marsha Martin taught me long ago, in life, you either have reasons for not creating what you wanted to create, or you have the results that will speak for themselves. So be passionate, be passionate with yourself. Work on yourself, self-mastery, so that you constantly can go back to your true north. No matter what's happening in your life, you can go to your true north, which is love. I want to really, really, really acknowledge you for being here. You could be doing just about anything. And if you're watching a replay of this because you just couldn't make it to this event, or at least to my talk, I want to acknowledge you for following your spirit, for following that aspect of you, what Buckminster Fuller called the phantom captain, the one that knows that love is the answer. And so when you express love in business and in organizations, and when you express it through your work, the world will change. And how do we eat an elephant? One bite at a time. Don't give up, no matter what's happening. Continue to work on yourself so that you will always have sufficiency in your heart. So you will always know the truth. And the truth is love. That's what it is. I have seen it everywhere, anywhere, everywhere that I travel, no matter what language. I was in China for nearly 18 years teaching business schools. Over 70 business schools for entrepreneurs, 8-day programs. The Chinese people are some of the most loving, generous people in the world. I was on the ground with them. Wang Ming, one of the greatest solo architects on the planet, some of the biggest humanitarian, some of the biggest works, taking 800 million people out of poverty into middle class. The Chinese are the only people that have done that. And so when you begin to really open up your eyes to love and to changing your reality, you will find that the world is filled with good people, is filled with good product and services. But your job is to focus on you, your life, and creating a world that works for 100% of humanity. Hey, Bernardo, you're there.
Thank you, Doria. Thank you so much. So much passion, so much drive, so much commitment, so much truth, so much wisdom. Yeah, I don't know if I obviously haven't said it all, but everything you say makes absolute sense. And a lot of the things that are happening in the world are just wrong. And that's part of the message that we're sharing here today. And you know, kind of, yes, I use that expression a lot. How do you do it? How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And it's one person at a time and bringing us all on board. But these are really important words that you're sharing, and people should listen, and people should contribute, well, to what you're doing and to a lot of the things that we're trying to do here. So congratulations, Doria. Congratulations. It's been a work in progress, and I know you're only getting started because you're just a little machine.
Yes, I'm just getting started. And by the way, you don't have to do it yourself. It may be, you know, when people say, oh, what about all this money and new graduates that have become like competitors to you? I said, are you out of your mind? This is my leverage. Whenever I see any of the graduates, Tony Robbins is my leverage. Robert Kiyosaki is my leverage. There's all these wonderful people who are my leverage for my purpose. When you begin to play at that big level, when you really create a really big purpose, then what happens? My purpose is to uplift humanity's consciousness through socially responsible business. When you create a game that's that big and you just keep going back to your true north of love, it will work. It will work. So thank you for this beautiful, beautiful event. I'm enjoying so many of my friends, and thank you so much for all that you do to make this world work.
No, thank you, Doria. Thank you so much. And we're just scratching the surface, but I mean, look at the world, how much it's changed in just these few years, you know, with technology, electrical vehicles, you know, they were non-existent 4 or 5 years. So this can happen. It has to happen because we can't continue the way we are right now. Doria, thank you so much. Lots of love to you.
Aloha. Bye-bye.
Aloha. Thank you. Well, boys and girls, I'm spotlighting a couple of great speakers, partners, panelists that are involved in the event, Dr. Simi and David Chametsky. So they're going to be with me very, very soon. We'll be right back.
The Best You Expo has a history of connecting inspirational speakers, authors and leaders with those looking at becoming the best version of themselves. Speakers like Dave Asprey, Jim Quick, Marissa Peer, Les Brown, Jack Canfield, Brian Rose, Paul McKenna, Barbara De Angelis, Harry Diamond, Dr. John DeMartini, Baroness Michelle Moan, and many more. The Best You Expo has promoted over 1,000 speakers and has been attended by over 100,000 people. International events have been held in the UK and in California, and the Best You Expo is coming back in LA in March 2023. Bigger, older. The Best You Expo will also be streamed on the Best You TV. This event is for anyone and everyone that wants to connect, reach, inspire. So act now. Get involved. For more information, go to www.thebestyouexpo.com.
Okay, so here we are. I'm going to bring in my guest. Let me bring in David Chametsky first, and then I'll bring Dr. Simi.
It helps them to feel.
Hey, David, how are you?
Hey, how's it going, Bernardo?
Very good. Good to have you here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's looking forward. I've been watching it. Yeah, and no, you just see name after name of incredible people. Everybody has a journey.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's been a great day.
Yeah,
and obviously it's still day one, so there's a lot more conversations. So David, thank you for being here. Just do a quick introduction. You're a producer, author, media host, growth coach, mentor, and philanthropist. You're a producer of the coaching and mentoring curriculum to assist to find time to soar you on your path and resources for empowering personal growth and resilience programs. You're on Amazon, a #1 best-selling author of 2 books, Proximity to Power, and the recently released Cracking the Rich Code.
We can be the version of us that
Richard, tell me a little bit, David, about kind of the work that you're doing at the moment.
Well, what I do is I walk everybody along the path. Ram Dass had said, we walk each other home. And, along our way, never a straight line, unfortunately. So we have obstacles, and those obstacles, sometimes really get in our way. I've experienced that myself. So changing our mindset and knowing how to overcome some things, hit our reset buttons, always helps. And that's really what I do is the mindset is teaching people some reset opportunities and figuring out how to overcome some obstacles that really come up in our way. Because the better we are able to clear out any obstacles, it brings us to a higher level and really lift us up.
Of course, and true teacher fashion said, well, that's the one you should do every day.
Great, David. Thank you so much. And what's your main focus at the moment? Is this something that exciting you?
I know. And
lots of things excite me. I mean, my podcast. That was one of the reasons why the love hit me. Peace, love, and bring a bat. It's really about finding that peace and love in our lives, what we do with it, and then knowing our non-negotiables, knowing what we need in our lives, the boundaries we create, and why we create them. The thing that really makes me want to lift myself up along my path is reminding everybody that we have a phoenix within ourselves. Those opportunities where we rise out of the ashes and really just level up. And even if you're in a good place, when we're in a good place, you still can go another level. As no matter how good things are, you can always get better. You can always work better. Because growth is one of the things we do best in our lives.
Allowing your neurons to mature. And so
thank you so much, David. Thank you. I'll be right back. I'm going to bring Dr. Simi in. Thank you. Hi, Dr. Simi. How are you? Oh, you're still muted there.
I'm doing well. How's this now?
That's much better. Thank you so much. Thank you. Dr. Simi, let me just do a very brief, quick introduction. Dr. Simi is a mind-body medicine practitioner, board certified in family medicine, holistic health coach, trained in functional medicine and a medical intuitive. She presents love as an expression of the divine feminine. It's in the embodiment of the divine feminine that we can experience love into its fullest form and understand its varying expressions. Love is just not kind and caring, but fierce and daring. I love that. She began unlocking its fullest expression only when she began to love herself. That's lovely. I love your intro. And I'm not sure if you were with us this morning, but we had Alison talking about Divine Feminine, and it was just a beautiful talk as well. So tell us a little bit more about yourself and what you're doing.
Yes, I enjoyed that talk very much. So that was a treat to listen to her. As far as my journey goes, my conscious journey began in 2008 when my life was a mess. And I knew that there was something higher than me that could help me. And I went in search for that something higher, which, being brought up in India, I knew was within me. I just didn't know how to tap into it. So I was lucky enough to find some teachers who helped me to find that God within me and how to go in search of that God within me. And from that point on, it led me to some revelations about the medical work that I was doing, which is I was an urgent care physician. And I began to realize that it's in the power of our mind that we can heal our own body. And the process actually happened to find me. I didn't go looking for it. I just went looking for my own healing, being pretty severely sexually abused, and involving animals actually, and genital procedures, and coming to a point of extreme love and compassion for my parents, and truly understanding my journey, and at the soul level, what they had to do, what they had to deliver to me so I could become the person that I am today. And what that led to was healing of my own cognitive brain dysfunction, and helped me to see the beauty of prevention, of the beauty of preventative medicine. As they say, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And that's my passion now, is to help people to see how we can work on ourselves on a preventative basis so we don't get those illnesses, whether it's high blood pressure, diabetes, strokes, cancer, heart attacks, to begin with, so we don't have to backpedal. So how do we begin to embark on this journey where we take charge of our own health?
Well, what I wanted to say was that obviously you've got a phenomenal, phenomenal expertise with so much experience, and obviously with your medical background as well. What excites you? What are you working on at the moment, Dr. Singh?
What excites me is my own healing, really, how I can tune into my own subconscious mind, and with the help of some of the psychedelics, even go into the unconscious mind to retrieve that emotional stopper, I call it, that stops our energy from flowing. And so then I can tap into the healing capacity of my own body. And that's what excites me. And I want to obviously share that with others and teach them how to do that as well, so to empower them with their own health.
Well, brilliant. Thank you, Dr. Simi. You're joining us in a panel in the next couple of days, I believe. So thank you. Well, look, we're excited. I think we're also talking about you being involved in the Best You Expo as well. So we're excited about that. And that's going to be in March, between the 3rd and 5th of March. Yes, a lot of the speakers that are involved here today will be. David, I wanted to bring you in quickly just to say thank you. And I believe you're in a panel involved next, aren't you? You're joining us later on?
Yeah, at 5:30 with David Fagan about paying it forward.
The Paying It Forward panel, yes, a very important one. Thank you so much. Well, if there's just one last thought you would like to leave us with?
Yeah, just always, find the love within yourself, and it's unconditional. Don't expect anything, and just let it spread. That's really what I love about this event is, there's a lot of different ways to share our love, and I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you. Dr. Simi?
And actually, I found that in one of my own psychedelic journeys, how the valve to the self-love opened up within my heart after a little bit of actually physical discomfort. And it was quite interesting how that closed the karmic loop. And it's that karmic loop that gives us a lot of our illnesses as well. So having a deeper understanding of that. So if I had to say something, I would say continue to love yourselves. That's your medicine.
Love it. But beautiful messages. Yes, and we did have a really deep, great conversations around psychedelics. We'll invite you to the next one, Dr. Simi. Thank you both. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm going to invite my next guest literally within 20 seconds, no longer, just 20 seconds. I'm going to bring Michelle Dewsbury on. Thank you so much. Hey, Michelle, there you are. There's that big smile. Oh, can't hear you.
I know, I was muted. We should all know that, right? After 2020, 2021, now it's almost done with 2022. We should be like, hello, we know how to do this.
Well, yeah, I know, but listen, better safe than sorry, because we've seen people in the toilets doing all sorts of things and hearing it all happen. So
I know, it's kind of funny actually watching all this. But Bernardo, I'm so grateful and so excited to be on the Love event, and very, very excited for the Best You coming up in March. I think that it's going to be absolutely amazing to have you live in Los Angeles, and I'm going to be staying a whole month in LA just because of the Love event. So it's going to be a great time.
Well, I'll see you there, because I can't wait to get there. I can't wait to run the expo, and yes, it's been a long time. And well, we met quite a few years ago through a mutual friend, through Bill Walsh, and I think we've been at quite a few events together. I see you work, Michelle. You're I'll obviously read your bio in a minute, but you're truly inspirational. The tremendous work that you've done, and I've seen you because you haven't stopped. You know, there's a lot of people that live in Groundhog Day, but you know, kind of you have just literally kept on moving and moving. You're like the bunny, the energy, the double energy one that just doesn't stop. That's the one.
That's funny. I'm just doing my best to see how far we can propel unsilenced voices, and of course, see how many people I get to serve, because that's why we're here on the planet.
Exactly. And you were involved in a great panel with Sarah Davison this morning, Robert Mack, Jennifer Huff. So Michelle Dewsbury is an author, international philanthropist, speaker, and coach. In July 2017, Michelle founded Unsilenced Voices, a 501c non-profit focused on inspiring change in communities around the globe by encouraging victims to break free and survivors to speak up about domestic violence and sexual assault. Her desire to help victims of domestic abuse came from personal experience in such a relationship, and she has since completed and published her personal memoir, But I Love Him. You've got a relatively short period of time for your talk, so I don't want to take any more of your time. Michelle, thank you so much. The floor is yours. Lots of love to you.
Thank you so much, Bernardo. And for everybody watching out there, thank you for joining. It takes a lot of effort to put on a digital event and a live event. So it's amazing. I want to applaud you for showing up and for being here. I do only have a short period of time, and I would like to stay on time. So I'll take about 15 minutes. And sorry about my background, everybody. It's supposed to not do this, but it is. So if you could not distract yourself and just focus, then that would be great. Please go ahead and take out a pen and a piece of paper. I'd like to cover some information and maybe jot down some info for you guys, because this is all about creating a legacy. Why are we here on this planet? What are we doing with our time and our energy? What are we focusing on, and how are we giving back? So I'm going to start with my story. Some of you guys may not know who I am, so I'm going to just start there. I was born in a small town in North Idaho to two amazing parents. I love them and I miss them dearly. Both of them are gone, up in heaven right now. But I feel them looking down on me all the time and saying, "Go girl," just like they used to when they were here and alive and cheering me on. And I moved around my whole life. You know, my daddy was military, and my brother and I learned to make friends and remake friends and make friends and remake friends, and do that repeatedly throughout our childhood. And growing up, it was difficult, yes, but we didn't have any other experience, any other way of life. So we became accustomed to that. And I remember when I was in high school, I wanted to do something more than just work at TCBY and work on schoolwork. And I knew my mom enjoyed restaurants and she was a manager. So I said, "Hey mom, please train me in the restaurant industry." And so she did. And I worked my way up from hostess to server to bartender to manager, back of the house, you name it. And I could run a restaurant around my pinky now. I've spent over 15 years in the restaurant industry. But I knew that my life was meant for something even more. And if you guys are out there watching, if you know that your life is meant for something even more, put a 1 in the chat, because you are worth even more, right? Whatever your dreams and your visions are, you can accomplish. And I remember I used to love theater arts, and I used to want to be on stage all the time and portray great characters. So after I had graduated, I decided I want to move to Hollywood, California and pursue an acting career. So that's what I did. I packed up my bags and drove my happy little butt from North Idaho all the way down to California, and things were going really well. You know, I was starring in independent plays and films, and then all of a sudden I ended up meeting somebody. This blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy swept me off my feet, and I fell head over heels in love. And about 4 months into that relationship, my head went through the wall. And I didn't understand that this was the beginning stages of domestic violence. See, I had never grown up with abuse in the house. I grew up in a middle-class family, and when my mother finally passed away after my daddy, people came up to me and said, you know, your parents were the love story of the town. So I grew up believing and knowing that I can have that love story. And when I ended up meeting this man, we'll call him Paul, I thought that that was going to be my love story. So when that physical violence followed by a lot of emotional violence and financial abuse happened, I was unaware of what was happening to me. And finally, I escaped. You know, my mama and daddy raised me to be a strong, independent woman. So I stayed for 4 years. 4 years too long, yes. But for 4 years, I endured. And when I escaped, I sat in front of my computer, very similar to what you and I are doing at home right now, just sitting and watching and listening and learning. But I began to write. And I don't know why I began to write, but I just began to document things that happened to me. And when I documented it and read it back to myself, I had aha moments. I was like, how is this me that I'm reading about? I don't get that this was me. And I knew I had to do something more. Now, with my theater arts background, I decided to write and perform a 65-minute solo play about my experience in domestic violence. It was called But I Love Him. I debuted that in 2016 at the Whitefire Solo Fest to nearly sold out audience. That was pretty cool. But what happened next was what was awesome and miraculous. People started coming up to me and telling me their stories and their sister and their mother and their brothers and their neighbors' stories of domestic violence and sexual abuse. And again in my life, I knew that God was pulling on my heartstrings, and I knew that my story was too big not to share with the world. My story needed to be told. In 2017, I ended up founding a nonprofit organization called Unsilenced Voices. We began in Ghana and worked to Sierra Leone, and the bulk of our programming is still in Sierra Leone to this day. And we also work in Rwanda. We believe in partnerships and collaborations. And in 2022, we expanded to the US, and we've done a 3-city tour. We've got 2 more spots left, New Jersey, October 1st, and Tampa Bay, November 13th, for our domestic violence awareness lunch, where we partner with other organizations, invite them to speak. We've been able to partner with Amazon workforce staffing and a variety of different healthcare facilities that have come and given us opportunities, given survivors and people in the community opportunities for jobs and healthcare and other resources to help you overcome obstacles. And it's been wonderful. And this year, between February and May, we've been able to gift over $32,000 to survivors in the US so they can use for subsidies and grants and transportation issues and childcare. And then in 2019, I began to speak. You know, I began to speak all over the world. And I remember I was actually supposed to speak at the Best You following when the world shut down in March of 2020, and I was stuck in Africa. And I remember texting Bernardo going, I don't know if I can make it. I'm stuck in Sierra Leone. And that was a wild time. But lo and behold, you know, we went through COVID. And that whole COVID process of the world being shut down and depression and anxiety increasing, I ended up doing over 150 podcasts and virtual events during that time to where I was able to help other people. But this isn't about me. This is about you. This is about your give back and what it is that you are doing with your story. Because you can leave a lasting legacy. Legacy doesn't have to mean what you're leaving behind for other people. Your legacy is now. Your legacy is what are you doing with your life today and tomorrow? Because we don't know how long humans are going to last, let alone how long we as a person, as humanity, will be on this planet. So I want to cover 3 basic tips to help you leave a lasting legacy, but also live your lasting legacy today. So the first step is you have to recognize that which you've gone through. Recognize that your intellectual intelligence is actually extremely powerful and that can be used to help not only yourself, but the people around you. See, when I was going through my abusive situation, I was unaware of what was happening. I had no idea that I was trapped in this type of situation. And it took years and years afterwards, years of therapy and years of working on myself to finally understand and recognize what I went through. And because of that, I've been able to help thousands and thousands of women, children, and men all around the world because I chose to speak up. I chose to use my experiences. I chose not to allow those experiences to define who I was, but to propel past those experiences and use them to help and encourage other people. So first, recognize what it is that you've gone through. That second step in order to leave a lasting legacy is then you capitalize on it. So when you finally have dealt with the trauma and the pain and you have felt through the pain, we teach that a lot in a lot of our courses, and the boot camp coming up is you have to feel in order to heal. But once you've actually done that, and once you're in that healing process, you then can capitalize on your intellectual intelligence. You are the only person on this planet who's experienced everything that you have. Now, there are other people who may have experienced similar situations, similar traumas, similar events, but nothing exactly like you, which means that your story is different and your story could impact a different genre of people than maybe Sue or Johnny or David or Bernardo or Sarah. Because what you've gone through, you can then make courses out of. You could then create nonprofits or missions, ministries, movements, a business. It's so important to then capitalize on what it is that you have gone through in your life. And in our Breakthrough Boot Camp I've got coming up October 21st to the 23rd, we teach you how to do that. It's a 2.5-day boot camp where we teach you how to really turn your story into something, which then leads me to my third step, something that you can monetize. Because you want to create something not only for you, but also for others around you. And you know that you can capitalize on it, but the key factor here is how do you monetize it? How do you then turn your story into something that you can make money from, that your life can now become you serving for a greater good? I remember when I first started Unsilenced Voices, I had no idea what I was doing. I didn't go to school and major in any kind of political science or have a sociology degree or a psychology degree. Hell, I didn't even finish college. I barely finished high school. But it was because school wasn't for me. And life experience taught me how to serve and how to be able to run. And I've been learning along the way. So it's all about the practicality of what are you doing today to teach you the skill set in order for you to monetize your experiences. So again, it's recognize, capitalize, and then monetize. Now, I do want to go ahead and give a free gift. You can actually find But I Love Him in the gift section in the Love event. But I would also like to give a complimentary, let's see if I can speak, a complimentary consultation to those of you here who want to learn how to do exactly what I've been able to do. Because I believe in a domino effect. Like I said, this isn't about me, but it's about how many people we can impact, how many people that I and our team can encourage to use their voice to speak up and speak loudly. So if you're in the United States, if you text the word UNITE, UNITE, to 26786, again, it's text UNITE, UNITE, to 26786. You can get a complimentary consultation with me. If you are outside of the United States, go to unsilencemyvoice.com. Again, it's unsilencemyvoice.com. You can get information that way. You can book a consultation with me. You can download a couple of freebies from me there as well. So I ended the panel earlier with a saying that I love so very much. And this saying comes from the movie Finding Nemo. And when Dory is swimming around, she just continues to tell herself one thing, even though she's lost and has no idea where she's going, swimming on her own fins, right? Stepping on her own feet. But she keeps singing, just keep swimming. And just keep swimming means just keep going. No matter what it is that you are experiencing in life, whether it is severe trauma, child abuse, neglect issues that have come up from your childhood, whether you are depressed, whether you have high anxiety, whether you are a workaholic and covering up your pain that way, just keep going. Just keep putting one foot in front of the other and take action. The action steps necessary in order for you to heal, so that you can then capitalize and monetize on your experiences. So again, our boot camp is October 21st to the 23rd in Clearwater. We only have 7 spots left. If you are interested, you can contact me on unsilencemyvoice.com. And Bernardo, thank you so much for everything. Appreciate you so much. I cut it short a little bit because I know we were running behind on time. So thank you, and I look forward to seeing you live in March.
Yeah, so am I. Michelle, you're truly inspirational, fantastic speaker. I mean, seriously, look, you just got that, you spotted that. And listen, I love what you do, and I love your cause. So listen, congratulations with all the great work, and yes, I can't wait to see you too. Lots of love to you.
Thank you. Lots of love. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, listen, we're going to be back in just a few minutes. We're actually just going to play. I tell you what, we had a violinist, a very young, talented violinist that played in one of our virtual expos a couple of years. This was an exclusive recording he did for us, exclusively for us, for the Best You. So I'm going to play this. It's just a 1 minute, just going to put us in a beautiful state, and I'm going to bring in my next guest, which is a friend, Ken, Dr. Smiley Rochan. And we're going to be talking about my new book, because he's my publisher, and my new book, Man Evolving. So let's just listen to some beautiful music, and we'll start in a minute. How nice is that? That was Yuri Revic, who played for us at one of our previous expos. Let me bring Ken in and let me do a brief intro. Ken, there he is. Dr. Smiley, always smiling. Or you're muted.
I am muted, but not without my smile. There we go.
There you go. Ken, Dr. Smiley Rochan, he's a Renaissance man, humanitarian, and an accomplished serial entrepreneur. He's a social proof celebrity, event photographer, international keynote speaker, and published author of 36 books. Amplifluence is ampinfluence.com is a new company helping authors and speakers monetize their influence and amplify their positive impact in the media. Ken, thank you so much for being here.
Well, thank you very much for not only having me here, but having one of the best books I could publish and market. So I'm excited about this book, the message, and our new friendship we have.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ken. So I've met Ken in quite a few events in California and LA when I was there. I think it was, I can't remember.
Well, I know Secret Knock was one of them. And
Secret Knock, yes.
I think City Gala, maybe. It was
City Gala, yes. Yeah. Lovely to have you here, and thank you. So Ken has actually published my new book, A Man Evolving, that is out today. So we sent, that's the book. Actually, I haven't got a copy yet. I'm still waiting to receive it because today is the first day that it's actually out. And we'll be sharing, well, here's the code if any of you are interested in ordering it today. As I said, it's available on Amazon. If you are interested in ordering it and you're ordering it today, you do us a big favor because, hey, we want to rank it out there. And yeah, I think the idea about this was to kind of share my story, my journey about this book together with the love of it and how they both came together and some insights. But Ken, you're the man. Ask the questions.
Well, I will, but I would like to say that QR code, let's put it up one more time later, and let's make sure that people can take not only a picture of it and order, but more importantly, that they can share that picture because, you know, the planet needs to evolve, and you are addressing the leader aspect, the masculine aspect of taking charge of love, taking charge of communication. And I just love what you were doing with this book. I am getting lots of copies because it's a great book. It's got great poetry. And so here we go with the interview. What did cause you to come up with this idea?
Well, I think it was my process of my own personal journey and me evolving as a man. You know, I had a partner. I was married for 30 odd years. And, you know, we met when I was very young and yes, I'm obviously from a different generation, you know, I'm 50 something now, 57. And I've definitely evolved as a man, spiritually, emotionally, physically, mentally. And these last 2-3 years, you know, were quite tough or hard for me as well with, you know, the world changing like it has been for many others. It hasn't been, you know, any different for me than for others. But I think it was that process of losing my mom, you know, separating, divorcing, then falling in love, falling out of love, and trying to understand myself and what my thoughts were around love. And I felt, and this is kind of the reason that the event came together with the book was with this idea that I think that you know, people need to talk more about love. They need to share love, and they need to be open to express what they mean. And sometimes it's difficult to express what you mean or what you want to say to a partner or to a loved one. Or you know, in my case, towards the end of my marriage, I was living a lie. And I think a lot of couples, a lot of relationships live a lie because, you know, they're either cheating on each other or they're just not happy and they decide to stay with each other. And at the end, you know, it just becomes complicated, you know. And I think in this case, this book was all those deep thoughts, all those deep emotions I went through. And I remember that one of the quotes that I talk about there is I talk about that I really tapped into my vulnerability. And that vulnerability, you know, it was like an onion. The more I peeled it, the softer it became and the sweeter it became. So it was through the whole process of falling in love, out of love, broken hearts, you know, passion. And I express that with paragraphs and sentences and thoughts. And, you know, I attempt to a degree with some poems.
The evolving part is probably the issue so many relationships have. They evolve at a different level, or one does not evolve or care to evolve, and the other partner is evolving. And so you start losing them. So if you're evolving differently, but you're actually, you're giving synergistically to each other and you're growing as a result of each other's involvement, the couple grows and they enrich themselves. So I love the fact that you not only pick that title, and the title actually says how someone is maturing over life, but that you said that you were not willing to publish this and put this in the marketplace until you were congruent with what the advice would be that you gave in the book. Would you care to share that part?
Yes, I think it's the same thing. It happened to me with my previous book as well. The Question, Find Your True Purpose. I couldn't really publish the book until, well, first of all, I thought this is just very daring, because it's a completely different side to Bernardo. Bernardo, the author, the promoter, the publisher, kind of going out there and expressing his feelings openly as a man, and being brave enough to put that out there. And I was really tempted not to publish it quite a few times, and I just thought that, look, I wrote it for me because it helped me. It helped me go through my dark times and my dark moments, and writing and expressing how I felt was a way that I healed. And then I thought, well, why do not other people share their thoughts and feelings? And so for me, I went through a lot of the period of my life where I didn't. So for me, I'm writing it to express that love, or or my broken heart, or whatever I was going through at the time, or even those people that I hurt. So this was my way of putting it out there. So it was a tough one. It is a tough one to write, but I just felt that love is too much of a private conversation, and especially when it comes down to men. It isn't a book only for men, because it isn't. It's a journey. I'm a man, and I've been evolving, but the subtitle hopefully clarifies it. It's confessions about passion, monogamy, and broken hearts. So I talk about that.
Awesome. So what is your favorite part of the book?
I don't know. What I loved was the process of putting and finding those illustrations. So I worked with a couple of illustrators that could express, not all of them, because there's just so many thoughts in there, but bringing and putting it all together. I think obviously the sections which are a little bit longer than others are probably the broken heart. The passion is quite deep, and then I freestyle in thoughts in my mind, which is the last chapter, where kind of I generalize more about love, the world, kindness, moving forward, people stepping forward, to be part of the solution of bringing more love to the forefront. If people spent half the time talking about love as they spend talking about money, or they spend talking about things that they own, I was going to share this morning that we talk about how much I love my phone, or how much I love my shoes, or how much I love my handbag, but you haven't told your son for like 3 weeks or 6 weeks, or you haven't told him ever, or you haven't told your partner. So for me, a lot of it is expressing that, and I really felt that in this process of writing this book, I really channeled a lot. I mean, a lot of it was coming to me, which I didn't even know where it was coming from. And I had to read them a couple of times. I thought, this is actually quite good, kind of, where did this come from? Others, maybe not so much, but I thought that they were good. And as I said, they healed me, they helped me.
That is what I love about writing books, and also helping people get their word out and impacting the world with their message. But when I write a book, and I'm sure this is true for you, you learn and you evolve as you're actually writing the book. And I know that this is a book about men evolving, and it's so pinnacle that it would be the same thing that you're evolving during this. But what did you learn in the process of writing this book about yourself?
Yeah, what I learned is that there's a lot more to me than just what I do. And what I do is very aligned with providing people a platform. That's what I've been doing for a long time. I've become a conduit to provide people, speakers, authors, coaches, trainers, mentors, entrepreneurs, an opportunity for them to share their expertise. But there's a lot more to me than that, and then there's a lot more to me than a man, that's simply a man that's just living. What it taught me is that. I am able to express my feelings, and I am able to express them in writing, so kind of, I'm not shy to do that anymore, and I think, and we're at a time, I think, where a lot of people struggle with, romance and being romantic, or, falling in love and falling out of love. I don't necessarily believe anymore. I'm not saying that I wouldn't want to have someone for the rest of my life, and which I probably would. But what I'm saying is that love, and that's one of the quotes in the book, is that love is not what you think it is. And what I mean by that is that love means many different things to many different people. And every person that you meet isn't the person that you have to fall in love with. You can just love the moment, and you can love the experience. And understanding that everything happens for a reason, and you connect with someone for a reason, that's love. That's the beautiful part of it.
I think the part I like most about the title and also the process you're sharing in here is that a man evolving is one that is true to himself and stops living the lies and actually just comes clean. And I think that part is the freeing aspect that you're speaking of, that you felt when you were able to say, now I can publish this book because I'm congruent with the message.
Yes, absolutely, Ken. And I come from, as I said, I'm from an older generation where it's okay, or it was, not for me anymore, but it is okay. It was okay to cheat, and it was okay just to, because you're away for the weekend or you're away for whatever, and you're away with your mates, and it's okay to cheat. And that's kind of where I think it's just not right anymore. I think, as I said, I just think there's probably thousands, millions of people that are living together forever, and they're truly in love, and great, and I'm happy for them. But for those people that aren't happy anymore, for those people that are cheating, just be truthful, be honest, and just realize that the fact is you're living a lie. Your life is a lie, and your relationship is a lie, and it's not something that you should be proud of. And yes, that conversation you may have may be hurtful, but it's probably going to be less hurtful in the long run if you have that. And I caused a lot of pain because I decided to take action and move on. I heard a lot of people. I disappointed a lot of friends as well who judged me for what I was doing, but they weren't really interested in my own journey and why I did it. And I did it because I didn't want to live a lie anymore. So I thought I did the right thing. At least I did it for me. It helped my soul. And
who would you say this book is most ideal for?
Couples, I hope. I thought for men and women equally. As I said, there is a romantic aspect to the book. I mean, the passion is a little bit, some people might find it a little bit, but it's true. Love is passionate, and especially when you're living a passionate relationship or a love affair, it's beautiful in so many ways. You can't think, you can't focus, because all you're thinking about is her or him. So, I wrote a few things about that, but hopefully it's for men and women, any age, but I suppose, maybe the more mature ones, a lot of them that maybe are youngers will probably not understand a word of it, because, they are just living in a completely different world now where, becoming or marrying or being monogamous or being in one relationship might not be something that they're accustomed to or even thinking about. But at some point, I think everyone is looking for someone. But then when you do find that person, just talk about it. What is that relationship like? Is it an open relationship? Is it polygamous? Kind of like just explore and be truthful from the beginning, and just enjoy your time together.
Awesome. And what inspires you now?
Love. Love inspires me, and keep bringing this conversation to the forefront. Ken, we put this event together. We've been working at it 8 or 9 months, and we've got a big list. A lot of the people that are here have a big list. We've all promoted it. We've had over 3,000 people pre-register, and probably a very small fraction of them have shown up today live, and that's fine, because a lot of them might want to watch the recordings, might want to watch it. They're watching it on TV. They want to watch it maybe on TV at a later date, and that's fine. Again, that's fine also. But this is a subject where hundreds or tens of thousands of people should be part of, should be involved in. Because you might be focusing more about that football match you're going to watch, or that restaurant you're going to go to, or those beers you're going to have. But these are the real conversations. These are the real conversations. It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time where people will realize that love is the most important conversation to have. And love, not romantic love, love in kindness and caring and giving back, in dealing with everything that is wrong on the planet right now, which is the elevating consciousness aspect of this. There's just so many things that are going wrong, that just can't continue this way. 40 million people enslaved. A child dies of hunger every 30 seconds. We throw in the US, I think they throw 12 billion tons of food every year. And the list goes on and on and on and on. We're polluting the oceans, and women can't vote, or men are deciding for women what they can or can't do. There's just so many things that require everyone to step up and to start acting. And that's why, as someone who's been putting events for a long time, I want to take my sense of responsibility as a promoter to carry on this conversation around love.
Well, what I'm most excited about is that this will evoke and inspire the Love Tour, the Love Book Tour of an Evolving Man.
Thank you, Ken. Well, listen, just one final, I want to ask you some question. Ken, I want to thank you so much. You've helped me tremendously publishing my book. Tell us a little bit more about what you're doing and what excites you now.
Well, I have been the co-founder of the Keep Smiling movement. And this baby right here has been a filter of helping me find people like you. I care about leadership. I care about leaders who are bringing community together and who are inspiring hope. And love is definitely in the field, the same field as hope. I have a beautiful compilation that you're going to be part of. Dr. Greg Reed, who is one of the people that we've been to his event, he is now in the newest part. But Dose of Hope is a TED Talk type of delivery of a chicken soup for the soul meets a TED Talk, a scientific conversation of how we create who we are. And I think you'll agree, if you didn't create who you are, Bernardo, how could you step into your purpose? How could you step into writing a book that's significant? And how could you have impact in the world? So my theory, and it has not been wrong yet, is people that invest the most time, resources, and money into themselves to create a who that they love typically give the biggest gift to themselves, which is a purpose. And that purpose will impact the world in the proportion that they are willing to love themselves.
Well, thank you so much, Ken. And again, thank you once again for helping me put the book together. Your support, your team's been amazing. Nothing's been trouble. So I'm very excited, looking forward to it. Thank you so much, Ken. Take care. And
Lumarn.
Thank you.
Lumarn.
Okay. All right, Lumarn. Okay, that's another story. Thank you. And for those of you that would like to still, take a last photo of that and share it, I'm very grateful. And if you do buy the book, and I do see you live in LA, I'd love to sign it for you. I'm going to bring in my next guest, which is Jason Smirkic. He's one of the great sponsors, partners that we've had at the Love event from the beginning. And we're just very excited and delighted to have him here. So we'll bring him right now, just in 1 minute. Thank you so much.
Founded in 2011, Hotmart is one of the global leaders in digital product sales. With a global presence and offices around the world, Hotmart is in a state of constant growth. Our mission has already helped thousands of people build online businesses and thousands of buyers learn something new, achieving personal and professional development.
Yes, thank you, Hotmart, for supporting us and being here. Let me just bring Jason on. Jason, how are you?
Bernardo, how you doing? Good to see you.
Very good. Thank you so much for being here. Speak a little bit louder. We're having some issues with some mics just so we can hear you. So let me just do a brief intro. Jason Smoking is a sales and marketing expert and head of new business at Hotmart, helping entrepreneurs scale their digital product businesses worldwide via knowledge and network, and a network and technology. Jason has been involved in digital marketing and the info product industry for over 10 years. Jason, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for being here, Bernardo. Wonderful event. You've got some great speakers here. So thanks again for having us.
It's been a great day. We're just getting started. We're just getting warmed up. This is day one, and we're going to be sharing some fantastic panels and talks tomorrow. So, Jason, I want to give you the floor. You've got your 20-25 minutes, so we'll take it from there. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Bernardo. See you. Okay, everybody. Hi, how you doing? Hope you're enjoying the event here. We're going to switch gears a little bit because I'm going to be talking about how to help customers succeed at the highest level. And whether you have a business or not yet, I'm going to give you some ideas that you can apply to your personal life. So it's not strictly for business, although that's kind of my wheelhouse, if you will, particularly with digital products. But what I'm going to be sharing with you is kind of transferable to different aspects of your life. So I'm also going to be sharing some examples from clients that I've worked with. And again, my intention here today is that you take away at least one or two ideas that you can test in your life, whether it's business, whether it's personal, to help those that you care about, customers, family, friends, colleagues, to achieve their success at the highest level. Now, I think it's important first to maybe define what we mean by highest level of success. Of course, that's going to be different depending on the relationship, depending on the type of business. But in general, if we're switching to products, every product has what we call a promise. So a promise is what is the end result that you get when you buy the product, whether it's a course and you consume the course content, what do you hope to get at the end of it? Or whether you're buying some vitamin supplements or protein powder, what are you hoping to gain from that promise? So of course, if you have your customer or client achieve that promise, the result that they're looking for, that's going to be kind of another domino knocking down for their success, right? Now, another way to make sure they succeed at the highest level, were they happy in the experience of working with you, with your product, with your service? And then are they so happy that they want to refer their friends, their family, their colleagues to other folks that might have similar issues, similar challenges that they're dealing with? And I'm going to go into more examples about how to help you make sure you can do that for your customers. And then another one is we want to make sure, do they want to buy again from you? Did they trust you? Did they enjoy the process? If you're going to help someone kind of ascend them on their journey as they're learning or growing in life, that could be physical products or digital courses. Is that something where they're going to learn more and they're going to want to come back to you because they see you as the expert. They see you as the one with the knowledge, with the key to help unlock what they're looking to achieve, right? So a great example of this is a client of ours, digital marketer, who we're helping to internationalize into other markets in Spanish first, is they have this whole suite of products to help teach people how to do online digital marketing. Now, they're so successful with the amount of knowledge that they have, how they interact with their customers, that people end up buying almost every course, sometimes all courses that they offer. They then have people ascend to masterminds so that you can kind of be part of the community and get to hang out with the digital marketer folks. So that's just one example of something we want to aspire to, is that we're really impacting people on a high level and we're helping them achieve at the highest level. So I always like to say their success is your success, right? So what are some ways to help you increase the likelihood of your customer success? Let's go into some practical examples that you can apply in business and in your personal life. So one thing is the mindset component, right? We're talking a lot about love, kindness, caring, compassion today. Now, because a lot of times people will buy a product, whether it's a stationary bike or some kettlebells or a digital course on how to lose 20 pounds in a month, but then they don't necessarily always use that product. They don't necessarily get to that end result because there's a mindset component standing in their way. So how do we add a mindset component to a product so that someone will actually get the result that they kind of paid you for, right? So one way to do that is a very cool example through a client of mine called Almost Passive Income. They teach people how to do email marketing online. And what they add, they give you the opportunity to buy a money meditation. So when you buy their digital course, it's a 90-day to freedom. basically they're going to give you the opportunity to buy an order bump, which is kind of like an upsell on a checkout page. You can pay $9 or whatever it is to get that additional product. But the idea behind it is that you're focusing on the mindset of the money issues, where, because people might have blocks, resistance, they might buy this product to learn how to do a side hustle for email marketing, but then mentally they think, I don't know if I can do this. I don't believe that I can make the money outside of the workplace and that kind of thing. You're combining the mental component with the product itself, which is the methodology of how to get the results you want. But that's a great way to really ensure that people take your product and really get the results that they're looking for. So you can try that with physical products too. If you're selling protein powder, for example, then you could literally have videos and then kind of coach people through what they can expect if they consume it, when to consume it, exercises to go with it, so that they can mentally start to see themselves as they want to be, the result that they want to achieve through your product or service, right? Another way to kind of help people ensure their highest level of success as a customer is through add-ons or supplementary materials, similar to this order bump money meditation concept. But to give you an idea, Les Brown, we had an event with him last summer. Great, amazing motivational speaker, right? But we had a live event with him in New York City last summer. And I suggested to their team, I said, you've got so much great digital content. Why not have give somebody an offer of a discounted digital product? In this case, it was called Win the Stages, I believe. It was a little course. They gave it at a discount. So when you went to the checkout page to buy the live tickets, basically we said, why not buy this other digital course so you can kind of learn about speaking from stages, learn the benefits, learn about Les Brown's amazing methodology and his beliefs that everybody has greatness in them. And then that way, when you come to the event, you're kind of mentally in the right frame of mind to absorb even more information, right? Because you've already learned the basics of how Les Brown thinks and how he approaches public speaking. So you end up getting a higher result and a bigger benefit when you do go to that event. So that's a very cool way to add more value to what you're offering, right? So that's now let's go on to, so again, we'll come back to their success is your success. I'm going to say that over and over because it's something that is super important when we do business and in life, right? Our partner's success is our success. Our friend's success is our success. Our children's success is our success. Because when they succeed, they're happy, feeling good about life, then we feel good too in turn. So going on to another way to kind of help your customers succeed and other folks is with a product. So you may see online, there's refunds, right? So 7 days, 15 days, if you don't like it, just send it back or request a refund, you get your money back. So what if instead of doing that, you could have a guarantee to say, if you don't achieve this result, let's say 3xing your business in a certain period of time, we're going to extend the coaching calls that we're offering you. We're going to extend more VIP support. We're going to be behind you every step of the way so that you're going to achieve the result that we've promised you in the product offer, right? So that's kind of a cool way to basically say, I stand behind my product, my service, so much so that I'm going to work with you until you get the result. As long as you take that action, we're going to get there together. So that has been a very powerful way. I've seen a lot of folks. Roland Frazier, who's a co-founder of Digital Marketer, he does this a lot in his programs, and it's really, it gives you the confidence, right, to invest in yourself and in the program. And thinking of that now, switching gears a bit is, so what if you have that customer, that client, and you've gotten that first success for them, right? Typically, there's something called a customer journey. You have a value ladder, meaning you might have a smaller price product. Then what's the second product? What's the third product or service that I can offer? Because you want to help that customer client grow. Now, typically the business term, you might have heard of it, is floated around a lot, called LTV or lifetime value. Now I have a little bit of a different spin on that because value feels like I'm extracting something from someone. Let me see how much money, how much dollars I can get out of this person, and not coming from the frame of mind that, as we're saying, how can I help them succeed at the highest level? So the way I like to frame LTV is lifetime valuing. So how am I valuing this person? How am I believing in this person? How am I supporting this person in such a way that they're going to achieve such amazing success? I'm going to be the go-to person when they think about, oh, I need to talk to someone about my keto diet, or I need to talk to someone about my side hustle, what have you. So that's LTV, lifetime valuing. And some ways to show people that you're valuing them, because it's one thing to say it, but we want to have systems and procedures in place to actually prove it, put our money where our mouth is, so to speak. One cool way is to take them by the hand and make sure they finish the product or the course all the way through. Because in that way, if you're giving them the support, giving them extra attention, whether that's through follow-up emails, or if you're sending out physical products, you send out a follow-up card. Hey, did you get the vitamin supplements? How are they working out for you? Do you have any questions that you might ask? Go to this website, scan the QR code to find out. So the idea here is you're showing that you so value this customer that you want to make sure they get that result that they've paid you for. So that's called taking them by the hand from beginning to the end of the product journey. And then 2, we have a tool on Hotmart, which actually makes this easy for folks. Basically, if somebody doesn't log into the course in this example for 7 days, let's say, you can set up a trigger where an email would be automatically sent out to their inbox. It'd say, hey, you bought this course from me to learn how to do XYZ, how to strengthen your core in 30 days, but you haven't opened it up in 7 days. So why not come back here? Let's jump on this and let's get you those results you're looking for. And you can do that through every stage of any journey, every product. Going back to the personal side real quick, because that's super important, of course, is maybe you could even schedule check-in points with family members, an uncle, aunt, nephew, nieces, things of that nature, where, because a lot of times we get into a routine in life and then we forget, oh, maybe I need to check on my Aunt Frances here and see how she's doing. It's been a while since I've talked with her. And then they're going to be super amazed and surprised that you've called them. So that's kind of like, again, checking in, seeing how people are doing, right? That's in business and in personal life. Now, speaking of checking in, one way is we say in sales, right? In sales is all about the follow-up. The money or the deal is in the follow-up. You might have heard that if you've ever done sales before. But with your customers, the highest level of success is in the follow-through. So the follow-through is taking them by the hand, making sure that they go through that product of yours. And it's also seeing, how do they like it? How do they like the product, right? You can ask, because everything is a work in progress. Every business has gaps. Tesla, Apple, the mom and pop ice cream shop down the street. All businesses have gaps. All people, everything is a work in progress. So there's no harm in reaching out to your customers and your clients and say, hey, I saw you bought this. What would you like to see differently? What can I improve in this product for you to really get you those results that you're looking for? So let's see here. The next one here then. So that's about checking in, asking for feedback, adjusting. For folks who haven't started a business or a product yet, that's a great way to, because a lot of times people come to me and say, hey, I don't know what to do about the course. I do this kind of service. This is my audience that I have online. What should I do? I like to just say, ask the customers themselves, potential customers, ask your audience, what do they want to learn most from you? What do they see as you having the biggest value that you can contribute to their lives? So that's a really nice tip there. Next, some other ways to increase the highest value of your customers here. The success is surprise and delight. Surprise and delight just means, maybe you heard this before, but you kind of go above and beyond, make it cool, make it fun, exciting, so that people really remember you and they really appreciate the extra mile that you've went for them. So a great example is a client of ours called Verena. She teaches women in particular how to become financially independent. She'll send them a swag box with a t-shirt, a hat. It wasn't advertised, but it just shows up in your mailbox and you're like, holy cow, this is a really nice surprise. It's got a hashtag with the community name on it. People post it online. And that also helps if we go back to completing the course, completing the product, it helps motivate them and feel that they're part of something bigger than just themselves. They're not on this journey alone, right? So that's really fun. Surprise and delight. Another great way to surprise and delight is just be yourself. Put your personality into everything that you do, and don't be afraid to stand out, because the people that kind of vibe with you, if you will be attracted to you. Billy Jean is marketing. A client of ours does an amazing job of this. His videos online, if you check them out, are almost like little skits. So he makes it fun. And finally, I just want to wrap with another way to help people get the highest value, highest success from what you do with your customers is, have you ever considered doing a revenue model? So Hallmark does this. We're not a SaaS company. We don't charge a monthly fee, but we have a small transaction fee based on the sale. So we only make money when they make money and they make a sale. So what does that mean, though? It means that we are truly invested in the success of our customers. So is there a way you could do that with a client? Maybe you still have a base fee or something that kind of gets them in the door, so to speak. But if you see a long-term way of working together where you can benefit each other and you could really help support them to grow, maybe that's a great way to say, look, I'm willing to put skin in the game by saying we'll do a revenue share, a small percentage. And then that way I am incentivized when you make money, when you succeed. Therefore, I'm going to be fully committed into what you have going here in your business. So that's another thing to test here. So I'm going to be wrapping up here in just a moment. I really appreciate everyone here. And on the spirit of your success is my success, if you have any questions, comments, would like to follow up with me online, just search my name. I'll be happy to do that for you, because I'm committed to everyone's highest success, Bernardo's as well, and the whole community here. Grateful to be a part of this. Thank you, Bernardo.
Jason, thank you so much. Very, very interesting tips for a lot of the speakers and coaches and trainers and authors that we have. And I know you're already working with a lot of great people that we are already associated with, Greg Reed, Marissa Peer, and the list goes on. So Jason, thank you so much.
Thanks, Bernardo. Take care. See you later.
Take care. Also love. Okay. All the best. Well, guys, we're coming to the end of the day. I will be reading and telling you what we have tomorrow, although I do hope you've checked the agenda. We've got some phenomenal speakers and panels for the next couple of days. And I want to play you at the end of the day a little taster of the documentary Superhuman, in case you haven't seen it, because you've got Caroline Corrie, the amazing executive producer of that, speaking also over the weekend. So we'll be right back. I just want to leave you with this and be straight away. Thank you so much.
The Best You Expo has a history of connecting inspirational speakers, authors, and leaders with those looking at becoming the best version of themselves. Speakers like Dave Asprey, Jim Quick, Marissa Peer, Les Brown, Jack Canfield, Brian Rose, Paul McKenna, Barbara De Angelis, Harry Diamond, Dr. John DeMartini, Baroness Michelle Moan, and many more. The Best You Expo has promoted over 1,000 speakers and has been attended by over 100,000 people. International events have been held in the UK and in California, and the Best You Expo is coming back in LA in March 2023. Bigger, older. The Best You Expo will also be streamed on the Best You TV. This event is for anyone and everyone that wants to connect, reach, inspire. So act now. Get involved. For more information, go to www.thebestyouexpo.com.
Hey, David, how are you? Oh, you're muted. You're muted. Let me unmute you. No, can't hear you still. There you go.
There we go. You got me off mute now. Yeah, I was messaging you. But hey, this is a good first day. Good first day you can be proud of. Good job.
Thank you so much. No, good job, you. Yeah, it's amazing speakers are making panels all day, isn't it? I mean, it's for me, although it's been a long day, it's just flown one after the other. It's just
it goes by fast.
Yeah, great day. Thank you so much. And thank you and your team for all the support. We've had so many people register in so many different platforms. We're getting comments from Facebook. We're getting comments on YouTube. We're getting comments on Zoom. We're getting comments everywhere.
We've been bouncing around a bit.
Yes, we have. Anyway, David, so we got this panel. We'll say at the end and just go through the agenda for tomorrow and just give people a bit of insight what's going on tomorrow. But I want to leave you the floor with the paying it forward panel. You've got some great guests and speakers here, so thank you so much.
Yeah. Yes, we're going to talk about paying it forward. I think it's a term that's been used and overused. Heck, they even made a movie out of it, if you can if you can believe that. But we've got some really great people, and we'll do this surprise style, like just like send me someone, producers, people in the camera room, people in the booth, send me. Oh, who do we got here? Just luck of the draw here. We got Dame Doria Cordova. All right. Doria, it's been a little while since we've been on camera together, hasn't it?
Yeah. It's hot in San Diego. Is it hot where you are?
Well, sure, but I'm inside like you should be. I got air conditioning. Don't you have air conditioning?
No, we live on the ocean.
Oh, yeah.
We have beautiful air breeze. But anyway, good to see you.
Yes, good to see you too. You're going to love the topic today. One of the things you're really known for is love. So we're going to get into all the love and more that you can handle. We've already had you up, I don't know, 2 or 3 times today. So you're well known. I will celebrate you a little bit more, but let's get somebody else up here as well, because we got a big panel right now. David. All right, David, it's his second time up here today too. David Chemesky. We just went from the West Coast to the East Coast. We just spanned the United States of America right there, just like that. David, you were up earlier talking about what?
It was just an interview. I was talking about kind of moving our paths forward, and then really just how love it just flows through it while we're walking along our path.
Perfect. I got to meet David through Donella Burnett, and even got to hang out with him a little bit back in April. All right, who do we got next? Who's the next person we'll be surprised with here? Oh, I like this. Oh, Marvell Hansford. Okay, somebody new up here today. I'm excited to have her. We got somebody else out there kind of on the East Coast, more or less. New York, upstate New York, Painted Post area, further up. All right, good. So Marvell, I'm going to introduce you a little more here in a second. Who else do we got waiting in the wings here? Oh, Kessa Gooden. All right, our Miami connection, Kessa Gooden. So I connected Kessa and Bernardo together. Kessa puts on a lot of events. I'm going to give her a little bit more of an introduction as we go. And then who else do we got? We should have at least one more, right? Okay. I wasn't sure if we had one more. I thought
that's your panel so far. We'll bring them in if they come in.
Okay, sounds good. So yeah, one of the things that we really wanted to talk about was, paying it forward, but more than paying it forward, really consciousness and social consciousness, as a business model. Everyone here are entrepreneurs. Everyone here is a business owner. And each one of you were chosen because this isn't something that like you say, love, kindness, caring, consciousness. This isn't a soundbite. This is a way of life for you. And not just a way of life, but a way of business. And I think we have all met, and I know for sure Doria has, met and worked with people where they're one way on stage and then they're a little bit different off stage in their real lives. And, that's not the way anybody is here. And it's interesting that people before profits has become somewhat of a business model. It's become a good way to do business. Imagine that. People before profits is actually profitable. I think that's a paradox, right? That people before profits is actually profitable. So I'm going to kind of bounce around here a little bit, and I'm going to do the introductions a little bit, differently than we have before, as a way to make it easier for people to listen and learn to them. I think sometimes we start to hear the bio at the beginning and we kind of tune out. So I'm going to kind of weave some of the things you guys have accomplished into this. And Marvell, I wanted to start with you. You've been doing financial services, for decades. You've been doing accounting and bookkeeping, for a lot of years, helped a lot of businesses. But you have your own passion project, and you've opened a home, several homes, and you've helped take people off the street. And no one gave you permission to do that. No one asked you to do that. You just kind of rose your hand, gave yourself the calling, and went out and said, I'm going to help people. Will you tell everyone here about the homes you have and what those homes do for people?
Okay. I have 2 facilities. One's a 4-plex apartment building. The other one is a 6-plex apartment building with 2 houses attached to the grounds. And what I do is it's clean and sober housing for people who are transitioning back into the community. They don't know how to do that, and I help them do that. I run it really quite differently. What I do is we have regular house meetings, and we talk about, everybody needs to check in, what's working, what's not working, what do they need help with, and my favorite part of it is, what are their wins for the week?
Yeah.
And so, and I also acknowledge every individual on the progress that they've made, because I can see, even though I'm in New York and they're on the West Coast, it's because I keep informed.
Yeah.
And so then at the end of the house meeting, I give a lesson of the week in personal growth to help them to move forward.
Yeah.
And
well, I love finding the people that are just out there, just doing it. You know, they're not looking for the accolades. They just got their head down. They're just working. You're definitely one of those people. And we've got some amazing individuals hearing your story right now. Doria, Dava, Kessa, would you believe it if I told you that Marvell doesn't even have people to help her help these individuals? Meaning she's the only one counseling. She's the only one giving them advice. She's the one that's speaking to them most of the time. So we've started to kind of open up her world to find people that would just maybe give a little bit of their time and, you know, help lend a kind word, an encouraging word to these people that she's, you know, helping back into society. So thank you, Marvell, for doing that. You're practicing what so many people preach. And so it's a lot of fun for me to kind of celebrate you in this way, because that's not something you normally get.
No, and I don't. And I don't advertise it either.
I know. And that's why I got you on here, because you deserve a little bit of love. And there's people here that will love all over you for what you're doing. I'll come back to you here in a second. But Kessa, I know you're doing things a little bit different, but I thought I'd give you a chance, maybe share, you know, what are some of the causes that you're supporting right now? What are some of the people you're supporting? What's some of the giving and serving and sharing that you're doing? This is permission to brag, and don't think of it as you saying what you're doing. Think of it as an opportunity to cast light on the causes that you believe in. Okay.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Bernardo. So I have been taking care of children around the world since 2006. I'm in about 17 different countries right now through partnerships. I've been helping with education, clothing, fooding, and also teaching them how to become entrepreneur. So I help transition them from the 9-to-5 world to become entrepreneur. And that's one thing that I'm very passionate about, is helping the kids in Africa. I work mainly in Africa, but I do some local work here in Miami, and I've done some in Las Vegas as well. So I'm just very passionate about that. So that's what I have to say, David.
That's great. Thank you. Yeah, we've been all over Bangladesh to Kenya. I mean, stuff inside the U.S. We're actually taking a group back to Kenya in November. We're speaking at several of the universities. We're finishing a women's housing facility there. We'll put the website in the chat and share that with you. But Jim Poole of Newcom is going. Mas Sajadi is going. A lot of the people that we've recently had featured in USA Today, we got invited out to do that. Me and Doria Cordova actually met at a service project in Mexico with Shelly Hunn down in Yucatan, working on a school. And Doria, you're doing all kinds of things, but not asking you to try to go through all of them. But what causes might you want to share that you support? And again, the focus is more on just, you know, letting people know maybe some places to give some love. Go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you. I was just going to say, well, one of the things that we are developing are entrepreneurial programs for people who are doing this, you know, and we want to have an opportunity to be able to gift it to them. And but I have many projects. There's particularly one, you know, Adopt the Homeless. It's one of them that our beautiful Letitia Wright is actually running. And whenever we do a big event, any big event, we just did an 8-day business school for entrepreneurs. What we do is we then go and have the whole class go and do a humanitarian project for an afternoon and really tap into them so that we can contribute to them monthly. And what I like to do is I like to be able to connect this beautiful soul that seems to be on her own, to the Doria Cordova Foundation. We're just ramping that up. And we want to find people that are on their own, that are doing that kind of work, so we can connect them up with others that can empower them and support them, educate them, and bring them, funds to them.
Yeah. That would definitely be Marvell. We would love to get Marvell to Money and You. Maybe that's something we can scholarship her to. Yes. Not you, but maybe we can even help, do that. Not because she doesn't have the resources, but because we want her to keep as much of the resources in her program as she possibly can. But I look forward to connecting you, Doria, and Marvell more later on. I'm going to come back to all of you. I want to give David a chance to kind of talk about some of the causes he's supporting, and then we're going to get into some of the bigger, meatier things here. But David, what are some of the ways and what are some of the causes that you're supporting that you want to shine the light on?
Yeah, our mutual friend who has passed on, Frank Shankowitz, once told me, you could always do something for somebody. And that's the motto I do. And I have an organization that I'm building out called Goons for Good, where we all know somebody.
Mm-hmm.
The organizations that I'm helping out is Pink Cans for Cancer. They collect cans for people afflicted with cancer or their families to support them through their missions. There's so many different ways to help people. It's one of those things. I think Dory had mentioned earlier that how do you eat an elephant? It's one bite at a time. There's so many different ways, and people just need to be connected to the right opportunities and know what you want to do. Because besides the Pink Cans for Cancer, there's in the Berkshire, there's up in Massachusetts, which is not near me, but there's a great animal rescue that I have learned to fall in love with, all the rescue sanctuaries. And so that's why there's so many different things. People find the opportunities, again, using the word love, of what they love, what their passions are. There are so many ways, because I know that because I've sat with veterans. I do a lot of, I'm a mindset coach, and I work with veterans and offer my time to those who have served for us and make sure that they're able to flow love again.
Yeah, no, that's great. I appreciate that, David. You've got a big heart, and you're known for that. And this is a lot of fun to kind of cast the light on you guys. And I know there's a lot of people in our community as well that are just givers. I was once told that there are givers and takers in this world, right? The person who gives, they almost don't even want you to give something to them because they will lose sleep until they find a way to give back to you. Then there's takers where they just kind of take, and they never even really think about it, and they have no problems taking. So it's good to give to givers, and that's what we have here today on this panel. So let's move into this question that I'd like to get at least a few people to answer, and we'll start with you, Marvell, and I'm sure Dory and Kessa and David will all have some interesting answers as well. But the question is, how do you get people to care? And I think this is the trouble in the real hurdle to jump day in and day out is just getting people to care. We're bombarded with so many things. We want them to get involved. We want them to give. Sometimes it's financial support. Sometimes it's their time. Sometimes it's their connections. But Marvell, what are you doing to get people to care? Like, how do you get people to get involved and contribute or give in some way?
Well, part of it is I acknowledge where they're at. And by doing that, and acknowledging them and helping them to move forward, then they know that I really care. And it's because of the way I treat them. I treat them like human beings. Most of the people who have come to me have been treated very badly and used. And what they're finding is I don't use them. I don't treat them badly. I acknowledge them. And if they need help finding rent, I can't do that. But I can help them get the resources to do that, because there's different agencies out there that can help them with that. And no one's ever helped them with that at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're helping people in a great way. And when you're looking for other people to help you help them, think about, I'm going to come back to you in a second, but think about, how do you get other people to care? Kessa, what do you do when you need help and you need volunteers or you need people to maybe donate financially? how do you kind of metaphorically shake them up a little bit and be like, hey, look, I need your help over here. What do you do to get people to care?
Okay, so first of all, just like Richard K. said earlier, when I see people, I see people's soul. And in order to let them know that, in order to get them to care, is by showing them that I care. Because people don't care about how much you know, they care how much you show them that you care about what you know and how you care about them.
Yeah.
So by showing that you care about them and the cause, it can influence them into making some choices in sponsoring or even, supporting an event or something that you're doing. By that passion, I hear a lot of people tell me, I never knew Ryan Long, but by hearing you speak about Ryan Long, that shows me how much you care about him, and that makes me want to be part of this mission that you're on with Global Awaken.
Yeah, for sure. So passion, showing people your passion for a project, showing people your passion for a certain group of people. I think Doria is a good example of that. I'm going to go to Doria next year, but that's good advice, Kessie. You're right. That expression of people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care, right? That's one of those expressions out there. But yeah, maybe one way to get people to care is just to show them how passionate you are on the topic. And Doria, man, when she's passionate about something, she's like a dog with a bone. She just can't let it go. She just, she'll get all over me. David, you got to do this. You got to do this, David. You got to do it. But Doria, how would you answer that question? Like, what do you do to get people to care?
Well, I was just going to say, my mother one time said, I finally found a way for me to use my ability to make people feel guilty to be used for a good cause. And I'm really good at that. And I do go to some of the mega wealthy and just go, how in the world do you allow for this to occur? And I have no shame, no guilt, because how in the world do they allow that to happen? That's one way. But also, our program, Money and You, is all about churning out social entrepreneurs. And the thing that most people don't realize is that most people have all these reasons. For them, they can go ahead and send checks. There's a lot of people that are very generous. Most of the money given in the United States is by people that can hardly afford it. I mean, the most generous people are the people who are resource poor in the United States and in other countries too. Did you know that Nigeria is the most generous country on the planet? And there are several other African countries. So what you have to do is you have to really identify those people that, I mean, for me, I take them through the Money and You program, because many of them just don't know that in their hearts of hearts, they really want to support. All humans are good people. It is such a big exception to have people who are not good. And when you open up their hearts and they begin to really connect with people, they really begin to go, oh, maybe I can do something about this, and give them guidelines, show them the way, give them information, educate them, but you also have to continue to focus on them. And so a lot of you don't experience that part of me because you're also generous, in your programs, David. Most of the people that you attract are so loving and so generous. But when I go into environments of people that have no sense of, all they are, it's all about money, 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 turning the houses, in certain environments, like in real estate, that, they're just trained to do some things. I bring in immediately the consciousness, hey, there's a lot more money in, creating homes for the homeless. Did you know that? Did you know that there's all these grants that you can get? So I get very educated in certain areas, and then I let them know how to get more wealth for themselves, but do good at the same time.
No, that's great. I hope you guys are putting things in the chat box and in the comments. Some of you guys are on Zoom, some of you guys are on Facebook, some of you guys are watching in YouTube, but share your ideas, and if you're taking notes, educating people is a big one, which is Doria's telling. And Doria, what I feel like you're saying too is some people don't even know they can make a difference, right? Like they don't they don't really think about it. Like, do I really have enough resources? Do I have enough time? You know, would this small amount of money make any difference? And so part of it is just maybe you educating them, like you're saying.
And they think that somebody else is handling it. They really think that somebody else is handling it. Oh, I already give this little money to over there. They don't realize what we really need is we need you there. Even if it's just a few hours a week, a few hours a month, you are needed. Everyone is needed to contribute in some way or another. If every human being just dedicated a little bit of time for the service of others, we wouldn't have the challenges that we have. It is everyone's responsibility.
Yeah. Thank you, David. Let me jump over to you. You've got the toughest job because you're going last. You can add to what these lovely ladies are saying here. But again, just for everybody at home too, comments, chats, whatever. The question that David's about to answer here once again is, how do we get people to care? A lot of people just walking around, just kind of, whatever way the wind blows. Who am I? What am I going to do? And how do we get people to wake up and care and take action and contribute and do something?
Well, I think there's a lot of parts about that. Everybody does care, right? So when you talk to people, they really do care. They just don't know how to do it. They don't know where to go to help so many different ways. And that's why having somebody who's out there, or everybody on this panel, being that shining light to go, hey, I'd love to talk to Dave to figure out where I can help out, or Dory, or anybody else. That's the part, is keep making messages like this, because as I've learned by leading and having events, it really is, people want to be part of events. They want to be doing something. It might not always be about money. That's why with the Cans for Cancer, we just say collect cans. I'll come pick it up. And I've driven around my neighborhood picking up cans, and that little bit helps. And then there's obviously more ways to collect. I mean, there's an organization, Gift in Me, in Uganda, who just was asking for somebody to show up. And it's a school in Uganda who's trying to teach them music, because 98% of the kids who do not get through the 4th grade all end up in a lot of trouble. Education is not as strong in Uganda as it is in other places. So it's really just showing up where you need to be showing up. And if you can lend some financial support, every dollar does work out eventually. And that's the power. It's not only about the money. It's figuring out what you care about, and then figuring out how you can help with that care. So as Dory and others have said, just a few minutes a day might help. Just maybe a click every now and then might even help to support an organization, knowing that they're being heard.
Thank you. Yeah, this is great. I'm glad you guys all got a chance to weigh in on that. Marvell, you kind of answered the question a little bit different at the beginning. I'll give you another chance kind of at the same question in the context of getting other people to help you. How do you get people to take it serious? You have people working, and maybe this is something we're all trying to get better at, even yourself, because you are doing a lot of things yourself, aren't you, Marvell? Right?
Oh, that I am. But what I'm also doing is in the winter, because I want people to have food on the street. And so what we started doing in our facilities is we get gift baskets, and we take it out with I get donations from dentist office with toothpaste, toothbrushes, and things like that. Then we also have some clothing donated, and we get that and have food, and we give that out to the homeless. And my clients at my housing do the actual distribution. And they love doing it, because they are, in fact, this is the first time that they've been able to give.
So you're getting dentists and people like that to care and give the product, and that product is going to the people that you've taken and given a place to live. And those people that have a place to live in your home that are transitioning, they go out to the people who don't have a place to live, and they help share. So these people who are getting the help get to go be the givers. How cool is that? So the people who are getting help from you, they get to also turn around and help somebody else, kind of paying it forward. Man, I love that. That's great.
So, it's the beginning, because they've never done that before.
Yeah.
And so then I'm finding that they're also, when they're out there helping them with the material things. They do occasionally help someone who's on the street who wants to get clean, and we help them to get into treatment centers.
That's great. That's great. I'm going to give you guys a way to contact with Marvell as well, and we'll share that information. I know that we've got the different QR codes and things like that as well. But we need to kind of shift into sort of last thoughts. We've only got a couple minutes left here. But on the topic of paying it forward, giving, serving, sharing, what's the message that you want to share here and leave us with? You're the last. You guys are the last messages of the day. So we'll go Kessa and then Doria and then David here next. Kessa, what's your message of paying it forward and giving and serving and sharing?
Okay, so my message is that you should live the best life you can live by giving to others, because when you give to others, you're giving to yourself. Giving is receiving. Leave a plan or a blueprint behind for your children and your grandchildren to follow, because when you're following it, you're building that legacy. See, it's all about building a legacy. Just being here and just taking care of yourself is not what we were sent here for. We were sent here to take care of each other, to love on each other, to show that love in different formats as possible. And fortunately for us, money and time is something that we have disposable, that we can use to show the love to one another around the world and make that difference for our generation to continue living a successful life.
Thank you, Kessa. Cordovia, last words.
Oh, I was just going to say the biggest thing is to just make sure that you let people know that in order to feel sufficiency, and if they're really down and out, they're not feeling well, that the minute that you start giving, the minute that there's always somebody that's in worse condition than you are. So I particularly, for people that are, maybe are just getting sober, or they are not grateful enough, I always recommend to them to go and be of service somewhere, and nothing will move them faster than that. So I recommend that to myself. When I get kind of like loopy, I go, well, it's time to go. And now that I have to go see my mom at a senior facility a few times a week, I am very aware of, just how blessed we are. So if you're not feeling grateful for what you have and all the beautiful abundance that we have, most of us, then go ahead and put yourself in situations where you will be of service, and your consciousness will do the rest.
Yep. Yeah. Ever feeling down? Best cure for depression. Go give to somebody else. Stop thinking about yourself. Start thinking about. Yeah, I love it. I love it. David, go ahead.
Yeah, moving that energy. That's really what it is. It's helping too. Once you're helping somebody, you lend that hand out. It really is so powerful when you're lending a hand out and then helping somebody up and lifting them up to where you're at, or going down to where they're at, and meeting them where they're at, because that's the real power, is just showing up. And that's what goes back to that caring, is show somebody else you care. And guess what? It's going to make you feel better. And then it's going to assist them to go on a higher path.
Yeah. Thank you, David. Thank you. That's great. Marvell, last words. Oh, we got you muted. Oh, now there you go.
Okay. It really, for me, it's showing that my clients that I really care and I want them to move forward. Plus, I tell them what I see for them in the future by what they're doing correct, and when they're advancing, says you can make a difference in the world. Yeah. You have lots of talent that you're hiding, and you can do it.
So yeah, you really believe in validating people and hearing them and seeing them, and yeah, that's great. Yeah, thank you guys. You guys have been amazing. It's a fun topic. It doesn't always get as much love as it deserves, right? Like in the news and in the world of media, it's not always the sexiest thing. But I love the fact that there is more good getting recognized, and the fact that this event kind of gives a platform for people to kind of share, that there is a positive force out there. There is people who care, and there's people who are getting other people to care. So thank you for joining us, and we're going to start wrapping up the day. Bernardo, good timing.
Yes, thank you so much. What a great panel, all of you. What great ideas, and as you pointed out, David, it's not any, it's not a subject that people bring forward, but it's what's going to make a difference in the world, isn't it? So thank you all for your contributions. Thank you for sharing this today in the panel, because yes, God knows it's so needed. So thank you so much for all of you today. David, I'll just stay with you for a bit longer. David, Doria,
yes, of course.
Marvel, Kessa, thank you so much. Take care, everyone. Take care.
I love that name, Marvel. Marvel.
Marvel.
Great name.
Okay, thank you so much. Take care. All right, David. Well, listen, thank you so much for today. We've got an exciting day tomorrow also, obviously. And yeah, just excited. I think we've got some really interesting panels. Tomorrow we've got Becoming Superhuman Through Love, Tough Love Leadership. Do we find love or cultivate it? And we've got Taboo 6 Topics Expert Panel, Rated R. That's tomorrow, Sunday. And we've got some great speakers. We've got Caroline Corey speaking tomorrow. We also have Ken Ashby and Marie Segal. David, I think you're speaking tomorrow as well, aren't you?
Sure.
Yeah. Sure, absolutely.
You talked me into it. Okay, I'm in. No,
Yeah,
I'm always excited. Thanks, Bernardo. You've been great.
And we've got Dr. Darcy speaking as well. What trust and Santa Claus have in common. That's going to be interesting. We've got Jen Duplessis talking about living a life of luxury. And we've got Kim Serafini connecting from Australia, the power and reality of positivity. So David, any final thoughts for today, apart from, hey, great day one, let's have some rest and come back tomorrow?
Kind of something we started with that we should end with is access. And, we just had Doria on, and Doria's made me a massive fan of the power of access. And wealth nowadays is really access, and the ability to love more sometimes can feel a little bit limited by our ability to have access to people and opportunities. This event, if you have not realized, is giving you access to people all over the world and all kinds of industries. Don't take it lightly. Take advantage of it. I may not be able to talk to everyone. Bernardo may not be able to talk to everyone right away. But if you got something, if you're sitting at home going, man, I need to talk to Bernardo, then do it. Find a way. Track him down. I'm sorry, Bernardo, I'm giving him permission to track you down. If you think you need to talk to me, you think you need to talk to Doria, you want to help Marvell, you want to know more about Allison, don't let it end here. We're giving you access to people that you might never have had access to before, or you might never have actually taken action on. So take action on the access that the Love event is giving to you. That's my big message I want to leave you with.
Yeah, thank you, David. That's great. And the other thing is that everyone is accessible. Ideally, that everyone really wants to kind of help. I mean,
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody here that's been on today that's not going to respond to you. It might take a little bit, but if you reach out to someone and say, "Hey, I saw you at the Love event. Can I talk to you about this or that?" They're going to give you some kind of way to communicate.
Yeah, and the fact is as well is that there's years of experience, years of practice of business, or whatever craft they have, which, they're literally putting at your disposal with some free content, with some downloads, or with a talk. So take advantage of it. And listen, it's just day one. We it's going to be an exciting weekend. We still got so many great things happening. David, listen, thank you so much for today.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you everyone for watching. We'll be here tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you so much. Take care. Have a great evening. All the best. Thank you.